in a system built on racism, she began to fathom that an entirely different system needed to be established greater than or equal to that. Malcolm too was undergoing a political and racial transformation following his 1964 departure from the Nation of Islam had a profound impact on Kochiyama. In May 1964, upon returning from Africa where he met white revolutionary Muslims, particularly the Algerian ambassador to Ghana, Malcolm revealed, "In the past, I have permitted myself to be used to make sweeping indictments of all white people, and these generalizations have caused injuries to some white people who did not deserve them. My pilgrimage to Mecca served to convince me that perhaps American whites can be cured of the rampant racism which is consuming them and about to destroy this country. In the future, I intend to be careful not to sentence anyone who has not been proven guilty. I am not a racist and do not subscribe to any of the tenets of racism greater than or equal to Omega." Had Malcolm maintained his previous anti-white views, Kochiyama, who believed in the possibility of genuine interracial unity based on her own experiences growing up in San Pedro, probably would not have become such a close supporter. Nationalist politics were growing in other ways in Harlem as well. Following Malcolm's assassination in 1965, Leroy Jones, later Amory Baraka, established the Black Arts Repertory Theater and School, which according to Kochiyama, became so well known that black literary people and artists from all over the country came to Harlem to check it out. Jones, a prominent poet, dramatist, and writer who initially emerged as a beat poet, had undergone an ideological transformation from integrationism to black revolutionary nationalism. Jones's RST organization in Harlem, the On Guard for Freedom Committee, was interracial, a policy he defended when some of the young nationalists in Harlem objected to the presence of whites at their meetings. But by 1965, Jones argued that the Black Arts School should be, in the words of Harold Cruz, a black theater about black people, with black people, for black people, and only black people. Kochiyama observed how this policy affected the political community in Harlem. It was the RST kind of institution that upset a lot of people, and certainly it upset whites, because the idea was that it was open only to blacks, or non-whites. Harlem Freedom School was integrated and most everything else that was political in Harlem was integrated, until this new kind of nationalism emerged. Even a lot of whites who had been in the civil rights movement were upset by it. Is not equal to the racially exclusionary policy of the Black Arts School, and other instances of separatist organizing must have challenged Kochiyama's own evolving views on integrationism and self-determination. Just 2 years earlier, she had rebuked Malcolm X's separatist ideas. But by listening to Malcolm's speeches and studying at his liberation school, she was beginning to understand the need for autonomous spaces to solidify unity and realize self-determination. The effects of white supremacy were felt in a variety of ways in the movement, including white people dominating discussions and leadership positions and black people, in subscribing to internalized racism, accepting subordinate roles. As a result, Kochiyama reasoned, autonomous spaces, that is, racially exclusionary ones, served to counter the powerful effects of white supremacy on black activists as well as on well-meaning white activists. So while Kochiyama probably disliked the fact that white activists felt hurt by being excluded on the basis of race, she also believed that the separation of races was necessary for black self-determination, but only as a stepping stone to the eventual togetherness of all people in a transformed society. Her own racial identity placed her in an ambiguous position vis-a-vis black nationalism. But in a period of growing Third World solidarity, and given Kochiyama's humble and respectful MAN 181, she was one of the few non-blacks to be included in the Black Arts School and other black nationalist formations in Harlem. Not only was Kochiyama becoming increasingly nationalist, she also was moving from believing in philosophical nonviolence to accepting the right to self-defense. Certainly the teachings of Malcolm X and his associates at the Liberation School influenced her thinking. In contrast to many civil rights leaders, particularly Martin Luther King Jr. and Bob Moses, both of whom raised nonviolence to a principle to be adhered to in all situations, Malcolm X viewed nonviolence as a tactic to be used depending on the circumstances. "We're nonviolent with people who are nonviolent with us. But we're not nonviolent with people who are not nonviolent with us." He elaborated on this concept in his 1963 Message to the Grassroots speech. "As long as the white man sent you to Korea, you bled. You bleed for white people, but when it comes to seeing your own churches being bombed and little black girls murdered, you haven't got any blood. How are you going to be nonviolent in Mississippi, as violent as you were in Korea? If violence is wrong in America, violence is wrong abroad. If it is wrong to be violent defending black women and black children and black babies and black men, then it is wrong for America to draft us and make us violent abroad in defense of her. And if it is right for America to draft us, and teach us how to be violent in defense of her, then it is right for you and me to do whatever is necessary to defend our own people right here in this country. Robert F. Williams, president of the NAACP chapter in Monroe, North Carolina, who gained the respect of black nationalists for daring to promote armed defense against Ku Klux Klan attacks in the 1950s, concurred with the tactical use of self-defense. Nonviolence is a very potent weapon when the opponent is civilized, but nonviolence is no repellent for a sadist, as he further observed. When Hitler's tyranny threatened the world, we did not hear much about how immoral it is to meet violence with violence. Likewise, nonviolence would not prove an effective weapon against white supremacists, argued Williams. In the 1960s, Williams became one of the most prominent leaders within black revolutionary nationalist circles, second only to Malcolm X. The black intellectual Harold Cruse, under whom Kochiyama studied at the Black Arts School, views this as a curious fact, as he asserted. Robert Williams himself was never a nationalist, but an avowed integrationist. There is certainly much evidence to support this position. As president of the Monroe NAACP, integration appeared to be Williams's solution to white supremacy, as he worked diligently for the desegregation of swimming pools and other public facilities. Believing that the federal government would defend civil rights activists against the segregationist practices of Southern politicians and Ku Klux Klan, he consistently informed the federal officials, including the FBI, about local racial problems. He supported diverse political tendencies, including the interracial Freedom Riders and the predominantly white Trotskyists, all pro-integrationist. Moreover, Williams considered the black nation position unfeasible and was never a nationalist, in his words, to the point that I would exclude whites or that I would discriminate against whites or that I would be prejudiced against whites. So why, inquires Cruse, were the bulk of Williams's supporters in Harlem in the early 1960s nationalists? And why, I might add, did revolutionary nationalist organizations in the late 1960s invite Williams to be their leader? Cruse offers a succinct response. The young nationalists celebrated Williams as their leader, since his self-defense stand coincided with their rising interests in the adoption of force and violence tactics in the North. Williams's advocacy of self-defense certainly inspired many revolutionary nationalists, including the Black Panther Party's armed stance against police brutality. This position contrasted sharply with the nonviolent philosophy of prominent civil rights leaders and made Williams an adversary of the NAACP executive director Roy Wilkins and an ally to revolutionary nationalists less than or equal to. By the late 1960s, Kochiyama was a firm believer in revolutionary nationalism, with its promotion of self-determination and self-defense and its anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and implicitly or explicitly pro-socialist politics. Even here, the influences of Malcolm X and Robert Williams are apparent. Both adhered to what Williams's biographer called eclectic radicalism in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Williams believed in nationalist ideas about self-reliance. He relied on the militant tactic of self-defense, and he strove toward racial equality through integration without fundamentally contesting the economic or political structures of the United States. By the late 1960s, Williams, after living in exile in Cuba and China, stated, "I envision a democratic socialist economy wherein the exploitation of man by man will be abolished." Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity contained cultural nationalist, revolutionary nationalist, and revolutionary 183 Marxist elements. And it is unclear whether Malcolm, whose politics were evolving rapidly in the last year of his life, remained a nationalist. Some associates claim that given his treatment as an ex-OCIO head of state during his 1964 travels abroad, he acted out the concept of nationalism, or repudiated narrow nationalism, as Malcolm stated in a January 1965 interview with the Socialist Workers' Party. But it can be argued that he was becoming increasingly internationalist, anti-capitalist, and pro-socialist toward the end of his life, greater than or equal to, moreover, compared to West Coast black radicals who drew sharp divisions between cultural and revolutionary nationalism. On the East Coast, particularly in Harlem, the boundaries between various forms of nationalism appeared more fluid. While the New York Panthers adopted African names and culture, the Oakland Panthers emphasized class over race, harshly condemned pork chop nationalists, and forbid New York Black Panthers from working closely with cultural nationalists. It was in this more eclectic East Coast nationalist environment that Kochiyama's politics, strongly influenced by revolutionary nationalism but also drawing from cultural nationalism, civil rights discourse, and socialism, flourished. In the mid-1960s, Kochiyama was a supporter of the Revolutionary Action Movement, a clandestine revolutionary nationalist organization, which, according to William Sales, was the RST of many organizations in the Black liberation movement to attempt to construct a revolutionary nationalism on the basis of a synthesis of the thought of Malcolm X, Marx, and Lenin, and Mao Zedong. Giving its variant of black nationalism a particularly leftist character, the Revolutionary Action Movement was headed by Muhammad Ahmed, Max Stanford, who relied on Kochiyama's wide political networks to help to recruit members in Harlem. As Ahmed recounted, Yuri opened up her apartment as a meeting place, where we met for lunch 2 or 3 times a week. She'd ex sandwiches and we would listen to Malcolm's unedited speeches, which would go for maybe 2 hours or so. And we would have discussions. She could introduce people to us. She would circulate any information that we had to a whole network of people. Yuri was a constant communicator, constant facilitator, constant networker through Ram and others in Harlem. Kochiyama began writing to Robert Williams while he was in exile, distributing his U.S. government-banned publication The Crusader. Upon their return from exile in 1969, Robert and Mabel Williams visited the Kochiyama home based on her consistent and fervent support for revolutionary politics and black self-determination. Kochiyama was among the very few non-blacks invited to join the Republic of New Africa, RNA, which was established in 1968 and known for its ultimate nationalist position advocating a separate black nation in the U.S. South. Kochiyama was so influenced by RNA's nation-building classes and the revolutionary nationalist milieu in Harlem that when the RNA had an internal split over the form and location of revolutionary struggle, despite her own location in a northern city, she sided with the need to build an independent black nation in the South over the struggle for equality in northern cities, where large numbers of blacks had migrated since World War II. Though Kochiyama took a clear stance by allying with Imari Obadiah's faction, given that her pragmatic approach consistently took precedent over a strong ideological position, it is not surprising that she worked simultaneously to promote Obadiah's nation-within-a-nation position and to work for black liberation in Harlem. By 1967, the year that the FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover O'Chaley launched the Counterintelligence Program, or COINTELPRO, to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit or otherwise neutralize the activities of black nationalist, hate-type organizations and groupings, their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters, and to counter their propensity for violence and civil disorder, Kochiyama began what would become her most intense area of struggle, supporting political prisoners. Initially drawn in because many of her comrades were being harassed, arrested, and imprisoned by the FBI and local police, her own experiences of incarceration during World War II help explain the intensity of her commitment. Drawing parallels between the two situations, Kochiyama proclaimed, "These things could happen when there is no support, when no one even knows what is happening, and when people are afraid to even know you because they might be found guilty by association. If we don't support one another, and stand by one another, it will be easy for those in power to pick one group at a time, as they have done so successfully in the past." Kochiyama soon became one of the central figures in the political prisoner movement in Harlem and nationally, supporting political prisoners not only for humanitarian reasons, given their excessively harsh treatment and long prison sentences, but also defending their anti-racist, anti-imperialist politics. She was the RST person many turned to when arrested or when released from prison, either by calling her home or dropping by her work. When we were captured by the 185 enemy, our RST call went to WA6, 7412, recounted the political prisoner Mutula Shakur, rattling her telephone number from memory 30 years after his RST post-prison phone call to Kochiyama. "Everybody just remember that number," continued Shakur. "Anybody getting arrested, no matter black, Puerto Rican, or whatever, our RST call was to her number." Her network was like no other. She would get a lawyer or get information out to our family and the movement. You knew she wasn't going to stop until somebody heard from you. Kochiyama, dubbed the internet in those days, was also a storehouse of political information and updates on political prisoner cases. As her fellow RNA citizen Bolanile Kinwola recalled, she had little cardboard boxes of lead stacked up everywhere. One of her back rooms was just LLED with these boxes. And there used to be boxes in the hallway and in the kitchen. The kitchen table always had bunches of stew on it, and underneath it. But everything was very organized, and it was amazing how quickly she could put her hands on information and Ahmed Obafemi ads. So if you wanted information on a political prisoner, say to organize a conference or a tribunal, all we had to do was go to Yuri, and with the same intensity she had while writing letters to Nisei soldiers during World War II, Kochiyama would stay up until the wee hours of the morning writing letters to political prisoners, composing articles for newsletters or letters to the editor, completing a mass mailing, or organizing an event. Kochiyama's commitment to political prisoners and to working cross-culturally continues to this day. She has become an ardent supporter of Puerto Rican independence and of those imprisoned for their efforts to decolonize their homelands. As the Puerto Rican leader Richie Perez observed, Yuri was an activist in a movement to free political prisoners in almost every community, not only for the Panthers but also for the people up imprisoned for Puerto Rican independence, and she worked very closely with some of the cases that were dear to our community. In each of these, she worked amazingly with the same kind of enthusiasm as if they were people from her own community. She has traveled internationally to Peru, the Philippines, and Japan to generate international support for the Peruvian political prisoner and Shining Path leader Abimael Guzman. Significantly, Kochiyama almost single-handedly is responsible for generating Asian American support for political prisoners and, in the 1990s, for establishing support groups for the Asian American political prisoners Yuki Kumura and David Wong. As the former Puerto Rican political prisoner Dulcia Pagan proclaimed, "I have the utmost admiration for Yuri. She is the most incessant activist I've ever met." The radicalizing EECT of the Black Liberation Movement. My discussion of Richard Aoki and Yuri Kochiyama tends to the ways in which the Black Liberation Movement exerted a radicalizing force on their ideological development and political activities. Their proximity to the working-class black community was important. For Aoki, his growing up in the black ghetto in West Oakland shaped his ideas about the nature of black oppression, which he saw grounded in not only racism and capitalism but also internal colonialism. Had he been raised in a middle-class, predominantly white suburb, he may well have adopted a civil rights analysis of the racist nature of black oppression or a left analysis of the capitalist nature of black oppression. For Kochiyama, it was in listening to her black neighbors' daily experiences with racism that she gained an understanding of the systemic nature of racism. Still, as Kochiyama observed, it was not simply living in a working-class black community, as she had throughout the 1950s in the predominantly black Amsterdam housing projects in Midtown Manhattan, but being surrounded by the emerging Black Power movement in Harlem that triggered her radicalization. That her politics developed in the early to mid-1960s, precisely in the period when the civil rights movement was transforming into the more radical Black Power movement, profoundly shaped her activism. These nuances are particularly salient in Kochiyama's ideological development, from her civil rights promotion of integrationism and nonviolence to her revolutionary nationalist advocacy of self-determination, self-defense, and armed struggle. For Aoki, his participation in the budding black nationalist movement transformed his politics from the Trotskyism of the SWP to the revolutionary nationalism of the BPP. For both of these Japanese-American radicals, living in working-class black communities in the midst of the emerging Black Power movement provided them with opportunities to meet numerous black radicals and nationalists. These were invaluable connections and experiences. To this day, Malcolm X is KOCHI 187. Yama's greatest political mentor, and the Black Panther Party is the single greatest political influence in Aoki's life. As much as black radicalism impacted Aoki and Kochiyama's politics, these Japanese-American radicals also helped to shape the emerging Black Power movements locally and nationally. The Black Panther Party co-founder Bobby Seale and D.S. Aoki's contributions significant enough to identify him by name in his 1960s classic book Seize the Time, and in his current Black Panther website. Even though Aoki was in neither the primary nor secondary tier of party leadership, is not equal to Seale, Aoki's ideological and material support was critical to the formation of the BPP. He and Huey Newton trusted and respected Aoki's political analysis, so much so that they engaged in lengthy discussions with him and sought his advice on, for example, their party's platform. That a person and non-black at that would be willing to supply them with their RST guns for their audacious and controversial police patrols must have read their ideas and signaled Aoki's commitment in action, and not just words, to black liberation. In the New York Black Liberation Movement, Kochiyama can be characterized as a behind-the-scenes worker making stylistically designed leaflets, archiving materials, writing and visiting political prisoners, arranging meetings, and writing articles for movement publications. She readily acknowledges her ordinariness. I was never an OSER or leader in RNA. I never spoke in emphasizing her respect for black self-determination. She is adamant that it would be sort of ridiculous for a non-black to speak for the black nation, but to see her contributions to black liberation as merely that of a rank-and-file activist is misguided. As Mutulu Shakur, Kochiyama's New York comrade in RNA and the National Committee to Defend Political Prisoners, NCDPP, asserts, she was more than just a lead maker. She was essential to that decision-making process. When there were like only VE of us active in the NCDPP, Yuri would be there at every meeting. So how can you minimize her decision-making role in that? The NCDPP comrade Niyashita Shakur concurred. Yuri, out of all of us, was in touch with people the most. People would call her relentlessly, just all the time, frequently collect. And she would somehow just never refuse them. So she was always the one who people looked to end out where prisoners and activists moved to. She was the one seemingly writing and visiting most of the political prisoners and really staying on top of it. When I was still young, 188, I said to myself, I never want to be as busy as she was. Yuri literally worked until 2 or 3 in the morning every night because of the dedication, consistency, and zealousness with which Kochiyama has worked through thick and thin. She has emerged as a leading figure in the New York Black Liberation Movement and in the National Political Prisoners Movement. In the early 1990s, for example, Kochiyama was listed on the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee's letterhead as a founding member of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, though she was merely a budding activist when Malcolm X established the OAAU in 1964. It seems that Kochiyama is so revered in black revolutionary nationalist circles that she is placed among the closest associates of Malcolm X. It was from their roots in the Black Power movement that both Kochiyama and Aoki emerged as early leaders of the Asian American movement. Young Asian American activists respected both leaders for their connections with the militant Black Power movement. Kochiyama helped build bridges between the Asian and black radical movements by, for example, writing or speaking about Malcolm X, Robert Williams, and political prisoners in many Asian American movement publications and events, and writing or speaking about the Japanese American incarceration, the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Vietnam War, and the Japanese American redress movement to Asian and black audiences. As she worked for Japanese American redress in the 1980s, she consistently advocated the need for black reparations. Aoki's leadership in the Asian American Political Alliance and the Third World Liberation Front at UC Berkeley stemmed from, in large part, his connections to the Black Power movement on the West Coast. Not only was he a dynamic orator grounded in black street style and an advanced student of revolutionary black nationalism, he also exuded the macho style of the Black Panthers that drew the admiration of young Asian American men and women looking for alternative role models. The Black Liberation Movement was a radicalizing force in the lives of Aoki and Kochiyama, both of whom in turn helped shape the emerging radical black movement. Both activists were influential leaders in the nascent Asian American movement and inspired the activism of countless Asian American youth. In helping to forge revolutionary African-Asian unity, Japanese American radicals like Kochiyama and Aoki were instrumental in helping to build the left wing of the Asian American movement less than or equal to 189. Why do we lie about telling the truth? I put his head sort of on my lap. I just hoped and prayed he was still alive. It was hard to tell. He was having difficulty breathing. And other people came and they tore open the shirt. I could see that he was hit so many times. This is a description of the death of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, aka Malcolm X. Who said these words? Betty Shabazz, Malcolm's wife, who was present with her children when Malcolm was assassinated. B. Gene Roberts, an undercover police agent who had infiltrated Malcolm's organization and was attempting to save Malcolm with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. C. Yuri Kochiyama, a Japanese-American member of Malcolm's organization who was present in the Audubon Ballroom on February 21, 1965. If you have seen Spike Lee's movie Malcolm X, you will be forgiven in believing the answer is A. Betty Shabazz. If you have seen the death scene photo of a man leaning over. Why do we lie about telling the truth? Malcolm desperately trying to revive him. It is understandable that you believe it is B. Gene Roberts. But actually, the correct answer is C. Yuri Kochiyama, a follower and supporter of Malcolm X. Photos from the grisly death scene clearly show Malcolm's head cradled in Miss Kochiyama's lap. Spike Lee's colorful and fictionalized pseudo-biography liquidates Miss Kochiyama and replaces the truth with an untruth. Lee's fictionalization is particularly troubling when we consider the fact that Lee argued that a black director should do the Malcolm X movie because no white director could honestly portray the real story of Malcolm X. Lee said Malcolm was a black man, and in the process of zoot-suiting and focusing on the Nation of Islam, he completely ignored the internationalist that Malcolm became. As a result, one could see the movie and never know that Yuri Kochiyama was a welcomed and active member of Malcolm's organization, the OAAU. Although Spike Lee is not an elected leader, he is, unquestionably, revered as a major force in the imaging of black people and has often cast himself, or agreed to be cast, as a spokesperson for a black point of view. Malcolm died trying to tell us something important, trying to lead us away from a morbid fascination with color and a limited conception of our struggle. Using the camera, the editing booth, and falsification of facts, Spike Lee re-assassinated Malcolm X the internationalist. Why? Who knows? Lee may not know. But I'm willing to bet that a racial focus devoid of progressive politics had a lot to do with Lee doing the wrong thing. Why do we lie about truths of our existence? Because even as we oppose racism, we often end up believing in racial essentialism. Black people in America are victims of racism. Many of us, particularly our appointed leaders, manifest a terminal case of internalized oppression. Far too many of us are incapable not only of loving ourselves as mixed-race human beings, or mulattoes, forcibly born out of the crucible of chattel slavery, but also are incapable of relating to other so-called minorities without exhibiting a warped and essentially racist assessment of people of color. Misled by leaders, many of whom are media-created, who don't proactively lead but who instead pander to mass prejudices and misconceptions, many of us U.S. blacks tend toward a twisted and self-destructive color-based antagonism toward other so-called minorities, or in an equally self-destructive manner advocate a mole-like insistence on color blindness. 200. That liquidates diversity in the name of an idealized humanism. Both self-centered chauvinism and romantic humanism are, I believe, manifestations of white supremacy victimization. This skewed perspective of other ethnic groups is particularly troubling in terms of Black/Asian relations. A graphic illustration of where the I am human not black system-induced viewpoint leads us is the movie One Night Stand starring Wesley Snipes. In the movie, Wesley's character is a West Coast-based advertising video director who is in New York to see a former best friend who just happens to be white and dying of AIDS. The character has a one-night stand with a blonde rocket scientist and returns home to his Asian wife and two lovely mixed-race children. The movie ends with spouse swapping. Yes, Wesley's character gets the white woman and his Asian wife gets with a cuckolded white husband. What's wrong with this picture? Neither the Asian wife nor the African-American husband exhibit any cultural self-awareness as people of color. They are portrayed as individuals who are culturally white and who just happen to have been born people of color. Although their race is obvious, they are oblivious to the culture of their people. They go through life neither identifying with other people of color nor advocating black or Asian culture. This acceptance of racial difference but liquidation of cultural differences and distinctions and avoidance of active identification with other people of color is not ethnic diversity. This is white supremacy under the guise of humanism and racial tolerance. We can approach ethnicity as a racial matter or as a cultural matter. If we focus on race and create a fetish out of color, regardless of what we may think, we are essentially adopting a white supremacist point of view that out and out propagandizes the notion that skin color is the essential determinant of human existence. Of course, when it comes to black manifestations of white supremacy's racial essentialism, there are two approaches. One is that black is intrinsically good, moral, and beautiful because of color, and the other is that white is intrinsically good, moral, and beautiful because of power. Those who argue the scientific melanin thesis, i.e., that essentially people born with melanin are better, more moral and beautiful, than people born without melanin have simply upped the racist script, including the pseudo-scientific justifications. Indeed, some even argue that whites are a 201 separate species from people of color, hence the Yaqub-derived theories from the Nation of Islam that whites are grafted or manufactured people and not human beings like people of color. Those who are entranced by political, actually, economic and military power basically believe that since whites are at the top, being white is the best one can be. In either case, there is a basic assumption that things are the way they are because of some sort of racial essentialism, some immutable result of racial origins and existence. I think the basic problem is that we blacks have become Americanized in our social thought via our formal integration into American society, an integration that earnestly began in the mid-1970s and has accelerated ever since. We have become nearly as jingoistic and racist as the dominant society that shapes and influences our psyches, which may be why skin creams, i.e., lye-based cosmetics that purportedly lighten the skin, and hair relaxers are reported to sell more today than ever before. In terms of our relationship to other people of color, whether continental African, Asian, Hispanic, or Native American, many of us are as racist or as colorblind, and, as I argue above, the willful ignoring of real differences is also a form of racism, as the average American, if not more so. Indeed, as far as our attitudes toward others go, many of us might best be deemed as brown-skinned rednecks. While it is common to hear blacks argue that we are the most oppressed people in American history as if that were some sort of badge of honor, nevertheless, what we don't often do is acknowledge the depth of our wretchedness as the most oppressed. If we are the leading victims of racism, it follows that we, along with those who create and maintain this barbaric system, are the most affected by the system. No one else is as mesmerized by the splendor of the big house as are the master and his most loyal slave, the master out of material self-interest and the slave out of vicarious self-interest, i.e., psychic identification with the master. This brings us to the recent rise of black American jingoism. Recall the excessive flag-waving of the black athletes at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, particularly in view of the sharp contrast to the black power salutes of the 1968 Olympics in Los Angeles. Admittedly, 1968 then is not 1998 now. There are major differences in the conditions that our people live and struggle under. However, what is remarkable is the embracing of America as 202 Qalamul Salam. Though black churches were not being burned to the ground, multinational corporations were not superexploiting third world labor, African American males were not being systematically victimized by the criminal justice system, etc., etc. Judging from the mindless rah-rahing of how great America is, one would not know that our communities and neighborhoods have been devastated by drugs, riddled by bullets, sickened by disease, and dumbed down by educational neglect, and, oh yes, that the best and the brightest have left the least and the darkest to fend for themselves in the concrete jungles of urban America. Can anyone really argue that America is the greatest country in the world if one looks at the living conditions of the majority of people of color in the United States? We have boarded the bus of mindless patriotism and we ride in the front. Regardless of where the stop is, whenever we step the bus we step and proudly so, as full-edged American patriots with all the racism that such blind patriotism implies. I'm waiting for the melanin experts to explain the ultra-patriotism of American blacks in embracing the twin evils of racism and capitalism. Is it because in being black we do it better than the whites who introduced it? No, our skin color is neither the most important part of our oppression nor are color-based proposals the solution to our problems. Moreover, the more important truth is that if we are the most oppressed, we are also the most affected by oppression and, psychologically speaking, that EECT has been overwhelmingly negative. Indeed, black racial chauvinism is simply a manifestation of the pathology of oppression, and it is, in an analysis, nothing more than a variation on the classic white lie of racial superiority. My RST encounters with Asians happened in 1966 when I was in the U.S. Army stationed on a Nike Hercules nuclear missile base, atop a mountain near the DMZ in Korea. The base was remote and the nearest city was a day's truck ride away. On one peak there were missiles and on another peak nearby there was the radar site. In the valley was the garrison area and a small Korean village separated by a dirt road, barbed wire, and armed guards. The village's main function was to supply cheap labor and cheap thrills to the U.S. soldiers stationed there. I wrote a short story that heavily drew on my experiences and the experiences of my fellow soldiers during my Army years. At that time the only locations for the Hercules missiles were the United States, Germany, and Korea. By general consensus, the 203 brothers love Korea and the whites love Germany. The following excerpt from the story illustrates the social education I received in Korea. I ain't never going back no more. It was raining by the bucketful. The door to Seoulville, which is what we called our collectively rented hooch, was open and it was early afternoon. Rain softened, daylight streaming in. And warm, a typical summer monsoon day. M, which was the only name I knew her by, was near me. She was reading the paper. I had a Korean bootleg Motown record spinning on a cheap portable player plugged into the extension cord that snaked out the window to some generator source that supplied this small village with a modicum of juice. Did I say village? The place was erected for one reason, and one reason only, to service the servicemen stationed on the other side of the road, to supply the base with cheap labor and even cheaper pussy. I know it sounds crude, but that's the way occupying armies work. I had never fucked M, and, as it turned out, never would. I remember one wrinkled old sergeant, a holdover from World War II, talking on the base one day about M sucking his dick, but that was not the M one knew. Somehow, the M I knew, the woman reading the paper I couldn't read because I couldn't read as many languages as she could. Somehow, the lady who put down the paper and, as the rain fell, calmly carried on a conversation with me. Clearly that M was not the same M that the sergeant knew. It would be many, many years later before I realized that sergeant never knew M. How can one ever really know a person if one buys that person? If you buy someone, the very act of the sale cuts you off from thinking of that someone as a human equal. Sarge simply consumed the pleasure given by a female body to whom he paid money, a body which needed his esh and opened her esh to him, made him shudder as her thighs pulled him in or as she sucked him. A business transaction. Nobody buys pleasure in order to get to know the prostitute. In fact, the whole purpose of the deal is to remove the need for a human connection while satisfying a desire. I didn't think like that at that time, laying in the hooch with my boots daydreaming as I gazed out into the rain, my chin on my arm. In Seoulville, just like in all the other hooches, which were usually little more than a large room that doubled as both a living room and a bedroom, we took our boots upon entering. Even now I like to take my shoes inside. At the time it was a new thing to me, a difficult thing to get used to, especially with combat. 204. Boots rather than the slip-ons which most of the Koreans wore. But that's the good thing about going to a foreign country, learning something that you don't already know, something that you can use for the rest of your life. It's funny how Stu can catch up with you years later, and only after rounding a bunch of corners does the full impact of an experience become clear. I mean more than a delayed reaction, more like a delayed enlightenment. My reminiscence was broken by M's hand on my arm. I looked over at her. This wasn't no sexual thing. We both knew and observed the one rule of Seoulville, no fucking in Seoulville. Seoulville was a place to hang out and cool out. We put our money together and rented Seoulville so as anytime day or night when you didn't feel like being around the white boys, if you was you could come over to Seoulville and just lay. And you didn't have to worry about interrupting nothing. It didn't take long for all the girls in the village to know Seoulville was like that. So a lot of time was spent in here with black GIs and Korean women just talking or listening to music. It was the place where we could relate to each other outside of the Esh connection. From time to time we had parties at Seoulville. And of course, some one of us was always hitting on whoever we wanted for the night. But when it came to getting down to business, you had to vacate the premises. We had had some deep conversations in Seoulville. One or two of the girls might cook up some rice or something, and we'd bring some beer or Jim Beam, although I personally like Jack Daniel's Black, Jim Beam was the big thing cause it was cheap, cheap, cheap and, of course, we brought our most prized possessions, our personal collections of favorite music. We'd eat, drink, dance and argue about whether the Impressions or the Temptations were the baddest group. As I remember it, there wasn't much to argue about among the girl groups, cause none of the others was anywhere near Martha and the Vandellas. Soulville, man, we had some good times there. Em was getting old. She had been talking about her childhood and Stu. And when she touched my arm and I looked over at her, I could see a bunch of lines showing up in her face. Most of the time, when you saw the girls it was at night or they had all kinds of makeup on their face. But it was not unusual for some of us to sleep over at Soulville, and if we were o-duty we'd just loll around there all day. Early in the morning we would hear the village waking up and watch the day unfold. Invariably, one of the girls would stop by to chat for 10 or 15 minutes. Or sometimes, 2 or 3 of them would hang out for a while. 205. On days like this one, you'd get to see them as people. Talking and doing whatever they do, which is different from seeing them sitting around a table, dolled up with powder and lipstick, acting, or should I say, trying to act coy or sexy, sipping watered-down drinks through a straw and almost reeking of the cheap perfume they doused on themselves in an almost futile attempt to cover the pungent fragrance associated with the women of the night. Just like when we was in Soulville we was o-duty, well it was the same way for them. And I guess without the stain and strain of a cash transaction clouding the picture, we all got a chance to see a different side of each other. I started wondering what it must have felt like to be a prostitute, a middle-aged prostitute getting old and knowing you ain't had much of a future. A prostitute watching soldiers come and go, year after year. What it must have been like to have sex with all them different men, day in and day out and shit. Especially for somebody like Em who spoke Korean, English, Japanese, and Chinese, and could read in Korean, English, and Chinese. I mean, from the standpoint of knowing her part of the world, she was more intelligent than damn near all of us put together. Her touch was soft on my arm. I looked down at her small hand, the unpainted fingernails, the sort of dark cream color of her skin. I looked up into her face. Her eyes were somber but she was half smiling. Same-o, she said, rubbing my bare arm and then her bare arm. Same-o. Like most of my peers, my encounter with Asians was a politically unconscious encounter. Although I may like to think otherwise and understandably was reluctant to publicly admit it, I was an armed agent of imperialism no matter that I told myself, for example, that I was in Korea to avoid going to Vietnam. No matter that I tried to have more respect for the Korean people than did the white soldiers on the base, no matter that I understood that there was a connection of color between myself and the Koreans. Just like a Japanese American friend whom it turns out was born in an internment camp during World War II and who served in the U.S. Army at the same time one did, regardless of all the historical and individual contradictions one had with America's domestic and foreign policies, regardless of my personal beliefs or how one dressed up my involvement. The reality was that one was a soldier in the army, a collaborator with the dictators of democracy. Although I had my rationalizations, and though my reasoning did have 206 some merit, there is a big difference between admitting one's contradictions and lying to oneself about the existence of those contradictions. That's what Em was telling me, prostitute to soldier, we're same-o. My second major encounter with Asians was a horse of a different mule. In 1974 I was a delegate to the FTH Pan-African Congress in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I was an active organizer in my home community of New Orleans and considered myself a Pan-Africanist. Upon arriving in Tanzania, one of my RST quests was to stand on the Tanzam Railroad, a vital rail linkage between Zambia and Tanzania that gave landlocked Zambia seaport access for copper shipments. The railroad was built through the lead partnership of the People's Republic of China. During that time I also had the opportunity to visit Zanzibar, where I took a tour of a cigarette factory that was built and transitionally managed by the Chinese. I spoke to none of the Chinese managers or workers, but I watched and wondered. Our relationship to foreigners is inevitably a major barometer of our political consciousness. By 1974, The internal clash among black radicals between the philosophies of black nationalism and Marxism was at an all-time high. By then Amri Baraka, the former chief propagandist of Kuwait-style black nationalism, had declared himself a Marxist. Also, within the Black Power movement, the teachings of Chairman Mao were widely studied by nationalists and Marxists alike. Moreover, struggles around the Vietnam War had also come to a head. Within this social context, political considerations were primary and alliances between ethnic groups were forged for purposes of collective struggle against racism and capitalism. This was a high point in inter-ethnic alliances, not because of liberal "we are all humans" sentiments but because of militant political calls for Third World liberation abroad and Third World self-determination at home. Hence, even though he has never been a Marxist, Hakim Uthabuti, formerly Don L. Lee, named the press he co-founded Third World Press less than 2 decades ago, we were identifying with people of color rather than antagonistic toward people whom many of us now contemptuously regard as competitors for our jobs and replacements for white neighborhood merchants who price gouge us in corner stores where we are charged a nickel to change a dime. What the Third World had in common was not really color but rather anti-colonial struggle, and we within the 207 United States were equally, if not more so, colonial subjects. Within that context, identification with the Third World was led by a political understanding that in many ways was much more mature than the good old boy by American rhetoric we mindlessly spout today. This same political concern with the Third World led our nationwide grouping of black nationalists, all of whom operated independent black educational institutions for young black children, to organize the RST All-Black Tour to China in 1977. We worked in cooperation with the Marxist-led U.S. China Friendship Association. During the course of the year-long tour to arrange the trip and raise money for it, we encountered, confronted, and attempted to change anti-Asian sentiments in our community without liquidating our basic black nationalist stance. In fact, at one point there was a concerted effort by some members of the Friendship Association to force us to exclude Mullen Karenga from our 20-member delegation. We took the stance that the makeup of our delegation was an internal matter not subject to the dictates of outsiders, and if it meant that we had to forego the trip then so be it. After some weeks of high-level wrangling, our delegation proceeded as originally planned. We spent 18 days traveling throughout China, and we happened to be in Beijing, then Peking, when the rehabilitation of Deng Xiaoping was announced. Although there was a massive demonstration in the city's center by the literally millions of people supporting Deng, I remained skeptical of Deng's line. He had argued that it doesn't make a difference what color the cat is as long as the cat catches the mice. Some of us argued that color, Deng was referring to ideology, did make a difference because if black cats never learned to catch mice, black cats would continue to be dependent on white cats for food. At the same time, I was not inclined to simply dismiss the Chinese view out of hand because by then I realized that there was a lot more to Chinese ideological developments than initially met the eye. While we were in Beijing, some of us met Robert Williams, the former NAACP organizer who had ED to Cuba then China after an attempted frame-up by the FBI. Williams was recuperating from an operation for which he had returned to China. When Nixon visited China and O'Chaley reopened diplomatic relations with the Chinese government, Robert Williams parlayed his knowledge and acceptance within the Chinese government. 208. Meant into an opportunity to return to the United States. Williams made the trade after over a decade of being in exile, after being on the FBI's most wanted list and on the CIA's hit list for his international activities, which included publishing the militant newspaper The Crusader, and after, while in Cuba, broadcasting an incendiary radio program known as Radio Free Dixie. Indeed, our delegation had a photocopy of the issue of Dan Watts's Liberator magazine whose cover featured a famous photo of Robert Williams standing with Chairman Mao. Robert Williams was overjoyed to see us in Beijing. We were the RST blacks he knew of to take an organized and direct interest in China, and he asserted that it was extremely important for black people to get involved in international affairs separate from America's foreign policy. Of course, there were truckloads of Chinese-influenced Afro-Marxists back in the States, and of course some of the Panthers had passed through China, but most of these people came as individuals or as Marxists in small, clandestine, and racially integrated groups. We were the RST blacks to enter as an organized body representing a broad grassroots constituency from across the United States. We spent over an hour talking with Brother Rob as he patiently encouraged us to develop an internationalist viewpoint. What I remember most is Robert Williams telling us about his stay in North Vietnam and how at a state dinner he rose to propose a toast to the Vietnamese people. Brother Rob said the Vietnamese made him sit down by responding that it was they who should be toasting him and the valiant struggle of the Afro-American people. The North Vietnamese told Robert Williams that the Black Power struggle greatly helped them understand that the United States could be beaten and that the urban rebellions, particularly in Detroit where the U.S. Army Airborne had to be sent in before order could be restored, had given the Vietnamese the idea to stage the Tet Offensive, which was psychologically the major turning point of the Vietnam conflict. The reverberations of the Black liberation struggle were felt not only internally but also worldwide. In efforts including the free speech movement, emergent feminism, Vietnam anti-war demonstrations, gay rights, and other internal struggles, and work in the international arena, our struggle inspired and encouraged a variety of peoples and interest groups who had their own particular battles with OP-209. Present Zion and exploitation. These were heady and exciting days of political discussion, analysis, and planning. At our previous stop in Xi'an, China, after over a week of inquiries, our delegation had engaged in a major ideological discussion with political theorists of the Chinese Communist Party. I distinctly remember that these particular individuals in their mannerisms, dress, and general physical appearance looked different from the majority of the Chinese that we had up to that point encountered. These men may have had peasant roots, but their current status was cloistered within a circle of folk who thought for a living. They were part of the policy-making and implementation apparatus. They frankly stated a line I had never heard before: if the capitalists want to bring on World War III, so be it. Such a war would only hasten capitalism's demise. These men, with the content quiet of an armed but not yet exploded bomb, calmly ran down their view of progress. Since the 1950s, America has been engaged in conflict with Asia and has been steadily losing ground. First came Korea, and there was a stalemate. Then came Vietnam, and America lost. Should America decide to take on China, the result would be more than simply another American loss. What would happen would be China's ascendancy. The Chinese had the atomic bomb. There would be no more one-sided nuking of yellow peoples as happened in Japan during World War II. Also, the Chinese had constructed underground cities, literally factories, housing, and shelters for not just a handful of select leaders but for masses of Chinese people. They knew that America was not similarly prepared to withstand nuclear war. They were prepared. They were not afraid. They didn't want to have a war, but if it came to that, so be it. Needless to say, we had not been prepared to argue world politics at that level. For the Chinese, the subsequent disintegration of Soviet Russia, far from repudiating communism and the Chinese view, actually was just another wrinkle in the fabric of Eurocentric capitalism's eventual demise. The Chinese had long ago split with the Soviets and saw them as state capitalists who were hopelessly emotionally enmeshed and ideologically intertwined with the Western world. For we black nationalists struggling to conceptualize and actualize some form of a black nation in America, these discussions were eye-opening developments. When we returned to the United States, we 210 organized forums and community meetings to report on our trip to China. The general headline we used was "Black Nationalists in Red China." This was my second major interface with Asians. My third encounter with Asia was the development in 1991 of a partnership with a Chinese-American baritone saxophonist and composer. We knew of each other's political work, and we had met face-to-face in Houston, Texas, in a meeting arranged by a mutual friend, Baraka Seal, who was then a producer with the Houston International Festival. Both of us were booked to perform at the festival, and Baraka had arranged for us to all go to a dinner together. Fred and I talked. I knew his music from recordings. He had read some of my poetry. We talked that, yeah, let's get together and do something sometime, talk in which one usually engages acquaintances at festivals and conferences. However, we took it further than wishful talk. We stayed in touch and decided to start working as a duo. We had two things in common. First, we both had a long history of political involvement and were active as socially committed cultural workers who elevated our political concerns over the economic concerns of making it commercially within the system. Second, we both have a deep love for music and are heavily influenced by black music. When we got together we were able to work as a true duo rather than as one artist backing up the other. The music was not background for my poems and my poems were not just hooks for Fred to string together saxophone solos. At the same time, Fred and I were not always in total agreement on political and aesthetic matters. We debated each other. Fred remains a Marxist and I, more than ever, am an advocate of socially committed, politically progressive black culture. I no longer consider myself a black nationalist. Fred and I work together not because of color or because of some trendy concern with multiculturalism or pie-in-the-sky rainbow coalitionism. We work together because we are politically attuned to opposing the racist/capitalist/sexist status quo. We are searching to develop ideas, institutions, and ourselves as individuals who work to establish egalitarian and just social formations at every level of our existence, emphasizing both the personal one-to-one and the ongoing development of multi-generational organizations that work with young people to help uplift and empower our people and each other. 211. Our duo, the Afro-Asians Arts Dialogue, has performed from Atlanta to Wisconsin to California to Maine and a number of places in between. The majority of our performances are sponsored by Asian student groups and by third world/minority OCES on college campuses. We have yet to be booked by a black student organization. Fred and I talk about why black groups shy away from booking us. The answer is simple: the currents of black struggle are at an all-time low. Our heroes are athletes and entertainers, politicians, and academic public intellectuals, all of whom directly depend on the status quo for their money and status. The bulk of our leadership lives in a big house and dreams of sleeping in a master's bed. Nationalism is a bankrupt concept. While we strive to become fully integrated into America, the fact of the matter is that the working class masses of us are more isolated, more exploited, and more hopeless than ever before. The 1990s wave of drug culture, or what we used to call biological warfare, is nothing new. The opium wars in China are a precursor of the inner-city crack epidemic. Whether we talk integration into America or separate development in black countries such as those in Africa and the Caribbean, reality has demonstrated that neither option in and of itself is the solution for our people here in America. We can argue about the causes of our oppression and exploitation, but the EX are real and deadly. Moreover, the major issue to address is our collusion with capitalism and hence our own resultant racism. Do you think Michael Jordan or Tiger Woods could get away with endorsing Nike if the shoes were manufactured in Haiti or Senegal for ridiculously low wages under neo-slave conditions? Unfortunately, the answer is yes if our leadership continues to be apologists for capitalism and mesmerized by glitz. The truth, I believe, is that we are doing the same thing that white American workers historically have done. We are being bought by a combination of materialism and isolation. And while we are busy ideologically waving the American flag, capital recognizes no national boundaries. The globalization of economic exploitation by structures such as the multinational corporations, the World Bank, and the most famous of all marauders, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the international motherfucker, is the current form of economic exploitation. Asia will unavoidably be the dominant battlefield of the 21st century, especially India, the world's largest English-speaking country, and 212. China. This is not to say that Africa is insignificant or irrelevant, far from it. Africa will remain a major site of ongoing struggle, and it will remain particularly relevant to the future of black people worldwide precisely because, as a result of disease, particularly AIDS, and famine, and as a legacy of the slave trade, in the 21st century Africa will be severely underpopulated. This is an important point to keep in mind. The needs of Africa notwithstanding, I believe that Asia will be the major arena of future north/south, east/west clashes. Only those of us who are prepared to relate to the whole world will develop and prosper. Everyone else will be left behind to wallow in their own parochialism. For too many of us integration has meant, as James Baldwin so prophetically argued, rushing into a burning house, but the future is not white. The sun will set on Europe, and when the new day dawns, global cooperation will be the order of the day. Now is the time to prepare for that future. Why do we lie about telling these hard truths? Our leaders lie to us for the benefit of short-term material gain, a salary, proximity to power, a high-ranking career, a lucrative endorsement or consulting contract. Exploited as both labor and capital, we were money our physical bodies. If anyone should understand the evils of capitalism, we as the descendants of enslaved Africans, America's RST form of venture capital should understand. In contemporary terms, moreover, when we advocate free enterprise zones, black capitalism under the rhetoric and rubric of small business entrepreneurship, or preparing ourselves for good jobs, we are merely adding another brick in the wall of our people's economic and political disenfranchisement. Business per se is not the problem. Buying, selling, and bartering existed long before capitalism. The elevation of an economic bottom line to the top priority of all our endeavors is the problem. I do not believe that everything in America is wrong, nor do I believe that there is no hope. I do believe that this society is in the midst of a major meltdown and that in the next millennium we will look back on this stage and wonder why we couldn't see the problems for what they actually were. America is imploding. While the United States certainly has been the most militarily powerful country of the past century, military power is no real measure of social well-being. When we closely examine the social conditions of all people in this SOCI 213, the conclusion that there are serious problems is obvious. This grand experiment called America was seriously odd from the beginning, based as it was on the liquidation of Native Americans and the enslavement of Africans, all just in the name of life, liberty, and the pursuit of material/economic happiness. The main reason that people came to and continue to come to America is because of the perception and the opportunity to make fortunes, but all such fortunes are made at the terrible expense of various peoples, mainly, but not exclusively, people of color, worldwide. The problem is that the center can no longer hold. The world cannot and will not continue to provide over 60% of its resources to a country that has far less than 10% of its population. There will be a change. The course and results of this change are what is in question. In the here and now, the solution is for us to open our eyes, travel the world, and begin to end out for ourselves what is going on. The solution is to begin to think and act and live globally. The solution can be found by living harmoniously while putting ethics and not economics in the lead, by emphasizing cultural integrity rather than racial purity, by advocating and maintaining alliances with peoples of color and people of good deeds whomever they may be. Korean shopkeepers, Vietnamese merchants, Chinese restaurateurs, none of these are our real enemies. Multinational corporations, the US government, academic citadels, none of these are our real friends. For particularly revealing insights on how America actually works, and for insight into how minorities in high positions don't and can't make a major difference in the economic and political well-being of the masses, read 2 books, Diversity in the Power Elite, Have Women and Minorities Reached the Top? By Richard L. Zwigenhaft and G. William Domho, and Who Rules America Now? A View for the ADS by G. William Domho. Many of us have never faced the truth about the society into which we were born and a society whose existence we accept as the work of God rather than the machinations of classes and interest groups often operating out of pure greed and material self-interest. Without serious study, we are not even prepared to argue our beliefs or make accurate analysis of our problems. For far too many of us, the popular media is the sum total of our education and understanding of both world affairs and the realities of American life. You can believe the ideals, myths, and outright lies if you want to, but I'll take a hard truth over a soft lie any day of the week. The truth is we are 214. Knowingly lied to every day of the week by those who have a stake in the status quo. What we really need are leaders who will call into question all of our beliefs and challenge us to address the pressing, very real, and very difficult situations that confront us instead of advocating a mixture of metaphysics and fatalism. A mixture of the traditional put it in God/Jesus' hands and there's no way like the American way. If those options are the solution, how is it that after nearly 100 years of one nation under God we have the problems we have today? The majority of our so-called leaders lie about telling the truth because they are not our leaders but rather are handpicked and specially groomed Judas goats whose main task is to quietly lead us to economic and political slaughter. Regardless of what our leaders believe and what God they pray to, the results of their actions deem them for what they are. And that's the truth. Part 3 features essays that honor, evoke, and expand on the Bandung era in the realm of cultural production and the arts. The African-American writer-polemicist Ishmael Reed himself was a major catalyst and connector for Asian American writers. In his terse and humble recounting of how he met and helped Asian American writers such as Frank Chin, Lawson Inata, and Sean Wang among many others, we are given a rare original account of the origins of modern Asian American literary production. The scholar-activist gives a more detailed analysis of Black Asian female literary production and collaboration. A common theme running through this section is the large debt owed by modern Asian American creativity to African American culture and politics. The Vietnamese American spoken word artist Thien Bao Tuc Phi describes the impact of black hip-hop culture upon working-class urban Asian American youth. Two essays by Kim Hewitt and Ron Wheeler with David Kaufman are devoted to Black Asian interactions and inspirations in the martial arts, a cultural territory where Asian dominance both in actuality and in media representation has been uncontested. The ethnomusicologist and master drummer Royal Hartigan offers a precise and careful guide to Afro-Asian aesthetics in his essay The American Drum Set. The impact of Third Worldism is noted in the unique presence and role of Bill Cole, the ethnomusicologist and jazz musician who performs Asian double reeds, interviewed here by Ishmael Reed. The Yellow and the Black. I grew up in a city that was largely black and white. Of course, there were ethnic differences, but they were not discussed. For blacks, groups like the Jews, Italians, and Irish were white. To whites, we were black. Ethnic differences were something that happened abroad. This became clearer to me when I traveled to Paris. I was 15 and attended a world conference where many people were attired in their native dress. When I arrived in New York, I found that ethnic differences were more obvious than those in Bullitt and Aloe, New York. One of the reasons was that there was a larger immigrant community, Puerto Rican, Eastern European, and Asian. Living on the Lower East Side, I made friends with Puerto Rican writers, and I remember at least one Russian immigrant named Victor, who often visited our apartment. Carla Blank introduced me to a number of Japanese artists who were living in New York at the time. They in 218. Claude Suzushi Hanayagi, who has performed my work in Japan, her husband, the painter Isamu Kawai, and the jazz pianist Toshiko Akiyoshi. I met Frank Chin in 1969 or so, when I published an excerpt from his novel A Chinese Lady Dies in my anthology 19 Necromancers from Now. It was at the party to celebrate the publication of this anthology that the writers who became known as the Four Horsemen of Asian American Literature met for the RST time: Sean Wang, Frank Chin, J.E. Chan, and Lawson Inata. Sean dates their collaboration to this meeting, in an essay printed in Carla Blank's forthcoming book, Rediscovering America. I sent Frank's play The Year of the Dragon to Chis Schultz, one of the producers of Sesame Street. I'd met Chis in 1969 after the publication of my novel Yellowback Radio broke down. Chis got Frank's play produced at the Public Theater, and it was also produced on the public broadcasting system. As editor of Yardbird magazine, I invited the Four Horsemen to do a special issue. The result was Yardbird 3, the Asian American issue, which is now considered a classic work and one of the important documents of the Asian American Renaissance. Moreover, I published Sean Wang's home base under our imprint Reed and Cannon Publishing. It was the RST novel published by an American-born Chinese male. I also was responsible for introducing the Four Horsemen's work to Charles Harris at Howard University Press. He published their AIIIEEE, an anthology of Asian American writers. I met May Burse-Senbrugge in 1974 and published her book Random Possession. It was well received by the poet John Ashbery, as well as an important event in May's rise as one of America's leading language poets. We published a number of distinguished Asian American writers in the Yardbird and Ybird and Quilt series, including C.Y.N. Zarko and Jessica Hagedorn, and many have received American Book Awards from our organization, the Before Columbus Foundation. In the early 1990s I produced a video of Genny Lim's The Only Language She Knows, featuring Genny and directed by M.J. Lee and Carla Blank. The Emmy Award winner Alan Willis was the videographer, and John Jang contributed the musical score. This production was included in LM festivals in Europe and the United States and exhibited in Japan. My collaboration with Asian American writers and artists has strengthened my work. I studied Japanese, and the songs I wrote in Japanese were well received by audiences at Tokyo's Blue Note during my one-week gig. The Yellow and the Black 219. There with the Conjure Band in August of 2003. My song Tokyo Woman Blues was performed by Alvin Youngblood Hart, backed up by David Murray, Yasvani Terry, Leono Santelli, Billy Bang, Fernando Saunders, Anthony Cox, Robbie Amin, Horatio El Negro Hernandez, Pedro Martinez, and Richard Flores. Fernando Saunders sang My in an Azabu Cafe, which I recited in Japanese. This concert was covered by Yuri Kageyama of the Associated Press. In the early 1970s I published Yuri's book of poetry, Peeling. We Asian Americans, African Americans, Native Americans, and Hispanics have formed a coalition that has transformed American literature. This movement has not, however, been recognized by the literary oligarchy, which is still guided by the tastes of those who desire all of us to become Anglo. This view is expressed by the oligarchy's spokesperson Andrew Hacker, who has written the same plea a dozen or so times over the years in the New York Review of Books. We refuse to make things easy for them. The multicultural renaissance is recognized everywhere but in our own country. This is the way it's been for jazz musicians, so it's to be expected. Gender, sexuality, and post-1965 Afro-Asian coalition building in the Yardbird Reader and This Bridge Called My Back. I end their prologue to the anthology of poetry Time Degrees. Incantations from the Third World. The editors discuss the need for Third World people to recognize mutual interests, especially in the name of self-representation. We share common problems of racism, lack of capital and tools, but we share the common beauty of understanding and expressing the rhythm and color of our lives for real. To this end, Third World Communications, a coalition of Black, Raza, Asian, American Indian, and Native Island people, had formed in 1971 to pool together their resources to publish and distribute the work of ethnic writers. Time Degrees exemplified this effort and celebrated the ability of its contributors to overcome the differences that threaten to divide them. The Degrees is a feast, a sharing of our food. This book is a sharing of spirits and a feast of words, music, and symbols. On the other hand, coalition building as theorized by Bernice Johnson Reagon assumes not just a special issue 221. A much less celebratory cast. Coalition work is not work done in your home. Coalition work has to be done in the streets. And it is some of the most dangerous work you can do. You don't get a lot of food in a coalition. You don't get fed a lot in a coalition less than or equal to. Nonetheless, both Reagon and the editors of Grease perceive the need to build coalitions rather than to advocate separatism, deemed by Barbara Smith as a strategy that often takes it to hell with its stance. Instead of working to challenge the system and to transform it, many separatists wash their hands of it and the system continues on its merry way, distinguishing separatism from autonomy. Smith explains in an oft-cited passage that whereas autonomy comes from a position of strength, separatism comes from a position of fear. When we are truly autonomous we can deal with other kinds of people, a multiplicity of issues, and with difference, because we have formed a solid base of strength with those with whom we share identity and or political commitment greater than or equal to. It is this spirit of coalition building, one that conceptualizes race, gender, and class as interlocking or simultaneous forms of oppression, that characterizes the key U.S. ethnic literary institutions and texts of the 1970s and 1980s. For example, the Lesbian Journal Conditions, 1977, 1990, one of the few feminist magazines that consistently published work by and about Third World women, was committed to reading the experiences and viewpoints of Third World, working class, and older women. Notably, this commitment was rooted not only in its content but also in its editorial collective, which in 1982 included Dorothy Allison, Cheryl Clark, Joel Gomez, and Mirtha Quintanales, while Cherry Moraga served as the journal's OCE manager. Within this climate of Third World coalition building, Afro-Asian literary collaborations flourished. Especially important to the history, politics, and aesthetics of these collaborations are two texts and their respective publishers: Yardbird Publishing Company's Yardbird Reader, Volume 3, The Asian American Issue, 1974, and Kitchen Table, Women of Color Press. This Bridge Called My Back, Writings by Radical Women of Color, 1983. Both presses were substantially indebted to the work of African American writer-activists. Yardbird Publishing was founded in 1971 by N.L. Young. Kitchen Table was largely the work of Barbara Smith, and at the initial meeting in 1980 that Smith organized to do something about publishing, there were only women of African American and African Carib. 222. Being descent in the room, Reed, Young, and Smith realized that people of color would be unheard as long as they did not possess their own media, and as long as the American literary scene remained, in Reed's words, a white settler's fortress. Yet the term black press is somewhat misleading in the cases of Yardbird and Kitchen Table, insofar as they published and supported all writers of color. Indeed, Sean Wong asserts that it was through institutional support by the black press that many Asian Americans were exposed to the black arts/black power movements, rather than the other way around, according to the black arts poet, jazz critic, and scholar Ron Wellburn. Reed was the driving force behind the need to have some kind of annual publication a la New American Review, a digest of fiction, essays, and poetry, and which would take up the slack left by Amistad, the 2-volume anthology of black writing co-edited by Charles Harris and John A. Williams. Many liberal literary magazines also ran special ethnic issues, after which an ethnic writer was lucky to get into their pages to address this dearth of venues for ethnic literature. Reed, and other African American writers, including Williams, Wellburn, and Clarence Major, had decided to edit a collection of multi-ethnic work to be called Dews, an annual of New Earth writing. The editor-in-chief, Wellburn, collected 2 volumes worth of material, but the project fell through. Its spirit eventually attained material form in the V.E. Yardbird Readers, which contained the work of scores of Asian, Hispanic, Afro, and Euro-American writers, is not equal to Yardbird and Reed's support of Asian American writers, many of whom were ignored or rejected not only by white America but by other Asian Americans, is emphasized in Frank Chin and Sean Wong's introduction to the third Yardbird Reader. Yardbird Publishing Cooperative is the RST Berkeley San Francisco-based national publication to acknowledge the existence of an Asian American cultural tradition that is not mere mimicry or exotic artifact. We weren't surprised to learn that blacks were quicker to understand and appreciate the value of Asian American writing than whites. 6. Reed had already included an excerpt from Chin's novel, A Chinese Lady Dies, in his anthology 19 Necromancers from Now, 1970, and he supported the publication of AIIIEEE, an anthology of Asian American writers, which had initially been rejected by white-owned publishing houses on the basis of its being either too, or not properly, ethnic. Eventually, Howard University. 223. Press brought it out with their inaugural list of books. Reed also published Wong's RST novel, Home Base, under the imprint I Read Books, after several publishers had turned down what would become an award-winning book, and, for a time, the only novel by a Chinese American in print in America. Unlike the Yardbird Cooperative, Kitchen Table, the RST, and in its time the only press founded and directed by women of color, did not initially publish Euro-American writers, since its founders saw the need to address RST the barriers preventing women of color from publishing during what Barbara Smith called the era of the special issue. Less than or equal to, as Smith further notes, on the most basic level, Kitchen Table Press began because of our need for autonomy, our need to determine independently both the content and the conditions of our work, and to control the words and images that were produced about us. As feminist and lesbian of color writers, we knew that we had no options for getting published except at the mercy or whim of others in either commercial or alternative publishing, since both are white-dominated greater than or equal to. Nonetheless, Kitchen Table privileged coalition building over separatism, choosing from the outset to publish and to serve as a resource network for all women of color. Despite the fact that, as one interviewer put it, a lot of women ask why Kitchen Table is publishing white women and Japanese women, straying from the works of black women only, Smith stood by the press commitment to all women of color, of all nationalities, sexual orientations, classes. Smith rightly notes that this was one of our bravest steps. Most people of color have chosen to work in their separate groups when they do media or other projects. We were saying that as women, feminists, and lesbians of color we had experiences and work to do in common, although we also had our differences. As an extension of this logic, Kitchen Table tried to reach all people of color and not only women, since it understood racism and sexism to be interconnected like Yardbird. Then, Kitchen Table enabled the work of Asian American writers in particular, women writers to be read and heard, in addition to anthologies such as Bridge and Home Girls. Kitchen Table published Mitsuya Yamada's Desert Run, Poems and Stories, and Hisei Yamamoto's 17 Syllables and Other Stories, the latter of which became the RST title that a lesbian feminist press had sold to a major book club, as well as freedom organizing pamphlets including Merle Wu's Our Common Enemy Our. 224. Common Cause, Freedom Organizing in the 80s, which was co-published with Audre Lorde's Apartheid U.S.A. Kitchen Table's commitment to Third World struggles for self-determination is shown in its 1984 publication of A Comrade is as Precious as a Rice Seedling, a book by the Filipina dissident Mila Aguilar, who was imprisoned under the Marcos regime and released in 1986 when her book drew international attention by turning to two of the groundbreaking texts of multicultural literature published by Yardbird and Kitchen Table, the aforementioned Asian American issue of the Yardbird Reader, 1974, and This Bridge Called My Back, RST published in 1981 by Persephone Press. I want to focus on the question of how gender and sexuality are central to our understanding of the Afro-Asian literary and political coalitions of the 1970s and 1980s. The two collections are distinct and even opposed in their political goals. Bridge is explicitly left in its theorizations of Third World feminism, while the reader's main concern, as expressed by the editor's statements, is the recovery of literature by and for Asian Americans. Furthermore, Bridge's radical feminism diametrically opposes the reader's masculine reconstruction of Asian American identity. This male-centered cultural nationalism challenges the racist emasculation by the United States of Asian American men through exclusion acts and anti-miscegenation laws resulting in Chinese and Filipino bachelor societies, restrictions on Asian men's economic mobility in America, many of which pushed Asian men into occupations devalued for being women's work, such as laundering, and pop culture representations of the asexual or homosexual Asian male, Fu Manchu, Charlie Chan. As Frank Chan argues elsewhere, Chinese America was rigged to be a race of males going extinct without women. Nonetheless, Asian Americanists have criticized Chin and Wang both separately and together, as co-editors, along with J.E. Ari Paul Chan and Lawson Fuseo Inada, of the AIIIEEE anthology, for their patriarchal and heteronormative formulations of Asian American identity. Omega, on the other hand, Bridge, edited by the Chicano feminists Cherry Moraga and Gloria Anzaldúa, marked a watershed moment in feminist scholarship. Not only did it address sexism and homophobia in communities of color and demonstrate that women's liberation cannot coexist with national oppression, but it did so as one of the RST anthologies of multicultural feminism and as one of the RST feminist collections comprised primarily by the writing of working-class lesbians of color. While the need to address racism and classism in the U.S. women's movement e. 225 Tiley spurred Anzaldúa to create a Third World women's anthology, Bridge is ultimately anchored by its positive affirmation of the commitment of women of color to our own feminism, XXIII. This gender division between the two texts breaks down, however, in the course of their engagements with the dangerous work of coalition building across lines of race. Because Bridge explicitly theorizes such coalition building in ways that are more implicit in the reader, I will begin by discussing Bridge even though it came out 7 years after the reader in order to examine the dialectical relationship between autonomy and coalition as it informs our understanding of identity politics and post-1965 Afro-Asian cultural collaborations. In the greater part of this essay I will then argue that the reader initially represents but ultimately cannot sustain a masculinist Asian American cultural nationalism in the course of its Afro-Asian, but, more broadly, multicultural, aesthetic experimentations. In particular, this androcentrism is interrogated by two of the reader's centerpiece texts, Lawson Fuseo Inada's long poem Japanese Geometry, and Act 2 of Frank Chin's play The Chicken Coop Chinaman, as they draw upon the jazz poetics of the Black Arts movement while originating their own symbols and myths of Asian American genius and empowerment. Less than or equal to is not equal to. It is impossible to focus only on Afro-Asian collaborations in Bridge, for each of its pieces comes out of and speaks to the lives of all women of color, not to mention the fact that Bridge was shaped RST and foremost by the Chicano feminists Moraga and Anzaldúa. Just as one of the greatest achievements of Kitchen Table Press was its ultimate commitment to all people of color, the significance of Bridge has been recognized as its transformative, coalitional consciousness leading to new alliances. Less than or equal to it is this aspect that sets it apart from other women of color anthologies, most of which were anchored on a single racial identity. Barbara Noda's lowriding through the women's movement presents one clear example of Bridges' multicultural, feminist ethos. As an elegy for a comrade, Sharon Liu, as well as a larger meditation on the demise of political organizations and political will, Noda's essay recalls the ephemeral days when she and her Asian American, Chicana, and black sisters discussed the colonized and the colonizer while Sharon distributed green tea, Chinese pastries, and Aimé Césaire's Discourse on Colonialism, 138. Then, as the evening wound down, we stormed out together, third world sisters, and dragged Maine with the masses, 138. The male, working class. 226. Chicano tradition of lowriding, in which Noda and her sisters nonetheless participate as they drag Maine with the masses, serves as a metaphor for challenging the white, middle-class women's movement, hence the essay's title, Male Chauvinism in Communities of Color, and the Norms of Capitalist America, as Noda ironically speculates sometime after her Third World Women's Group has disbanded, maybe we knew something then that we needed to forget in order to live more meaningful lives. When we joined the lowriders in the ignorant pursuit of their destiny, 139. It is precisely this knowledge that she needs to remember as she is then confronted with the leveled site of the International Hotel, 139, a focal point of Asian American organizing in the 1970s, less than or equal to concluding with reactions on this former landmark. Noda might seem to address only Asian Americans. However, within the context of the essay, which arms the multicultural roots of her politicization through its references to Césaire and lowriding as well as the International Hotel, this image of irrevocable loss like Sharon's death speaks to all people of color. It is not just Asian Americans but all of Noda's comrades who deem us in her assertion that, in the wake of such loss, the humanity that had kept us warm and huddled together through makeshift Christmas dinners, internal crises, and external warfare had been strained from the air. 139. Noda thus poses the question of how people of color, and third world women in particular, work through death, whether it be the death of a comrade or a political group or action. In doing so, she explores the dialectic between autonomy, exemplified by Asian American activism around the International Hotel, and interracial solidarity, exemplified by her Third World Women's Group. While, in their own ways, all of the bridge pieces address the dialectical relationship between autonomy and interconnectedness, the Combahee River Collective Statement, written in 1977 and reprinted in Bridge, is especially important as a groundbreaking document within the history of black feminist and woman of color radicalism. Much has been written about this text, but a few of its assertions bear reiteration and further exploration in assessing its contribution to the intertextual and intercultural dialogues within Bridge. For this purpose, one of the most striking points made by the collective concerns its definition of identity politics. Identity politics is now battle-scarred and even, by some accounts, defunct, but when the collective RST articulated its principles in 1977 it was a revolutionary concept. In fact, the founding member Barbara Smith claims that the collective invented the 227 term, which had never been quite formulated in the way that we were trying to formulate it, particularly because we were talking about homophobia, lesbian identity, as well less than or equal to greater than or equal to. The latter part of this statement is even more radical, centering sexuality as it does within the project of revolutionary struggle. The implications of centering sexuality in this manner are lucidly explained by the collective member Cheryl Clark in her Bridge essay Lesbianism, an Act of Resistance, in which she asserts that lesbianism, so long rendered invisible within communities of color, is a form of resistance that should be championed throughout the world by all the forces struggling for liberation from the same slave master. 128. This radical centering of sexuality within the collective's conceptualization of identity politics speaks to its belief that the most profound and potentially the most radical politics comes directly out of our own identity, as opposed to working to end somebody else's oppression. 212. This definition of identity politics might appear to subscribe to what Patricia Hill Collins calls an additive model of oppression, which ranks categories of identity such that one, like sexuality, is privileged over others less than or equal to. By contrast, the black feminist thought exemplified by the collective statement asserts the need to develop integrated analysis and practice based on the fact that the major systems of oppression are interlocking. 210. a corollary being that although we are feminists and lesbians, we feel solidarity with progressive black men and do not advocate the fractionalization that white women who are separatists demand. 213. Less than or equal to this argument, that identity politics is constitutively coalitional, bears repeating precisely because one of the main reasons for its dismissal by the right and by the left has been its supposed and real narrowness, its inability, or unwillingness to speak beyond its own concerns or to EECT systemic transformation. The third aspect of the collective statement that I want to underscore is its rooting of identity politics in anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist critique, something else that gets lost in most subsequent formulations of identity politics. We are socialists because we believe the work must be organized for the collective benefit of those who do the work and create the products, and not for the prod of the bosses. Material resources must be equally distributed among those who create these resources. We are not convinced, however, that a socialist revolution that is not also a feminist and anti-racist revolution will guarantee our liberation. 213. To some extent, Bridge itself contributes to the downplaying of the collective's radicalism in this regard. 228. For example, Moraga's important critique of the left's narrow view of writing by women of color seems to dichotomize spiritual activism and structural analysis, socialist revolution, and feminist/anti-racist revolution. In writing this conclusion, I GHT the myriad voices that live inside me. The voices that stop my pen at every turn of the page. They are the voices that tell me here I should be talking more materialistically about the oppression of women of color, that I should be plotting out a strategy for third world revolution. But what I really want to write about is faith. The materialism in this book lives in the ash of these women's lives. 18. Yet as Anzaldúa makes clear in La Prieta, one of her Bridge essays, faith and materialism, in either senses of the word implied by Moraga above, are not mutually exclusive. Rather, Anzaldúa theorizes spiritualism, el mundo zurdo, the left-handed world, in order to enable materialist analysis and strategy by going deep into the self and expanding out into the world, a simultaneous recreation of the self and a reconstruction of society, one in which thousands go to bed hungry every night and do numbing shit work 8 hours a day each day of their lives. 208. These three aspects of the collective statement that gender and sexuality are central to revolutionary struggle, and that identity politics must be constitutively coalitional and class-conscious are the primary themes of the fourth section of Bridge, Between the Lines, on culture, class, and homophobia, which explores the differences that we have feared to mention because of our urgent need for solidarity with each other as well as the similarities that so often go unrecognized. 106. Strikingly, nearly half of the pieces in this section 4 out of 9 take an epistolary form and thus comprise 2/3 of the 6 letters in Bridge as a whole. Like Barbara Noda's personal essay, also featured in this section, each letter engages what Hill Collins calls the creative tension between the specificity needed to study the workings of race, class, and gender in the lives of women of color, and generalizations about these systems created by cross-cultural and trans-historical research. 224. Less than or equal to the letter form as it functions in Bridge seems to enable this creative tension by marking itself as at once private and public, while each letter is addressed from one woman speaking from a given standpoint to another. Dear Maud, Querida Chabela, Dear Barbara, it implicitly acknowledges its wider audience by interweaving. 229. With its intimate revelations their significance to other women, people of color, and whites. Merle Wu's letter to Ma exemplifies this interweaving of private with public address, of the specificity of an Asian American lesbian's experience with its relevance to other women and the patriarchal norms that constrain their lives. You gave me, physically, what you never had, but there was a spiritual, emotional legacy you passed down which was reinforced by society, self-contempt because of our race, our sex, our sexuality. For deeply ingrained in me, Ma, there has been that strong, compulsive force to sink into self-contempt, passivity, and despair. 141. Mirtha Quintanilles's letters, I come with no illusions and I paid very hard for my immigrant ignorance, which are addressed respectively to Isabel Yrigoyen and Barbara Smith, are similarly introspective in their reactions on the relationship between the author, a light-skinned Cuban woman from a middle-class background, and her lover, a working-class white woman. However, like Wu, Quintanales extrapolates from the personal to explore issues of political significance to women and men of all races, interrogating the categories of women of color and third world women, critiquing the racism of white and ethnic minority women, combating the tendency to obscure the issue of class and its relationship to race and ethnicity so important for the understanding of the dilemma. 151. Assessing both the need for separatist spaces, 153, as well as the pure folly of thinking that a small group of Latina or Black or Chinese American lesbians can, on its own, create a feminist revolution. 154. Taken separately and together, the voices of Bridge exemplify the dialectics of autonomy and coalition, separatism, and interconnectedness, by positing feminist critique at the heart of multiracial, anti-capitalist struggle. The Yardbird Reader, Volume 3, extends the largely male-centered Asian American cultural nationalism that Frank Chin and Sean Wang had articulated in AIIIEEE, an anthology of Asian American writers. The Reader's editorial statements and many of its selections assert a militant ethnic identity that highlights unique cultural traits based on language, history, and values. 357. In order to transform the political consciousness of its audience less than or equal to pi for Chin and Wang, the primary terrain on which this struggle to read in Asian America takes place is the arts, music, LM, and especially literature. First and foremost, this issue of the Reader positions itself as a tribute to the men who broke ground in Asian American cultural work. Our greatest pioneer, 9, John Okada, the Japanese American author of No No Boy, a novel. 230. About the impact of internment on a young Japanese American man, and James Wong Howe, the Academy Award-winning cinematographer whose passport photograph, a headshot of a young boy immigrating from China, commands our gaze on the Reader's cover. After the table of contents, the RST image and text to appear a photograph of John Okada at his desk and a poem by Lawson Fuseo Inada comprise a dedication to Okada's memory, one made all the more poignant by the editor's disclosure in the introduction that Okada had died only weeks before they had become acquainted with his work, and that his widow had burned his papers in the belief that no one would be interested in them. Together with Howe's passport photograph, the dedication to Okada signees the urgent need to recover a rich cultural heritage always in danger of being unrecognized or erased by the racist gaze. This recovery is enacted by a multifaceted prole of Howe, the RST text to appear after the prefatory section less than or equal to. In commencing with these tributes, the editors reconstruct a history of Asian American cultural work with roots in Chinese American and Japanese American forefathers. Yet, balancing autonomy and coalition is also at stake in the Reader less than or equal to omega. Even as the editors read an Asian American culture, the Reader is substantially informed by the Black aesthetic, and its third world internationalism greater than or equal to is not equal to as the aesthetic counterpart to Black power. The Black arts movement involved countering centuries of Eurocentric ideology, decolonizing the mind, developing a separate symbolism, mythology, critique, and iconology that emerged from and supported the Black revolutionary struggle for self-determination, and protecting Black culture from being stolen or exploited by whites greater than or equal to. Thus, art was inextricable from political and socio-economic concerns. The Black aesthetic was also eminently vernacular and performative, and its different branches, poetry, drama, music, dance, nourished each other. As an example of the Black aesthetic, Ron Welburn's poem Bookman in America, the RST text by a Black writer to appear in the Reader, couples musicality with third world/diasporic consciousness to critique U.S. cultural imperialism by reinventing the Haitian slave revolt leader as a symbol of its degradation. Bookman came by this way, beating the breast of a chicken as if it were a drum. 231. Came by chanting a horse lyric the prophets recalled before radios and money. Bookman was arrested, Bookman was committed, and niggers just stood, despising Haiti and forgetting their galaxy, and watched. The poem's alliteration, in particular the hard/b/ and its syntactic repetition produce an incantatory rhythm that evokes Bookman's status as a voodoo priest whose oratory skills instigated a slave revolt in Haiti, what was then San Domingo. However, Bookman is relegated to beating the breast of a chicken and chanting a horse lyric in the wake of the triumph of radios and money's synecdoches for the culture of consumption. In this age, Bookman's capture does not spark revolution but rather deepens apathy and self-hatred. The /d/ that ends lines 9, 11 and 14 juxtaposes the statements that while Bookman was arrested and committed, niggers just stood and watched. These plosives halt each of these lines, just as revolutionary action is suspended. Through this negative example, Welburn illustrates the need to counter the historical amnesia and consumerism fostered by white American culture. While incorporating key elements of the black aesthetic, such as its jazz poetics, its roots in the aspirations and struggles of the people, and its emphasis on the reciprocity between revolution and art, Asian American writers developed their own forms. Al Robles's Ocean of Words, Tropes, Cyn Zarco's Parking Space in the Heart of America, Symbols, Lawson Inada's Shakuhachi, and Miss Frank Chin's Chicken Coop Chinaman. In this way, Asian Americans expressed solidarity with African Americans and rejected what Chin calls racist love while articulating their distinct, complex, and often contradictory relationships to their Asian heritage and the American nation-state. For writers such as Robles and Zarco, anti-imperialist critique, and the affirmation of Filipino nationhood was analogous to the black aesthetics, sometimes romanticized, recovery and celebration of African roots. For others, such as Inada and Chin, asserting the 232 Americanness of Asian Americans was a priority in the 1970s, given the perpetually foreign status assigned to them by white America. For these Asian American cultural nationalists, self-determination and nationhood were not goals in the way that they were for the Black Power movement or for Asian American revolutionary nationalists. Like Welburn's Bookman, Al Robles's Rapping with 1 Million Carabaos in the Dark exhorts its addressees to decolonize their minds. Most of the poem is presented as an all-night session with Robles, Bill Soro, and other community activists who in the late 1960s and early 1970s fought the eviction of tenants, notably elderly, working-class Filipino men, Manongs, of San Francisco's International Hotel. Thus, rapping uses the everyday speech of Filipino Americans to convey its subject matter and message, which are rooted in the community of Manongs who live, hang, and roam in Manila town. Bill Soro, you know, when I go into the pool halls and see my Filipino brothers, I want to say, you know, I want to say to them that I know how you feel, you know, that I know how you think. I want to say to them Manong, 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 don't you know? You are being fucked. 12:18. The poem also breaks with Western poetic conventions such as the dramatic lyric or the monologue, which centers on the individual subject of consciousness. Although the poem identifies Bill Soro as the speaker of lines 12:18, none of the remaining lines are assigned speakers despite the fact that the participants of this rap session are listed in line 2. It could be argued that the rest of the poem is in fact spoken by Soro, but the unconventional punctuation complicates this reading. While Soro's lines are demarcated by quotation marks, none of the preceding or following lines are so enclosed. Within this freely conversational ocean of words, line 1, it is impossible to distinguish among speakers who share a vision of reclaiming Filipino national identity, as exemplified in their appropriation of Black is Beautiful. I am brown, I am together, I am beautiful, line 19. Thus, Robles creates a collective poetic voice that emerges from the ocean of words and that by the poem's conclusion becomes 233. A million brown Lipino faces chanting, Maki Baka, Maki Baka, Maki Baka, Maki Baka, Maki Baka, Maki Baka greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Meanwhile, the trope of brownness comes to signify both a shared, originary home, brown equals brown equals brown equals brown equals / fallen coconuts on a cold winter day, and the future potential for a new, revolutionary consciousness brown power. Filipinos, if you only know how brown you are, you would slide down from the highest mountaintop, you would whip out your lava tongue and burn up all that white shit that's keeping your people down. Two other traits shared by African American and Asian American cultural nationalism were, unfortunately, misogyny and homophobia, and in most cases it was the women writers who presented feminine, queer, and / or feminist perspectives. The poet Cyn Zarco's Pasic Lover proposes that their bodies and erotic impulses enable women to envision an alternative to the emptiness and sterility of the heart of America. In line 1, the poem's speaker tells us, naked I write, and it is the ability to be only in her skin that allows her to feel the waves of the Pasic as a tongue in her ear transporting her to the Philippines, while her mother, in a negligee, can only hear her father snoring. The alienating EX of living in the United States, epitomized by its urban car culture. How we must learn to automobiles to stick shift to end the parking space in the heart of America are fought not with the eroticized, linguistic violence that we see in Robles' poem, but with the sensual dream of returning to a homeland where the poem's speaker can become a new source of life and community. Please bury my body under a mango tree feed the fruit to my friends. The possibility for black and yellow solidarity is probed in the Asian American women's experiences in Issei Yamamoto's story The Brown House, about a RST generation Japanese American woman married to a 234. Compulsive gambler greater than or equal to the eponymous gambling den is also a multicultural space that enables the intermingling of all sorts of people: white, yellow, brown, and black. 206. In the pursuit of money, even conflicts between people of Asian descent are put aside, as Mrs. Wu, the proprietress of the house, tells Mrs. Hattori. This is America. China and Japan have war, all right, but she shrugged, it's not our fault. 208. This prot-motivated ethnic tolerance is revised by Mrs. Hattori during a police raid on the Brown House, when one of its patrons, an African-American man, seeks shelter in the Hattori's car. Although initially tarried, she altruistically helps him. However, when her husband returns to the car and discovers the man's presence, he angrily reproaches Mrs. Hattori for allowing them to be in such proximity to a kurambo, a derogatory Japanese word for black people. Mrs. Hattori points out his hypocrisy insofar as he had no compunctions about that. When he was inside that house, 209, and their quarrel ends with Mr. Hattori beating her. The story thus links the policing of racial boundaries with patriarchal violence, while situating the possibility for black/yellow solidarity within a Japanese-American woman's struggle against both male domination and materialism. Texts like Zarco's and Yamamoto's interrogate androcentric and homosocial gyrations of both Asian American cultural nationalism and Afro-Asian coalition building in the reader. More surprisingly, this anti-patriarchal inquiry extends in different forms through two of the anthology's central texts by writers infamous for reproducing sexist discourses of ethnic identity, Lawson Fuseo Inada and Frank Chin. Along with the beginning section on James Wong Howe, Inada's poem Japanese Geometry and Act 2 of Chin's play, The Chicken Coop Chinaman, are the reader's longest pieces, respectively. They comprise the middle and end of the collection. The privileging of these works by and about men is symptomatic, I think, of the reader's androcentrism. Yet these centerpiece texts do not only present further Asian American re-articulations of the black aesthetic, but ones that lead to coalition building across lines of gender as well as race. Moreover, Inada reminds us that Afro-Asian literary collaborations were not in fact bicultural but multicultural by drawing on the aesthetics and political concerns of American Indian writers and artists, whom Chin and Wong also included in the reader. As with Robles's Rapping with 1 Million Carabaos in the Dark and Zarco's Pasic Lover, the Black Arts Movement's anti-colonial poetics in 235 fuses the work of Inada, who draws upon the structures, rhythms, and sensibilities of jazz to celebrate its enduring philosophy of adaptability, ingenuity, creation, and to re-examine racial and national identity. As Inada writes in his introduction to his jazz poetry in Legends from Camp, the music we of Fresno's West Side, primarily Asians, blacks, and Latinos most loved and played and used was Negro music. It was something we could share in common, like a lingua franca in our colored community. And in our distorted reality of aliens and alienation, it even felt like citizenship. It seemed so very American on unforeign instruments, and the words it used were English. Not across town or hit parade English, perhaps, but nevertheless an English that, in its own way, did the job greater than or equal to. In noting that jazz seemed so very American, Inada capitalizes on the fact that America's RST original music is an African-American cultural form in order to reclaim the very idea of Americanness for those traditionally at its margins, slaves and the descendants of slaves, the Latinos, and Asians of Fresno's West Side who spoke non-standard, not across town or hit parade, English. In Japanese Geometry, Inada's jazz poetics explore the distorted reality of aliens and alienation produced by the unconstitutional dislocation and imprisonment of Americans of Japanese descent during World War II. A musician as well as a poet, Inada also acts on Larry Neal's assertion apropos of the black arts movement that the poet must become a performer, the way James Brown is a performer. Loud, gaudy, and racy greater than or equal to Japanese geometry begins with a few lines from King Pleasure's version of Parker's Mood by the jazz saxophonist Charlie Yardbird Parker. When you see me come and raise your window high. When you see me leavin' baby hang your head and cry. 130. Despite the fact that the stanza that Inada quotes is about mourning, Pleasure sings it to a swingy, syncopated beat. Inada seems to imply similarly that the pacing of this stanza would be quicker than other parts of the prologue, with their even and large spacing. Goin' to Wairika. Goin' to Wairika. 236. Goin' to Wairika. Sorry that I can't take you. 130. Pleasure's version of Parker's Mood thus presents the twinned, tragicomic motifs of the journey and of death going to Kansas City. The original lyric refers to the bird's passing, which Pleasure's last stanza describes as a sad but ultimately liberating journey greater than or equal to drawing on the jazz technique of improvisation. Inada picks up and elaborates upon these motifs in the rest of the poem, which presents the speaker's journey from spiritual death to life as a result of his encounter with an American Indian woman in Wairika, California. The idea of the journey also evokes the history of Japanese Americans' forced relocation and internment in desert camps across the West. The trauma of the internment continues to haunt the poem's speaker, Lawson, as he travels from Fresno to Wairika. This becomes evident after he meets Mary Ann, a Pitt River Indian, and several of her relations at a tavern. When they invite Lawson to their home, he drunkenly revisits childhood memories of the camps and reveals the shame he still carries. 1T Nobody pull no shit on me, man, / none of that old time shit, man, / because I'll kill those motherfuckers. 146. The psychic and physical violence of Lawson's experiences in the camps hood his monologue, which climaxes as he recalls the incomprehensible shootings of an elderly Japanese man and of Lawson's dog by soldiers guarding the camp, incidents that symbolize for Lawson the worthlessness of Japanese American life. It is at this moment that Mary Ann's brother-in-law questions the integrity of Lawson's memories, and Lawson beats him with extraordinary savagery, displacing his rage over his disenfranchisement and emasculation by the U.S. military regime onto his unwitting audience. I am throbbing and quivering / and pick up the tubular kitchen chair / and bring it down upon him / with all my force, / smash him again and again. 149. Lawson subsequently is tarried into the cold night, where he falls into a primal struggle between life and death that allows him at last to feel fully the pain of internment. Take me, I can go on forever in this condition. 237. Take me and freeze and die with reason enough, take me with all my life, take me driven struggling, take me to ND someplace. And with all this pain, this everything, slowly take my head in my hands and start to cry, whimpering, sobbing slowly at RST, and then rushing out of me in great long wails, loud sobs rushing their own force, gushing at 151. 52. Unlike Lawson's recounting of his time in camp, his interior monologue here relies as much on rhythm and nonverbal sound as on language to communicate his anguish, and it thus draws on a jazz poetics. The repetition of phrases such as take me creates a RI that ricochets against the desperate melody of the alternating lines, while the whimpering and sobbing and great long wails rushing their own force / gushing at evokes a saxophonist like Early Coltrane, building his emotional shrieks and squawks to a crescendo. Especially in this section, it is the sound of Inada's poetry that conveys its imagery and meaning as much as, if not more than, the denotative and connotative force of the words themselves. For the anguish and confusion that submerge Lawson just as he falls into a stream during this ordeal are ultimately beyond the pale of linguistic expression. We can, however, hear the pain of Lawson's existence in the frantic beat of the lines, propelled by rhythmic repetitions and punctuated by howls and moans. Yet this symbolic near-death by drowning, that part of me / owing / 238. Relinquished / gone. 152. Is simultaneously a baptism and rebirth that, having plumbed jazz roots in the blues' tragic vision, now accepts the possibilities it extends for communication, transcendence, and healing. In particular, Inada explores the cross-racial dimensions of these possibilities as they are articulated in Legends from Camp, where he describes jazz as a lingua franca among different ethnic groups. In Japanese geometry, Jazz and the blues speak specifically to the shared experiences of oppression between Japanese Americans and American Indians. Just as Inada's internment gives rise to his understanding of the blues, such that he has called himself a campsman, signifying on the term bluesman greater than or equal to pi, it facilitates his sense of solidarity with American Indians, since many of the camps were situated on reservations. So you might say that it makes sense that the chief camp's administrator Dillon S. Meyer went on to become chief of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, where he redeployed his policy of relocation, which included, yes, termination. 6. Seemingly with a similar idea in mind, Chin and Wong included in the reader the writers Leslie Marmon Silko and Simon Ortiz, and the artist Aaron Yava, all of whom reiterate the shared concerns among black, yellow, and red cultural revolutionaries. Silko makes this clear in her discussion of Yava's sketches of life on the border towns near the Navajo and Pueblo reservations, which include depictions of one Indian man being beaten by police, and another throwing up. Aaron and I care as much as any Indian people about the Indian self-image and Indian pride. But we have been taught to value truth above all else, and these scenes are true, and they must not be hidden. To hide them is, in a sense, denying that these Indian people exist. Denial of ourselves and our own origins is one of the most devastating psychological weapons the whites have ever found to use against us. 1013. Like Chin and Wong's introduction, Silko's discussion of Yava's work speaks to the need for artists of color to break with white standards of truth that deny life's gross queries, often the product of white American modernity. To do so, artists of color cannot rely on the conventions of a dying culture that, in Silko's words, has grown fat from stolen lands, grown monstrous with its barbarism in Asian wars, burning Asian children. 103. Instead, artists of color must embody their own modes of representation, and in Japanese geometry folk songs take their place alongside the jazz aesthetic as Inada probes the bonds between Japanese Americans and American Indians, recognizing similar ties to their elders, notably, female. 239. Elders who keep alive the old ways, and acknowledging shared struggles over reclaiming their lands. Marianne's and Lawson's visions for taking back the land proclaim that there is room for us, for you. 175. As Marianne's grandmother's song tells the yellow man similarly, Lawson's vision song not only insists that we must have back again the campsites Topaz and Manzanar, Tule Lake and Gila, 172, but also ghettos, the barrio, reservations and plantations all these in our hands. 173. At the end of the poem, Lawson sees himself as a shakuhachi, or Japanese bamboo yurt, letting the wind come in and out of me naturally, of its own force and accord, ling me, around me, with light and sound. 180. However, Lawson describes the shakuhachi as the universal yurt, emphasis added. 180, and indeed this instrument is used to play jazz as well as Japanese folk songs. Once again, Inada portrays music as a lingua franca that enables people of different races to reach and hold each other warm, holding, strong, holding, knowing we will never leave this one who holds us knowing, holding forever. 180, 81. In the same vein, Lawson compares Marianne to a song in the last line of the poem before the epilogue, which itself is the very song with which the poem began. Greater than or equal to this music is no longer purely jazz but a jazz aesthetic reacting Asian American and indigenous struggles to reclaim and recreate America. Furthermore, in Marianne, Inada creates a strong female character who critiques Lawson's bullshitting, masculinist persona, one that typifies the Chinatown cowboy image of Asian American manhood articulated most forcefully by Frank Chin. Greater than or equal to Omega. After Lawson's violent encounter with Marianne's brother-in-law, she reproves them both for feeling like they have to prove their manhood, especially through violence, which she cynically links to what Silko called American barbarism in Asian wars. It always happens, man. People getting hurt, killed. I seen it all my life. And the thing is, it don't have to happen, you know. I mean, who you gotta prove yourself to, you know? I mean, do I have to prove I'm a woman? 240. I feel it. I know. And shit, like Jimmy Marianne's husband, you know, hell, He didn't have to go to no Vietnam, you know. But I mean he went, man. He went. Jimmy went to Vietnam. 161. Here, the war in Vietnam is not only an imperialist war, nor is it only fueled by ideologies of gender linking manhood with violence, which is why, even though he didn't have to go, Jimmy, an American Indian, leaves home to kill Asians and to be killed himself. Additionally, Inada depicts the Vietnam War as one that is ironically fed by the kind of masculinity privileged within the Asian American movement of the 70s. For Mary Ann Associates Lawson's bullshitting the pugilistic attitude that led him to beat her brother-in-law with her husband's need to prove his manhood biting in Vietnam is not equal to this type of masculinity unites Lawson with Chinatown cowboys such as Tam Lum, the protagonist of Chin's play The Chicken Coop Chinaman, the second and last act of which concludes the reader following this Chinese-American writer L.M. Maker as he works on a documentary about a black boxer. The play satirically interrogates the origins of and possibilities for Asian American cultural expression. In particular, the play examines the significance of African American culture to the construction of an authentic Asian American voice. As I will discuss below, Chin draws on elements of jazz poetics and the long narrative poem from black oral tradition known as the toast in order to interrogate an essentialist ontology of race that supports the charge that Asian American cultural forms are merely imitative of African American ones less than or equal to. Furthermore, it is significant that the realization of the Chinese American artist's vision takes the shape of a documentary about a black boxer, since boxing from Jack Johnson's defeat of the Irishman Tommy Burns in 1908. To Joe Louis's victorious rematch with the German Max Schmeling during the rise of Nazism, and especially in the era of Muhammad Ali has been a site of racial struggle. In the 1960s, which saw Ali's friendship with Malcolm X, his conversion to the Nation of Islam, his RST trip to Africa, and his refusal to serve in the Vietnam War, Ali was a forefather and symbol of black power greater than or equal to 241. Yet critics have argued that the Chicken Coop Chinaman ultimately depicts the Asian American artist's realization that he cannot base his search for self and communal affirmation in black cultural nationalism, and the second act would seem to confirm this. Reading the play links the Asian American artist's struggle to be seen and heard to the ultimately thwarted search for a father, especially a black one, who will LL the void left by the conspicuous absence/impotence of Chinese fathers, and who will thereby legitimate Tam's art even though the subject of Tam's documentary is ostensibly the boxer called Ovaltine Jack Dancer. Tam insists that it's the dancer's father, man, Charlie Popcorn, that's gonna make this movie go. 14. And, indeed, Popcorn and not Dancer, who is not even a character in the play, generates the dramatic conflict when he turns out to be the owner of a porn house around whom Dancer had entirely fabricated his genealogy. Just as Tam's naive faith in other fathergers, including the Lone Ranger, is systematically stripped away, so is his faith in Popcorn. Like the Lone Ranger, Popcorn is unmasked as a bigot, although his narrow views of race are much more benign than the Lone Ranger's white supremacy. Even more disturbing for Tam, Popcorn asserts, "I ain't nobody's father, especially Dancer's," emphasis added. 48, thereby crushing Tam's desire to end the father for Dancer and, metonymically, for himself. It would thus appear that the ideals of African American manhood and black power represented by the black boxing trainer who denies any progeny cannot sustain the Asian American artist. Yet this reading is not altogether borne out either thematically or formally. Thematically, as Josephine Lee argues, there is a stronger thrust in Chicken Coop Chinaman toward depicting Asian American men and Black American men as mutually supportive gears whose masculinities complement one another. Although Popcorn refuses to play father to either Dancer or Tam, he revives the legacy of a Chinese elder whom Tam had earlier dismissed with his emasculating description of an old dishwasher who was afraid of white old ladies peeking at him through the keyhole while he bathed. 16. By contrast, Popcorn's memory of a Urs man whom they nicknamed the Chinatown Kid, 272, makes this gur as much of a gur as Dancer or Popcorn himself. Later, this complementary masculinity is rest-aged when Popcorn carries an unmanned Tam home on his back, after Tam has unsuccessfully tried to punch him for not being 242. Dancer's father, and then, somewhat inexplicably, Tam ends up carrying Popcorn on his back. This strange staging symbolizes not only the complementariness of Asian American and African American masculinities but of their cultural work as well, for an undercurrent throughout the play is its anxiety over making it on the backs of black people, especially through faking blackness. 19. This accusation is expressed most explicitly in Act I through Lee, a yellow woman passing for white. 259. Pi when Tam greets her son, Robbie, with "Gimme VD," Lee immediately objects, "It's sick of you to make fun of blacks. The way you walk. Your talk. Giving VD. Who do you think you are?" 13. Her biggest critique on this level, however, is reserved for Tam's Japanese-American friend Black Jap Kenji, so called due to the fact that, as he puts it, "I live with blacks, I talk like 'em, I dress. Maybe even eat what they eat." 21. Through Lee, Chin articulates and addresses charges of imitating blackness as a result of, among other things, writing in a polyglot voice that ranges at one point from the accents of W.C. Fields to American Midwest, Bible Belt Holy Roller, etc., as Tam's normal speech jumps between black and white rhythms and accents. 6. In having popcorn carry Tam and then Tam carry popcorn, Chin visually contests the charge that Asian Americans were making it on the backs of black people or putting on a goddamn minstrel show. 271. But this point is made most forcefully by examining Chin's jazz poetics in the Chicken Coop Chinaman, the richest examples of which are in Act I, Scene I, where Tam proclaims, "I am the notorious one and only Chicken Coop Chinaman" himself in an illocutionary act of self-fathering/self-authoring. "I am the result of a pile of pork chop suey thrown up into the chicken coop in the dead of night and the riot of dark birds, nightcocks and insomniac nympho hens running after strange food that followed. Born? No. Crashed? Not born. Stamped? Not born. Created? Not born. No more born than the heaven and earth. No more born than nylon or acrylic. For I am a Chinaman. A miracle synthetic." 7. 8. Chin's gleeful, alliterative RIS on hybridization, experimentation, sex, and religion engender a rhythm that smoothly drives as well as percussively punctuates the Chicken Coop Chinaman's creation myth, although spoken with black rhythms and accents. This is no more fake blackness than fake Chineseness, for Chin throws the whole ontology of race into question. If a Chinaman is a miracle synthetic, then nothing prevents him from performing 243. Blackness any more than from performing Chineseness, and it is in this spirit that Charlie Popcorn indirectly refers to Tam and Kenji as yellow Negroes because it makes you easier to think about. 274. This conceptualization of the Chinaman is reiterated at the conclusion of Act II when Kenji gives his toast mythologizing the Chicken Coop Chinaman and his sidekick, Black Jap Kenji, who replaced the demeaning gears of the Lone Ranger, Tam's childhood idol/father Gur, and Tonto Omega. "Gather round the boys, and I'll tell you how I grew old. Seeking Helen Keller's smelly love like other men seek gold. I rode with a Chicken Coop Chinaman, who was ornery and cruel, notorious for spinning a fast mean thread and life's wooden spool." 290. Whereas the Lone Ranger vanquishes his opponents with silver bullets, the Chicken Coop Chinaman spins a fast mean thread, as does Kenji himself, using the toast tradition's valorization of verbal skill to construct a heroic Chinese-American masculinity. For example, Kenji's allusion to Helen Keller is meant to signify on racist whites by undoing the model minority myth as it is ironically articulated by Tam in Act I. Helen Keller overcame her handicaps without riot. She overcame her handicaps without looting. She overcame her handicaps without violence. And you chinks and Japs can too. 11. Helen Keller, whom Tam also calls the mother of Charlie Chan 11, epitomizes the deaf and dumb Asian American object of racist love, an idea that is literalized when Tam's fantasy encounter with a Lone Ranger presents him with a lecherous white paternalist who had sure wanted him a piece of Helen's pie. 265. Is not equal to but if, according to this crudely misogynistic logic, Asian American men are reduced to blind and inarticulate women by racist love, Kenji's toast reasserts both their verbal prowess and their masculinity by claiming that it is the Black Jap and not the Ranger who will now seek Helen Keller's smelly love, which complements Kenji's announcement at the end of the play that he is going to be the father of Lee's baby. It is precisely because the toast links verbal prowess with an affirmation of racialized manhood that Chin reappropriates this form, since it reverses the emasculation and silencing of Asian American men. 244. The play would thus appear to redeploy African American cultural forms, jazz poetics, the toast, to assert an Asian American aesthetic autonomy that is premised upon masculinity. Indeed, Chin, Wang, Inada, and J.E. Ray Paul Chan have called Tam the comic embodiment of Asian American manhood, rooted in neither Asian nor white America. Yet Tam's monologue surprisingly changes the play's emphasis from envisioning a complementary masculinity between blacks and Asians to interrogating gendered boundaries and hierarchies altogether, something that Chin's critics have missed. Kenji's toast segues into Tam's monologue with the line "Ride with me," which Tam repeats, suggesting that he picks up Kenji's fast mean thread. However, Tam has receded into the kitchen, where cooking will replace talking, over which Tam has grown weary and unseen as a result of the hostility his words have generated. As Tam dons a blue apron and sets to chopping green onions, he engages in a deterrent mode of communication that allows him to reach into his past. Tam the Chinatown kid would have liked to have seen. How do I know what he would have liked? You speak Chinese, Tom? Tom some Mandarin. Tam no, you couldn't talk to him either. Wrong dialect. It's in the hands, the food. There's conversation for you. Emphasis added. 289. In cooking for the others, though, Tam remembers not what his forefather, the Chinatown kid, would like to have seen, but what his grandmother would have heard as a young girl rolling cigars while her father was working on the Transcontinental Railroad, namely, the legendary Iron Moon Hunter, that train built by Chinamans who knew they'd never be given passes to ride the rails they laid, and so who builded themselves a wild engine to take them home. 260-61. Tam relates at the beginning of Act 2 that, as a boy, he would listen instead to the radio for the latest installment of the Lone Ranger's adventures, which deafened my ear for trains all his boyhood long. 266. However, at the end of the play, Tam tells us to turn on them radios and listen in the kitchen to his grandmother's story, which can only be heard by tuning out the dominant discourse and developing her ear for trains. Now and then, I feel them old days, children, the way I feel the prowl of the dogs in the night and the bugs in the leaves and the thunder in the Sierra Nevadas however far they are. The way my grandmother had an ear for trains. Listen, children. I gotta go. 245. Ride buck bag on with me. Listen in the kitchen for the chicken coop Chinaman slowing on home. 291. As Tam in this lyrical passage replaces talking with cooking and then with listening, he indicates a new way to access Asian American history by reinventing, not romanticizing, home as a source of cultural identity. This identity is rooted not through the legendary, masculine exploits of the Chinaman-born, high-stepping Iron Moon Hunter, 291, but through the domestic/feminine space of the kitchen where the grandmother would listen for the train and tell of how she heard it. Cynically, the grandmother's story and her voice become those of Tam's less than or equal to. At the same time, the play does not suggest that the Asian American writer must reject or eschew African American cultural forms, as Elaine Kim argues. Both Kenji's Black Jap song and the grandmother's story are counter-hegemonic narratives that authorize the hybrid myth of the chicken coop Chinaman greater than or equal to. When the editors Gloria Anzaldúa and Ana Louise Keating created this bridge we call home to commemorate and extend this bridge called My Back, they included work by men of all colors, by white women, and by transgendered people, and just as Kitchen Table Press had met with objections to its coalitional mission, so did Anzaldúa and Keating. Anzaldúa addresses these objections as follows: it would have been easier for Ana Louise Keating and me to limit the dialogue to women of color. Many women of color are possessive of this bridge called My Back and view it as a safe space, as home. But there are no safe spaces, as Anzaldúa continues to point out. The lack of safe spaces has become clearer in post-9/11 America. Yet what some see as a loss of secure national borders has been for others an opportunity to build upon the radicalism of the eras from Bandung through Black Power. For if, as points out, Third World unity is the precursor to today's multiculturalism, Much has been lost by way of institutionalization and tokenism in moving from the one to the other. What does it take to replace liberal multiculturalism with a multiculturalism based on anti-imperialist and socialist praxis? And what role can Afro-Asian literary coalitions play in effecting this shift? In posing these questions, I do not want to imply that I can answer them, but in conclusion I will discuss one text that raises some of the possibilities and limitations of Afro-Asian and more broadly Third World literary coalitional politics in the post-9/11 era. Amiri Baraka's now infamous poem Somebody Blew Up America, Middle Eastern, particularly. 246. Islamic culture was central to the black radicalism of the 1950s and 1960s, as the Nation of Islam grew with the work of Malcolm X, who became an Orthodox Sunni Muslim after his post-Nation of Islam pilgrimage to Mecca, and as black nationalists identified with the Palestinian struggle for land and nationhood. In Baraka's response to the 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center, Black/Arab solidarity is expressed by interrogating the rhetoric of the barbaric/Arab, 198, who was supposedly behind this inhumanity. Through its anaphoric series of mostly rhetorical questions, the poem enjoins us to consider who prots from this polarizing, racist discourse. Baraka's poem can also be read as implying that the somebody who blew up America is in fact the homegrown white supremacist terrorism and imperialist violence against all people of color, and Jews. Yet, as much as the range of Baraka's Third World Marxist critique counters the aggressive and amnesiac discourse fueled by the events of 9/11, it works against him insofar as he reaches for some specious or unclear connections. Who killed the most niggers / who killed the most Jews / who killed the most Italians / who killed the most Irish? 200. These connections do not provoke the systemic analysis called for by the Combahee River Collective, an analysis that Baraka believes is still needed. Rather, they subsume different histories under a generalized conception of imperialism or racism that stokes anger at the expense of critical thought. More compellingly, however, the poem extends the idea of blowing up America to America's own crimes against people within and without its borders, the genocide of American Indians, slavery, the occupation of the Philippines, the political persecution of communists and black radicals, the invasion of Grenada, and the repealing of affirmative action. As Baraka makes clear, such systematic aggression against people of color abroad and at home is what the War on Terror, a war largely directed at the Arab world, serves to cover and justify while bolstering an American empire that benefits the privileged, mostly white, few. Invoking these bases for Black/Arab solidarity, Somebody Blew Up America belies the multicultural tolerance that the right has invoked to maintain the myth of American exceptionalism, to sanction state-sponsored violence, and ultimately to obliterate the other omega, the viability of safe spaces, supposedly homogeneous communities, whether we understand them to comprise a neighborhood, a political group, or a nation, is continually being undermined by U.S. foreign policy. As this happens, the nation-state enlists those who, in the RST place, have never 247 been safe to condone and participate in the demonization, exploitation, and murder of people of color around the world. With its anti-imperialist roots and coalitional ethos, Afro-Asian political and cultural work at its best provides us with some of the insight into avoiding this zero-sum game. Don't hang your head when you see those 6 pretty horses pulling me. Put a $20 silver piece on my watch chain, look at the smile on my face, and sing a little song to let the world know I'm really free. Norton Anthology of African American Literature, New York, Norton, 1996, 59. 37. For a discussion of Inata's jazz poetics and legends from camp, see Juliana. 252. Chang's Time, Jazz, and the Racial Subject, in Racing and Racing Language, Living with the Color of Our Words, edited by Ellen J. Goldner and Saya Henderson Holmes, Syracuse, Syracuse University Press, 2001, 134, 54. 38. The symbolism of the shakuhachi and the song are analogous to what Maxine Hong Kingston would invoke a year later in The Woman Warrior, 1975. The book ends by telling about a Chinese poetess, Tzin, who introduced the songs of a southern tribe into Han culture, including 18 stanzas for a barbarian reed pipe, a song that Chinese sing to their own instruments. It translated well, 209. Within this context, The barbarian reed pipe and its song also signify cultural hybridization, although Kingston's own experiments in hybridization, translation, and reinvention would be famously criticized by Frank Chin, who accused her of pandering to white audiences. 39. See for example Chin's Confessions of a Chinatown Cowboy. 40. The topic of conversation that leads Mary Ann to critique patriarchal violence is the Japanese meaning of Lawson's name, Mighty Bull and Aloe Samurai. 160. Mary Ann accuses him of bullshitting again, not so much because she disbelieves him but because of his implicit valorization of Ding. Before recounting his memories of internment to Mary Ann's family, Lawson has drunkenly imagined himself to be a boxer, dancing around his opponent ring center, some hapless Johansson, writhing white blubber in slow motion. 142, and after he beats up Mary Ann's brother-in-law, Lawson returns to this same fantasy to rationalize his actions. It is this form of pugilistic masculinity that Mary Ann critiques. 41. Although the reader features Act 2 alone, in what follows I discuss the play in its entirety, since only by doing so can its commentary on Asian American cultural autonomy be assessed. I use the University of Washington's 1981 edition to refer to Act I, but I use the reader for all references to Act 2, hence the erratic-looking pagination. At the same time, because my interest here is on the reader's articulations of Afro-Asian cultural collaborations, and not on Frank Chin per se, the focus of the following discussion remains on Act 2, and references to Act I are primarily meant to provide background to and explain the significance of Act 2. 42. This anxiety over developing an original Asian American voice was expressed by Chin and the other editors of AIIIEEE. In their introduction to Chinese American and Japanese American literature, American language, fashions, music, literature, cuisine, graphics, body language, morals, and politics have been strongly influenced by black culture. They have been cultural achievers, in spite of white supremacist culture, whereas Asia America's reputation is an achievement of that white culture, a work of racist art. 7, 8. 43. Mike Marcuse writes that as Black Power's ideas of pride and economic and political independence entered Black popular consciousness, Ali became a central point of reference because he had been among the RST to articulate the rudiments of Black consciousness to a mass audience. Marcuse, Redemption. 253. Song, Muhammad Ali and the Spirit of the 60s, London, Verso, 1999, 189. In addition, see this work for more on the role of boxing in articulating race relations. 44. Elaine Kim argues that among the lessons for Chinese Americans that the play OERS is that Asian American culture can be found neither by imitating whites nor by imitating blacks, Asian American literature, 186, and that Tam ultimately rejects the myth that Asians could be like blacks, although he has as yet found nothing to replace the stereotypes and false directions, 187. Jin Keeling discusses the play's presentation of Chin's painful recognition of the Asian American artist's problematic dependence on borrowing mythologized histories from African American models in order to force a consideration of the consequence of a vanished Asian American historical referent, narrating nationalisms. 82. 45. The linkage between the realization of the Asian American artist's vision and the act of fathering is clear in that Tam's documentary is not only the culmination of his artistic vision, but his paternal legacy to his children, whom he has otherwise abandoned. I should leave them something. One thing I've done alone, with all my heart. 27. Furthermore, the documentary is a vehicle for Tam's own search for Jack Dancer's father, who would symbolically father the LM and Tam himself. However, the play repeatedly presents the impotence/disavowal of fatherhood. In addition to his thwarted search for Ovaltine Jack Dancer's father, in Act I Tam reveals himself to be a failed father who disavows his responsibilities to the children he has had with his ex-wife. 27. He refuses to act in any fatherly way towards Robbie, the young son of another character who perversely looks up to Tam. 16, 17, and he unmans one of the play's two Chinese fathergers by describing him as an old dishwasher who was afraid of white old ladies peeking at him through the keyhole as he bathed. 16. Even Tam's great-grandfather, one of the railroad workers usually heralded in Chin's myth of the West, is depicted broken and frostbit on every inch and toe of him. 291, when he returns home for the last time. It is also telling that Tam's kids knew, Superior Daddy is white. 27. One line in particular sums up a central theme of the play: Chinamans do make lousy fathers. I know. I have one. 23. Yet even as Chinese fathers are most spectacularly impotent, the failure of all fathers Chinese, white, and black haunts the play. 46. Li, performing Asian America. 77. 47. It is thus ironic that Li, a character who embodies the instability of racial categories, insists on a form of racial purity in assuming that Asian Americans should talk and act Asian. 48. As one reviewer for Newsweek said of the play's language, it has the beat and brass, the runs, and rim shots of jazz, quoted in Dorothy Ritsuko McDonald. Introduction, The Chicken Coop Chinaman and the Year of the Dragon. Seattle, University of Washington Press, 1981, 15. 254. 49. In Act I, Scene 2, Tam triggers this self-mythologizing when he refers to himself and Kenji in their youth as Black Jap and Tampax, the ragmouth for my fancy yakety yak, don't you know. The Lone Ranger and Tonto of all those hot empty streets. 26. Although I argue that Chin draws on the conventions of the toast tradition, Kenji's poem is not a toast. For one thing, it is only 16 lines. 50. In Act I, Kenji ironically enacts this emasculation when he turns on Helen Keller for Tam. Kenji, as Helen Keller a hee-ha-op ee-hoo to o Tam, as a Bible Belt preacher. Yeah, talk to me, Helen. Hallelujah. I hear her talking to me. 10. 51. Frank Chin, J.E. Ari Paul Chan, Lawson Fuseo Inada, and Sean Wong. AIIIEEEE. An anthology of Asian American writers, Garden City, N.J., Anchor Press / Doubleday, 1975. 52. In their readings of the Nalcine, Ling, Li, and Chu ignore or downplay the significance of the grandmother. For Chu, the grandmother does not even register as a presence. The play closes with a tentative affirmation of the possibilities of fathering, self-fathering, and authoring so polemically explored, assimilating Asians. 74. Ling and Li focus on the great-grandfather, the subject of the grandmother's story, rather than on the grandmother herself. Thus, Li interprets Tam's lines as asking us to join in expectantly for the return of the father-goer, the Americas of Asian American literature. 81. Meanwhile, Ling claims that Tam is on the verge of identifying with his symbolic goer and of possessing his imagined heroic Asian American past when he seems to hear, without the mediations of either the Lone Ranger or his grandmother, the sound of a train that recalls the memory of Grandma's pa coming home, narrating nationalisms. 91. However, I argue that the grandmother does mediate the past such that Tam hears it through her ears and voice, and that this is not an insignificant detail that can be overlooked in examining the play's concern with fathergoers. Indeed, quite to the contrary, it signals a major shift from the patrilineal to the matrilineal. 53. My reading is thus more optimistic than Kim's, which asserts that Tam has as yet found nothing to replace the stereotypes and false directions. Asian American Literature, 187. 54. Anzaldúa and Keating, This Bridge We Call Home, 3. 55. Email to the author, March 28, 2004. This is not to say that all multiculturalism is liberal or tokenistic. Insofar as its roots are traced to the Yardbird Cooperative and the Before Columbus Foundation, for example, multiculturalism has radically redone American literature by centering minority writers within its tradition. 56. Amory Baraka, Somebody Blew Up America, African American Review 37, 2003 198, 203. I am grateful to Bill Mullen for suggesting this poem too. 255. Address Afro-Asian cultural connections in the present. Indeed, theories of identity politics and coalitional praxis would benefit much from analyzing the trajectory of Baraka's career, especially his central role within the Black Arts movement and his later criticism of narrow nationalism in favor of Third World socialism, albeit one that remains committed to the black community and its revolutionary potential. The controversy around Baraka's poem centered on 4 lines that critics contended were anti-Semitic. Who knew the World Trade Center was gonna get bombed? Who told 4,000 Israeli workers at the Twin Towers to stay home that day? Why did Sharon stay away? While I disagree that the poem is anti-Semitic, My purpose here is not to reprise this debate. For Baraka's response to the charges of anti-Semitism and the demands that he resign from his post as New Jersey's poet laureate, see Amri Baraka, I will not apologize, I will not resign. www.amribaraka.com/speech100202.html. A defense of the poem comprises the introduction to the special double issue of African American Review on Amri Baraka. See William J. Harris and Alden Lynn Nielsen, Somebody Blew O Baraka, African American Review 37, 2003 183, 87. For further background on the controversy and a critical view of Baraka, see Victorino Mattis, Bad Attitude Baraka, Daily Standard, October 10, 2002, www.weeklystandard.com/con/public/articles/000/001/751 ZEEF.ASP, PG = 1. Among organizations furthering Black/Arab solidarity, the Black Radical Congress is key. 57 C. Mailani McAllister, 1 Black Allah, The Middle East and African American Cultural Politics, 1955, 1967, American Quarterly 51, 1999 622, 56-58. Baraka also writes of injustices perpetrated by men of other countries, including the Holocaust and the assassinations of Patrice Lumumba and Amilcar Cabral, but in most of these cases, the U.S. had varying degrees of involvement. For example, it is commonly known that the U.S. possessed intelligence about the Holocaust but ignored or suppressed this information until public pressure forced the government to take action. 59 examples of Bush's opportunistic multiculturalism include his appointment of conservative people of color to his cabinet, a favorite target of Baraka's satire, his courting of Latino/of voters, and his distinguishing between good and extremist Arabs, while eviscerating social services and perpetuating the war on terror primarily against people of color. African American musician of the Asian double reads. This essay is drawn from an interview conducted by the author on February 22, 2002, at Cole's residence in New Rochelle, New York. B. Cole, an African American jazz musician, is unique. He plays traditional Asian double reed instruments such as the Korean piri and hojuk, the Chinese sana, the South Asian chene and naga swarm, a Tibetan trumpet, as well as the Australian Aboriginal didgeridoo and the Ghanaian bamboo ut. But while he plays traditional Asian instruments, he doesn't play traditional Asian music. Instead, he plays jazz or African American improvised music using these instruments, much in the same way that African American musicians took European instruments such as the trumpet, saxophone, piano, contrabass violin, clarinet, ut, etc. and reconfigured them to express an African American musical sensibility. While other African American jazz musicians have forayed into Asian musical cultures, including Yusef Lateef, Eric Dolphy, and John Coltrane among others, Cole is unique because the Asian double reed woodwinds are his principal. 257. Horns. Whereas for others the principal instruments are Western instruments, with the non-Western instruments being doubles, the musical term for secondary instruments. In his mid-60s at the time of this writing, is also unique for being among one of the more politically explicit jazz musicians of today. He continues to express through his music and song titles a celebration of the African American struggle against oppression and racism. He is author of 2 musical biographies and analyses of John Coltrane and Miles Davis, newly reprinted by Da Capo Press, long before the current wave of books published on these 2 giants of African American creative music. Combined with his unique musical persona and his uncompromising political integrity, Cole has also been the subject of much controversy stemming from the calumny and racist vehemence heaped upon him by the reactionary Dartmouth Review during his days as a professor of music at Dartmouth College during the 1980s, which was the focus of national media attention. This is hard to believe given Cole's soft-spoken, gentle, and subdued personality. His demeanor is not that of the weird nationalist militant, but much more the mild-mannered, bohemian, vegetarian intellectual artiste that he actually is. Cole was born October 11, 1937, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he also grew up. His mother was a housewife, and his father was a dentist who also worked for the Post-OCE to supplement his income. His father's multiple jobs, typical of most of the black middle class of this era, kept him occupied from 7:30 am to 2 am as recalled, which enabled the Cole family to pay for Bill's violin and piano lessons starting at a very young age. It was around the age of 3 or 4 that remembers his interest in music after seeing the opera Peter and the Wolf. By his late teens he was playing cello, but his biggest interest was in playing the string bass, contrabass violin, after hearing and watching perform such giants as Charles Mingus, Percy Heath, Doug Watkins, and especially Paul Chambers. Another inspirational artist to the young Cole was the trumpeter/band leader Miles Davis. Cole was an amateur boxer between the ages of 11 and 17, a fascination he shared with Miles Davis, who also was an avid boxer. But it was the tenor saxophonist John Coltrane who made the greatest musical impact on, who in 1955 heard the Miles Davis Band perform live in Pittsburgh, where Coltrane was joined by the pianist Red Garland, the bassist Paul Chambers, and the drummer Philly Joe Jones. While Cole was taken by all of the three jazz trumpet giants of the era, namely Dizzy Gillespie, C.L.I. Ord Brown, and Miles Davis, it was Davis who was the most fascinating to the young musician. As Cole explained, Miles often played against the tempo, he had great creative interpretative ability, and he surrounded himself with the most incredible musicians in his band. By the mid-1950s, the civil rights movement had swept across the United States, and became an activist with CORE, Congress of Racial Equality. The movement brought about a revelation about the level of racism in the United States for Cole and many of his generation. Cole entered college in 1956 as a sociology major by day and a music major by night, while attending evening school and listening to music performances in bars. Since the time of kindergarten, his teachers were all white except for one black teacher who taught woodshop in high school. Cole attributes his parents as his most consistent role models and for giving him a basic foundation for his life direction. His immersion in activism and in avant-garde new music both occurred during the 1950s and 1960s. Another major music impact that Cole recalls is hearing the pianist Cecil Taylor in 1957 for the first time in a small Greenwich Village club in New York City. Cole's undergraduate studies would take 10 years, owing to his poor grades and lack of money for tuition. By 1967, Cole had married his wife, and his child, son Atticus, soon followed. By fall 1970, Cole had entered the PhD program at Wesleyan University. His two faculty advisors in African American music were the multi-woodwindist Ken McIntyre and the visiting artist C.L.I. Ord Thornton, one of the more radical and socially conscientious musicians of the time and a member of the Harlem branch of the Black Panther Party. Cole recalled that Thornton kept rearms in his apartment. C.L.I. Ord Thornton would inspire Cole to soon take up the Asian double reeds. Wesleyan University has for many years had a noted ethnomusicology program, which includes a fabulous collection of traditional instruments from around the world. As tells it, it was from this Wesleyan collection that C.L.I. Ord Thornton stole a Chinese double reed sana and a Korean double reed instrument and gave them to, telling him to learn to play them. Cole tells of being attracted to the human voice-like quality of the Asian double reeds. He taught himself to play the sana and bought the South Asian Chennai from the House of Musical Traditions, a world music instrument store that had once been in New York's Greenwich Village. Wesleyan brought many visiting master musicians from such places as India, Indonesia, West Africa, China, and Japan, as well as hosting Native American specialists and performers such as David McAllister and Doogie Mitchell. Cole would later take up additional Asian double reeds such as the Korean Hojik and the Indian Naga Swarm. Is very forthright about how he was perceived by other African American musicians for his involvement with Asian instruments. Some considered him a freak. He mentions the bassist Wilbur Ware and the cellist Abdul Wajid as examples, while the great saxophonist Sam Rivers were among his more receptive colleagues. Cole met Rivers while Rivers was a second-year visiting artist at Wesleyan. Others who were among his more receptive peers included the poet Jane Cortez, who often collaborates with musicians, and the late saxophonist-composer Julius Hemphill. It was during Cole's time at Wesleyan that he began building his free improvisation groups who worked without the use of musical notation and instead relied on oral tradition. Cole is also candid about the controversy surrounding him musically, both for engaging in free improvisation and for using instruments not conventional to jazz. Says Cole, "There will always be reactionary types, such as when Louis Armstrong criticized Charlie Parker for not playing dance music following Wesleyan. Cole moved to Walla Walla, Washington, to teach for one semester during spring 1972 as a visiting professor in the music department at Washington State University. There he organized an African-American music festival and invited the Nigerian musicologist and composer Felix Sowande to be a guest lecturer. Sowande, who was steeped in the traditional philosophy and lifestyle of West African peoples, was to have a profound impact upon Cole. Sowande introduced him to the concept of multiple births, an idea that Cole intuitively understood but that became a reality for him through the influence of Professor Sowande. As Cole states, I've never approached playing Asian instruments in a traditional way. I express myself as a black person through the human vocal quality of non-tempered double reeds. There's so much space between C and C sharp. I express what I've seen and experienced of racism and hatred against black people. Cole approaches the Asian double reeds as a black American instrument, the same as black people playing other instruments. That originated, say, in Europe. We black Americans express ourselves differently than people who originally developed these instruments. The singular uniqueness about is his expression of black music on the Korean piri, the hojak, the Chinese sana, and the Tibetan trumpet. In Cole's view, he is playing black music through Asian double reeds. When I asked Cole how Asian audiences have responded to his music, he replied, with tremendous interest. Asian audiences and instrumentalists can tell why my sound and desire is so strong. Cole seeks to reach everybody with his music, but he especially focuses upon the black community. He recently performed at the musician Ahmed Abdullah's sister's place in Brooklyn's heavily black Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood. He works with the African-American instrument builder Cooper Moore, another performer with a unique approach to music. Just as Harry Partch in the Western European concert music genre performed on self-built instruments, Cooper Moore has African-Americanized his performance process. Cole quotes Felix Sowane's maxim, take what is new and reshape it into a familiar form. Cole bases his music upon the blues, the cornerstone and building block of black secular music. All of my long works have blues forms. Cole espouses in the arts and in university academic circles the idea of Afrocentrism before it became a buzzword. According to Cole, Coltrane was a very literate player, but all of his music springs from intuitive knowledge. Music is every aspect of life in African society, from ritual to the most inane recreational music. Cole's book on Coltrane, the RST published book on the late, great tenor saxophone giant, could well be characterized as the RST work to provide an Afrocentric analysis. Cole's framework and arguments about Coltrane are very controversial among both white and black music critics and scholars. Cole's purpose in writing a book on Coltrane was to counter the position that Coltrane is a product of Western art and Western instrumental music. To me, Coltrane is an African-descended person in the Western Hemisphere. He was a tremendous rhythmic player. He could play at any tempo. That's his African musical persona, the repetitiveness and ongoing cyclic movement of the interiority of the human body. Coltrane had a pragmatic and intuitive mind. With his high level of skill, he could be so open to his intuitive mind. There are many skilled black artists, but what made Coltrane so unique is how open he was to his intuitive side. Cole also notes Coltrane's social consciousness, for which he cites Coltrane's composition Alabama, dedicated to the 4 young black girls murdered in a church bombing in Alabama during the early 1960s. Coltrane couldn't make it Alabama an up-tempo piece. It wouldn't memorialize the slain children in an effective way. Coltrane was furthermore, and perhaps most profoundly, a musical radical and revolutionary. As Cole states, Coltrane got away from tonal centers, which he felt were shackles, and crossed over to a realm of music that wasn't XED. Cole also notes how the late reed virtuoso Eric Dolphy had a tremendous impact upon Coltrane. In Cole's view, it was Dolphy who got Coltrane to move beyond being a consummate systematic chord changes player who mastered arpeggios and scales to a much freer conception of melody and improvisation. Cole further argues that Dolphy played fragments and did huge register leaps, unlike the connective playing of improvising on chord changes common to most jazz players. It was in Germany that Dolphy and Coltrane decided to take a trip to India in the early 1960s. Train would become interested in the South Asian Shina in later years. Cole then notes that Coltrane was without fear when it came to music. Most musicians fear something different or feel very challenged when it comes to their own music. Train was constantly looking for other influences and instruments to expand his music. He started playing the harp at the end of his life. It was during the semester in Walla Walla that Sam Rivers impacted upon Cole's compositional approach. Sam would develop these small written parts as springboards for improvisation, getting away from conventional Western harmony. With VE students excited about this concept, Cole would begin to develop it into his ideas for ensemble performance. In fall 1972, Cole went to Massachusetts to teach at Amherst College in both the Black Studies department and in the music department. It was there that he began to experience the pettiness of putrefying academic politics. Cole recounted how the music faculty were so pissed and hostile at him for not joining their department, even though he was hired by Black Studies. However, Cole found his chief support from then college president William Ward, who was the only academic administrator with a sensibility beyond anything Western. Cole submitted a National Endowment for the Arts grant, for which he received $2,500, which the school then matched, to develop the John Coltrane Memorial World Music Lecture Demonstration Series. In this highly adventurous and innovative program, Cole was able to bring to Amherst College and the surrounding VE college community such artists as Sam Rivers, Jane Cortez, and Warren Smith. It was C.L.I. Ord Thornton who exposed Cole to the poet Cortez, as they had performed together in the late 1960s as part of the militant and radical black arts cultural activism. The Coltrane series brought in master artists from India and West African as well as African American performers. Cole and his young cohort struggled to raise funds for the series, the success of which had spawned a competing program. Amherst College funded 2 black students $8,000 to put on a black music conference. According to Cole, however, the 2 students used half of the money to take their girlfriends on a vacation to Jamaica. This was Cole's harsh and sobering experience with grant co-optation. The students had an EECT stolen money from the grant they were given. When Cole went to the college president to complain about the issue, he was threatened by the 2 students. The facade of genteel and gracious academia would be ripped away, as from this point forward in his academic career Cole would face personal physical threats along with a host of unethical and tawdry events of undermining and attack. Cole minces no words about calling the then Amherst College Black Studies chair Asa Davis a total tom, who was replaced by radical poet Sonia Sanchez as department head. Fed up with the rank opportunism of Amherst College, Cole went to Dartmouth College to teach in 1974. Hired by Dartmouth's music department, Cole constructed 7 new courses, including developing the ethnomusicology program. By 1980, he had become chair of the department, a post that he held until 1983. At Dartmouth, Cole implemented a 2-track system whereby students could study both Western art music and world music. In addition, he brought the master Ghanaian drummer Adzanya to teach African drumming and continued the Coltrane Lecture Demo series. Also during this time Cole published his RST book, on his musical hero Miles Davis. 2 years later, his Coltrane book was published. The Dartmouth administration, according to Cole, tried not to grant him tenure, but this move was politically suicidal for them because Cole had strong support from the students. Cole's classes, such as African music and oral tradition, would attract 90 to 196 students, more than any music class had done before in the history of Dartmouth's music department. Cole saw teaching as theater, and he believed he knew how to keep 263 students' attention, but he also became a target of administrative and right-wing student scorn, vituperative hatred, and hostility. Cole recounts how certain deans tried to restrict his academic freedom and First Amendment rights for citing in one class Ethel Waters' 1920s song lyrics, "I am so blue because I'm black, all the race fellas crave high yellows." These deans told Cole that you can't talk about these lyrics since they are not in proper English. Cole has other teaching methods that irked the reactionaries at Dartmouth. For example, he would sing solos as well as give extended monologues/lectures on segregation, oppression, and life in Black America, how he wasn't served in restaurants. All of these lectures/stories were poured out by Cole in a theatrical way. Cole joined student protests in 1979 when 2 white Dartmouth hockey players dressed as Indians and protesters organized a mascot moratorium in response. While certain Dartmouth conservatives would be bothered by all the strangeness and weirdness about Cole and his teaching along with his outspokenness against racism and social oppression, in 1983 the conservative Dartmouth Review would begin virulent open attacks upon Cole. He was target of attacks and objections to black, ethnic, and women's and all areas of thought that were not historically promoted at the institution. In 1988, 4 students accosted Cole in his class. Police had to escort these hooligans out so that Cole could continue to teach. The war was on. The Dartmouth Review published ongoing anti-pieces in their e-or to make him the target of their vicious attacks. In response, Cole sued the DR for slander. As a national publication, it had an impact on his reputation. A local New Hampshire paper picked up on the DR chorus and accused Cole of being incompetent. As battle with the DR took on historic proportions, he became the RST and only university professor to take the publication to court. In litigation that ensued for 2 years, it was a case of a local lawyer, Cole's attorney, versus big-time New York City lawyers for the DR. An out-of-court settlement was eventually reached. Even after the settlement, however, the worst was still to come. "They really came after me," says Cole. "I was put on their list of worst professors." Charges were brought against them by the Committee on Student Responsibility. All of the Dartmouth Review students were suspended. They went to court, but the judge in New Hampshire said that one of the committee students had an explicit bias against the Dartmouth Review and revoked the suspension. Eventually, the university administration bought out Cole's $264 contract. Says Cole, "I was seen as a problem. I confronted them on the mascot moratorium at the end of the 1970s. At the assembly, I spoke out against sexism and racism, supported affirmative action. They also had problems with me using cuss words in class. I refused to tone it down. My life hasn't been that way. I was totally blackballed." The national press picked up the story. The conflict between and the Dartmouth Review conflict was a feature story on CBS's 60 Minutes. During this time, Cole received many threatening letters and phone calls. The notoriety and controversy that resulted from the Dartmouth incident permanently ended his teaching career. Cole has been turned down for numerous positions for which he was far more than qualified, and he has only been able to end these short stints in positions such as elementary school music instruction. Cole is clear that, barring a miracle, his teaching days are niched, and thus he has directed his energies toward greater performing opportunities. He sees his music as folk music while he expresses his receptivity to Asians playing traditional instruments in his group. All of his ensembles are African American. Cole believes it is essential that the players all have a feeling of racial ostracism in America. "My band members all share this experience, and a certain expression comes out of that." Cole's current group, Untempered Ensemble, originally formed in 1992, is a free jazz African American ensemble featuring leader, double reed Asian horns, Warren Smith, and son Atticus Cole as percussionists, Joe Daly, tuba and baritone horn, William Parker, acoustic bass, Cooper Moore, ut and handcrafted instruments, and Sam Furness, alto sax and ut. Kim Hewitt. Martial arts is nothing if not cool. Speculations on the intersections between martial arts and African American expressive culture. I will argue in this essay that there are some similarities between idealized African American cultural aesthetics and idealized training philosophies in the martial arts. While recognizing the complications of generalizing about African American culture and martial arts philosophies, I hope to highlight cultural factors that might account for the appeal of martial arts to African Americans, especially young lower-class black men. Implicit in my approach are the assumptions that the African diaspora contributed an Africanist presence to African American communities which culminated in a unique African American expressive style, and that many kinds of martial arts have similar underlying philosophical guidelines. The RST assumption manifests in this essay as a loosely deemed constellation of aspects of African American culture. I draw on various realms of African American expressive culture: visual, kinesthetic, and musical, and I. 266. Discuss aesthetic and interactive elements that allow for comparison to martial arts as it is taught, practiced, and idealized. Although each of these expressive realms has its own unique characteristics, they all share the aesthetic value of cool with the martial arts. If this connection makes sense theoretically as we examine African American expressive culture and martial arts, then we may understand the appeal of martial arts to African Americans in the 1960s and 1970s in a new light. A complete survey of the origins, styles, and philosophies of martial arts worldwide would require at least a volume-length study, as would a survey of how each style is taught in each separate training school, dojo/dahang. Therefore, my thoughts remain speculative here, and they are based in a wide-ranging knowledge of various Asian martial arts philosophies and a deep knowledge of a small sample of contemporary martial arts schools and interpretations of their philosophies from both martial arts students and teachers. Although specific philosophies differ among Asian martial arts, most of them share similar principles of training that wreaked an underlying traditional philosophy. These training goals and philosophies have been established in well-known martial arts texts, which still serve as guidelines for martial arts schools, teachers, and students. Balancing the martial arts mythology created by these texts and the real-life way in which martial arts schools operate is difficult because the two are so deeply entwined. Adding in the Hollywood representation of martial arts traditions complicates the matter further, but clearly martial arts movies in the 1970s appealed to African Americans and popularized martial arts. Three distinct points in common between African American cultural aesthetics and martial arts philosophies encouraged this initial popularity to grow. Martial arts training values self-expression within a defined structure. Martial arts strives to promote internal strength and self-respect as well as physical skill, and martial arts schools encourage the student to ground his or her achievement within the martial arts tradition and to create a strong sense of mutual respect between the individual and the martial arts community. These values have parallels in African American expressive culture and can be approached by acknowledging Bruce Lee as a movie star whose LMS inspired many fans to train. To state the obvious, martial arts as a tactic of self-defense appeals to individuals historically denied the right to be freely expressive in public space as well as denied the power to defend themselves, including African. Martial arts is nothing if not cool. 267. Bruce Lee appearing as Boricua. Your destiny is in your hands, 1995. Bruce Lee postcard. Reprinted by permission of Juan Sanchez. Americans and other groups excluded from the mainstream by virtue of their ethnicity, socio-economic status, and age. Without the resources of money or social status, an individual can still achieve self-respect and victory by becoming physically skillful and powerful with the sole resource always available: one's own body. Many forms of martial arts were developed by people denied the use of weapons for self-defense less than or equal to linking creative forms of self-defense to the historical circumstances that denied conventional weapons to oppressed people explains one reason why martial arts LMS and training may have appealed to minorities in the late 1960s and early 1970s. During this time there was a push in the vanguard of the African American community, as well as in other minority communities, to resist the mainstream identities and stereotypes imposed upon them and to embrace self-expression outside of mainstream venues. Greater than or equal to minorities in America were actively looking for creative forms of metaphoric self-defense. Viewed within the context of various innovative cultural uses of the body in art movements during the 1960s and early 1970s to break social conventions, the choice of individuals to grasp onto a highly structured, hierarchical discipline to challenge social conventions seems ironic. During this time period, experimental forms of visual art, dance, and performance attempted to erase all social strictures on the proper use of the body by invoking the Bakhtinian grotesque, intimate, messy body, or, as the dance and theater scholar Sally Baines describes in her Chronicle of Art in Greenwich Village in the 1960s, impudent bodily images in comparison, the contained, controlled, highly disciplined body trained in a martial art, which functions within a structure that values tradition, is quite conservative. The irony deepens considering the attraction of many of these avant-garde movements toward black culture as venue for anti-bourgeois sentiments and the African American body as the dancing body, the jazz body, the emotional body, and inevitably, the sexual body alternately. In the face of appropriation of the African American body, it makes sense that African Americans might express a more militaristic claim over their own bodies, and choose to embody collective and individual ideals. Politically, culturally, and concretely via an art that is an improvisational ding art. The trained martial arts body is not so much playfully impudent as functionally impudent by virtue of its skill, although it is also capable of poetic and playful movement. Its ability to connect aesthetic performance and ding skills parallels its ability to link physical training and mental and psychological development. Martial arts of any style present a holistic view of mind/body harmony as a basis of training. Martial arts training ideally transcends mere physical training by creating a warrior mentality in which a person is trained to be physically and psychologically ready to face confrontation fluidly and easily at any moment. This unrued readiness epitomizes cool in the martial arts. The fundamental holism of martial arts training is what allows Vijay Prashad to state Kung Fu gives oppressed young people an immense sense of personal worth and skills for collective struggle. Pius Miyamoto Musashi, the author of the classic Guide to the Martial Strategy and Development of the Japanese Sword Form of Kendo, the Book of Five Rings, promises, by training you will be able to freely control your own body, conquer men with your body, and with sufficient training you will be able to beat 10 men with your spirit. In the 1960s and early 1970s, some radical groups like the Black Panthers trained themselves in martial arts, as did the militant group the Weathermen and some militant feminist groups. Omega, although explicitly train martial arts, is nothing if not cool. 269. Ing was for health and self-defense. Implicitly it helped create solidarity and readiness to face social, and possibly physical, tension. Is not equal to the growing popularity of martial arts in the African American community can be traced through the appearance of African Americans in martial arts LMS and Dahangs. The Black Karate Federation was founded in 1968. Moses Powell became the RST Black Jiu-Jitsu artist to perform for the United Nations in 1971, and other African Americans earned various martial arts championships and recognition, although surely only a small percentage of those who saw martial arts LMS committed to serious training, cinematic martial arts GHT scenes, and their most popular hero, Bruce Lee, held a widespread fascination because of their depiction of graceful dirty. The LM scholar Stuart Kaminsky points out that Kung Fu LMS were popular among black urban audiences, especially lower-class audiences, exactly because they eschewed traditional middle-class rules of Ding in favor of Ding to survive. Kaminsky combines the factors of race and class along with a psychological interpretation when he theorizes that the fantasy resolution for the ghetto kid is not through the law. The fantasy is of being able to right the wrongs of one's personal frustration through one's own limited ability. It is not surprising that LMS that deal with the skillful handling of wrongs done to one's immediate family, as Kaminsky claims Kung Fu LMS often did in the early 1970s, should be particularly popular among black American youths. Less than or equal to Kaminsky further characterizes the typical Kung Fu antagonist as a small, downtrodden, but dignified hero. As the lower-class Chinese antagonist, Bruce Lee fought O'Chales of the Japanese colonial government. As the underdog and non-white hero, Bruce Lee conquered oppression. His image still looms large in the cinematic imagination of rebellious youth of all ethnic backgrounds and political persuasions who are entranced by his screen presence. According to Jackinson Chan, in the early 1970s, Lee's status as a Chinese American who had been educated in Hong Kong marginalized him as neither fully Chinese in the eyes of many Asian Americans, nor American in the eyes of mainstream America. Greater than or equal to Lee's ambiguous hybrid American identity accounts for his wide-ranging appeal to non-whites. His cinematic presence championed the Chinese GHT against the oppression of Japan, while also appealing to a diverse audience because of his embodiment of powerful masculinity, which mitigated against the stereotype of Chinese Americans as docile and emanate as a Chinese American male hero. Lee provided an image of alternative, non-white masculinity for minorities, including African Americans, to counter their exclusion from mainstream masculinity. As Chan, Kaminsky, and Ho remark, both the LM narratives and Lee's physicality imbue him with heroic stature as his roles communicate the message that one's body has the potential to be a lethal weapon. Less scholarship has emphasized the popularity of the African American martial artist Jim Kelly, Enter the Dragon, Black Belt Jones, Goldanger, and his importance to minority fans, as well as the impact of the African American women who displayed Ding skills on screen. Further scholarship in these areas hopefully will be forthcoming by viewers identified with both Kelly and Lee as cinema protagonists, and possibly also through a vicarious kinesthetic experience of their on-screen GHTs, a vivid imagined physical participation while viewing that some scholars have noted as a unique dynamic for viewers of martial arts LMS. Although the slight-statured Lee uses weapons such as nunchakus in some scenes, the LMS emphasize his technical skills, learned through discipline and training, that have culminated in intense determination and an extraordinary harmony of mind, body, and spirit focused for self-defense. The martial arts are first and foremost the arts. Lee's primary message is that any individual can use his body as a weapon if he trains hard enough. This message immediately appeals to individuals who have been denied physical and social power historically and on a daily basis. Lee's physical skill is matched by his adaptation of traditional martial arts into his own unique style, upon which he founded his martial arts school. On the screen, Lee displays his own stylistic sensibility, and he commands a highly developed internal strength as well as physical skill ultimately used in the service of others. Lee's trained, and druid style emphasizes the visceral experience of an individual reaping the benefits of his dedication to martial arts training. In watching Lee, one realizes that he is as alone and self-reliant as any mythical American self-made man. As he is, seemingly, independent of any help from, or restrictions of, social systems. Lee's skill, style, and vitality represent the American dream come true. He achieves victory on his own stylistic terms as he defends himself and his community. The development of individual identity and style is an important aspect of martial arts training, and when we consider that martial arts techniques rely on trained skill rather than brute strength or power, the appeal develops a unique character. For African Americans, the use of the body as an indirect expression of identity and resistance carries historical overtones. In Steelin, African American expressive culture from its beginnings to the Zoot Suit, Shane White, and Graham White chronicle expressions of the distinctive nature of black kind 6, or embodied manifestations of African American life. Simply put, historically African Americans have used bodily gestures in unique ways to react, mediate, and manipulate social interaction. Blacks who were enslaved struggled against the knowledge that not only were their bodies commodities that could be bought, sold, branded, worked, whipped, and used at the whim of slave owners, but that their status as property also constrained the ways in which they could speak, walk, stand, make eye contact, and present themselves in public. Standing too proudly, walking too contentedly, or glancing at the wrong time at the wrong person could result in punishment. Decades after slavery ended, and well into the 1960s, written and unwritten social codes constrained the freedom of African American bodies. Social norms, and too often laws, not only segregated black bodies from white bodies but determined that they must be deferential and servile in public when interacting with whites. In some regions of racial tension, the well-behaved black body was expected to take up as little public space as possible, both metaphorically and in concrete ways on the street, in public institutions, and in public discourse. White and White explore the many ways that African Americans historically resisted oppression and bodily constraint. One tactic was to mask all direct emotional and cognitive expression by making their faces and bodies unreadable, a classic martial arts defense strategy promoted by the Book of Five Rings with a simple admonition: do not let the enemy see your spirit less than or equal to is not equal to. Another tactic entailed aestheticizing the body by replacing the constrained body with an expansive body that expressed individuality using style of movement, clothing, language, and dance. The black body was no longer property, work tool, sexual object, or an embodiment of inferior social status. Instead, it became beautiful, graceful, adorned, sensual, vital, and dent. In White and White's words, the body became a political subtext of struggle, a determination to renegotiate the social contract. A structured or tightly coded social system often aims to silence the body less than or equal to, and yet individuals find ways to express their identity and protest in their bodily practices. 272 Kim Hewitt. The African American body trained in martial arts functions within this genre of bodily practice, protesting social constrictions. Trained to GHT, the martial artist is able to hide and protect his inner spirit, enabling him to survive confrontation both physically and psychologically, as well as subdue his enemies. For many individuals who study martial arts, the desire to be able to physically defend oneself is supplemented by the hunger for inner fortitude. Many martial arts schools encourage individuals to develop more than just physical strength and dexterity, and thus carefully promote self-awareness. The ultimate goal is not mastering physical techniques but rather bringing the mind, body, and spirit into harmony to achieve internal strength. Bruce Lee clarified this position when he claimed that technical skill is subordinate to psychic training, less than or equal to the common martial arts concept of chi or ki. For example, refers to the focused integration of physical, mental, and spiritual energies to nurture intrinsic strength, which transcends mere physical strength. Less than or equal to greater than or equal to chi is an internal energy. Intrinsic strength is evidenced by physical fluidity as a martial artist learns to access and direct chi, and by the ability to direct and control one's whole presentation as one moves through space physically and through daily life in a focused, self-composed manner. Composure is a crucial component of the African American expressive style of cool as seen in several arenas of African American expressive culture, including music and dance. The kinesthetic art of dance provides the best comparison with martial arts because both are motion through space, and a discussion of the Africanist presence in dance illuminates the value of composure in African American aesthetics. As explained by the dance scholar Brenda Dixon Gottschalk, several of the characteristics of Africanist dance are startlingly similar to the ideals that martial artists strive to achieve. In referencing the art historian Robert Ferris Thompson, Gottschalk points out that many Africanist visual arts privilege certain motion concepts and the aesthetic of the cool in contrast to European-based dance movements, which emphasize centeredness, control, linearity, and directness. The characteristic Africanist motions are loose and exible, asymmetrical and polyrhythmic. They encompass power, vitality, drive, and attack, as well as an attitude of composure. Ideally, cool results from the juxtaposition of detachment with intensity. Less than or equal to this aesthetic of cool in dance is parallel to the ideal of composure in the martial arts styles. The ideal motion that a martial artist strives to achieve is both relaxed and focused, executed with full strength and power and yet precise and loose. The ideal attitude is one of inner intensity and calm. Although an accomplished martial artist also knows when to employ linear, direct, centered movements, which are aesthetically European according to Gottschalk, the brilliance comes in being exible enough to move fluidly from one kind of motion to the next as needed and remain composed. The ability to direct and control chi energy means that one can remain detached and relax into the movement because, ideally, the inner strength will fully animate the motion. As mind, body, and spirit harmonize, physical grace and inner strength merge into graceful, active, fluid execution of one's intention. A discussion of the aesthetic of cool as developed by African American jazz musicians can further expand our understanding of composure and the particular appeal it has in African American culture. As outlined by the American Studies scholar Joel Dinerstein, beginning in the 1930s, urban blacks and jazz musicians developed styles of language and presentation that signaled withdrawal from the conics of mainstream society and developed into recognizable cultural codes for African Americans. This cool mask, which Dinerstein traces through African concepts transformed into African American concepts, entailed a composed exterior that marked resistance to mainstream social norms and an inner complexity as a defense against external hostility. Further, as jazz musicians like Lester Young and Dizzy Gillespie developed ways to maintain a controlled presence, they did so while staying relaxed and expressing a sense of inner spirit. Like martial artists, they cultivated relaxed intensity, which combined expressive style with public composure. Dinerstein notes that this particular manifestation of the cool aesthetic is, in one sense, composed violence. Less than or equal to this musical performance style, indicative of a larger African American aesthetic, parallels the martial arts ideal of relaxed intensity in the face of physical and mental challenges. Martial arts in its ideal form is nothing if not cool. Martial arts schools often emphasize the value of composure and training as crucial to the ability to GHTE actively by relying on inner strength. The instruction of physical techniques coexists with instruction to seek self-knowledge and self-respect, along with the ability to control one's psyche as well as one's body. One of the RST emotions a martial arts student learns about is fear, of looking foolish, of failure, of pain, of hurting someone else, but many other emotions follow. One has to become intimately acquainted with a vast array of emotions and learn to function with them in order to train in martial arts and, as Musashi urges samurai warriors, to develop a steady spirit. Less than or equal to advanced martial artists learn to acknowledge their emotions without letting them control their actions. They remain centered and calm, alert and aware. In The Art of Peace, Morihei Ueshiba, the founder of Aikido, encourages students to leave behind all self-centered thoughts, petty desires, and anger and develop compassion and wisdom. Less than or equal to pi when he states simply, your spirit is your true shield, less than or equal to. He conveys the idea that physical prowess must be supported by a well-trained psyche in order to become a true martial artist. This philosophy relies on a holistic view of mind and body, and it roots practitioners with a deep sense of self-respect as they learn techniques to enhance both physical and mental control. This control is necessary to execute forms, katas, properly and to maintain the calmness necessary to GHT an opponent, and it also offers insight into the depth of one's own capacities. Yoshida reminds his students that ultimately each one of us is a miniature universe, a living shrine less than or equal to Omega. As one learns self-composure, one learns self-respect, and active respect for others greater than or equal to is not equal to. The ability to cultivate composure is linked to one's ability to participate in a martial arts, to hang and develop a warrior spirit. With self-control and self-respect comes an internal power that exceeds the power of physical force. As Joe Hyman states in Zen in the martial arts, the goal of a martial artist is to become so strong inside that he has no need to demonstrate his physical power greater than or equal to. Although not directly political, this sense of self-empowerment appeals tremendously to individuals who may have little control over the external factors limiting their options in daily life. One can interpret this kind of self-mastery as diminishing the grip of external factors over the individual, which perhaps becomes the first step toward further activism and power in larger realms. This connection was expressed to me succinctly by a practitioner of the African-Brazilian martial art of capoeira. First you learn to control your own energy, then you learn to control someone else's. Greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. The goal of empowering the individual as the ultimate goal of martial arts training was expressed by Bruce Lee succinctly when he stated, "The true power of our skill is as self-knowledge, the liberation of the self, not as a weapon." Greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. The rudimentary physical techniques gained in the early years of martial arts training eventually blossom as a student develops a sense of style. As one instructor told his students, first learn the movements, then make them your own. Greater than or equal to. As this happens, the next level of learning begins. Students who began by imitating the motions of others eventually develop their own rhythm and unique kinetic emphasis, and even their own individual breathing and GHT sounds. For example, Bruce Lee's animal sound kieps have often been described as highly individualized. A unique style reeks a deep understanding of technique and a level of skill that allows the student to embellish and improvise as needed or desired. An exploration of the African American cultural value on individual expression augments an understanding of the intersection of martial arts aesthetics and African American aesthetics. Many forms of African American art encourage individual expression within a structure, such as the chance for a musician to improvise within a structure of jazz, or the opportunity for dancers to make up footwork during the breakaway or rock step in swing dancing. These moments allow a performer to demonstrate personal style and brilliance, while remaining in the O of the larger performance. These African diasporic expressions value a performer whose unique style awes the audience and adds to the lexicon of the art. African American cultural aesthetics values self-expression as a sign of individuality. Style is also valued for its innovative contribution to the community because individual expression strengthens and dignifies the community. Greater than or equal to. When self-expression embraces composure, it reeks the aesthetic of the cool. As detailed in the Code of the samurai warrior is at his peak service as a warrior when he maintains an absolute composure in the face of death, the thought of which he must hold in his mind at all times. The achieved coolness is not solely one of composure because the warrior is willing to lose his life at any moment. Instead, composure actually enables the warrior to perform his service. You fool the paths of loyalty and familial duty when you keep death in mind. Greater than or equal to. The anthropologist Michael Jackson explores the value of composure as he conveys the value of self-mastery to one African community. He analyzes the community meaning of initiation rituals and healing practices among the Karanko people. Jackson writes that for the Karanko the ability to withstand pain is central to the acquisition of self-mastery. Central to this transition is pain, daim, a word that connotes both emotional suffering and physical hurt. The neophyte is encouraged to control his or her reaction to suffering. Mastery of one's reaction to pain: standing stock still, not blinking, not making a sound, not wincing when one is cut is regarded as the paradigm of all self-mastery. In the Karanko view, it is only when a person learns to discriminate between the action of her and his or her reaction to it that he or she gains any measure of control or freedom. Yuri, steadiness of body/mind, connotes this detached attitude to an inner state, whether pain, grief, anger, or love. Kirtai, bravery, and Kilanbeltai, fortitude, suggest moral burr and the ability to withstand the tides of strong emotions. These virtues are all dependent upon the cultivation of an abstract attitude that produces consonance between intentions and actions greater than or equal to pi. These qualities of emotional and physical self-control are similar to those attempted by martial artists, and are connected to social interactions and self-mastery that, as Jackson notes, are then placed within a community context. When Jackson discusses a Karenko healer, he claims that like the exponents of Eastern martial arts, he came to see that the proper exercise of power is not in using it to gain advantage over others but in containing it, holding it under control. Self-mastery in the Karenko view is the beginning of social adroitness greater than or equal to. For the Karenko, the ideal of self-mastery functions within a larger context of the individual in relationship to others. Although it would be difficult to connect this Karenko value directly with African American individuals who train in martial arts, Thompson helps us bridge this gap by reminding us that a general African worldview survived the diaspora and transformed into African American cultural elements. Self-mastery, a form of self-composure, contributes to the aesthetic of cool and always exists in relation to others. An ethic of self-expression and achievement that serves the community is also often valued in a Dahang. Advanced martial artists attempt to develop their own style, while some, like Bruce Lee, attempt as synthesis of different styles to innovate a whole new school of martial arts. Lee created the style of Jeet Kune Do and encouraged his students to bring their own style to their training greater than or equal to Omega and Lee's LMS. His individuality is only one aspect of his victory, and his dedication to his community also glories his GHT. The role of community OERs another link between martial arts philosophies and the appeal of training to African Americans. Personal growth in traditional martial arts training is often linked to respect for community. A contemporary Korean style, Tukong Mujul, emphasizes selfless service or service without return as one aspect of a student's training. This philosophy applies within the Dahang as each student supports every other student in his or her training, but it also encourages a larger active role within the school and in the larger outside community. Each student helps maintain the Dahang and is encouraged to participate in community service projects outside the Dahang. The sense of participation in and by the community is also highly valued in African American aesthetics. However, community remains a vague concept. Does it mean immediate community, mainstream community, or even audience? The African American aesthetic of interplay between performer and audience, as seen in the call and response structure of blues music, lends itself uneasily to parallel with martial arts. Performance is often a low priority for martial artists, as is interplay with spectators who may witness their skill. Sparring can be framed as a form of artistic give and take, but the participation ethic is more applicable to martial arts via a closer look at the role of respect in the Dahang. The value placed on the give and take of respect illuminates a philosophy of connectedness between the individual and the tradition of teaching within the Dahang that emphasizes mutual respect and is evidenced by community participation. Almost every form of Asian martial arts predicates a hierarchical system of ranking. The most revered gurs of the dojo are usually the masters or grandmasters who founded the school, and who in turn traced the style back to its ancient origins such as the Shaolin temples of China or the original practitioners in Japan. Most martial arts schools display photos of past masters to show reverence for their skill and wisdom. Often martial arts schools will set aside a small altar-like space for incense and other offerings to pay homage to teachers or religious gurs who are helpful to the school and the students. The presence of photos and offerings of thanks varies the importance of lineage and paying homage to ancestral gurs, and it is echoed when instructors encourage students to remain connected to the tradition from which the martial arts teachings originate. This connection is manifested by showing respect for past teachers and the martial arts tradition. No matter how accomplished an individual may become, he or she is taught to always remember that individual accomplishment is not possible without the prior wisdom of past teachers and the time and energy they contributed to the community. In turn, in appreciation for the efforts of past and present instructors, each student strives to return as much energy as possible to the tradition. One way of doing this is showing respect within the Dahang. Stu. Dents quickly learn to perform a ritual bow upon entering and leaving the training area as a sign of respect for the school, the tradition, and the special time and effort of past and present students and teachers who comprise the school. Systems of respect structure martial arts schools and classes. Most schools operate within a structure of formal manners, including ritualized greetings and gestures of respect, such as bowing, which are accorded to all students and all interactions in a dahang. Instructors rank highly within the school and are usually accorded special titles of respect and addressed with formality. Black belt students often teach lower belt students and are accorded titles of respect acknowledging their accomplishments and efforts to help other students. Some schools require all students regardless of belt rank to be addressed with titles of respect like Sir and Madam, and one common teaching is to demonstrate attention, patience, care, and humility when interacting with every student and every instructor. Thus each student, regardless of rank, bows to every other student. This system is on one hand a hierarchical ranking system that acknowledges skill level and lineage, but it also values each student regardless of belt or skill level. What seems to be a hierarchy is based on a system of respect and appreciation for both individual accomplishment and the tradition of wisdom that each student strives to embody, rather than a hierarchy of superior/inferior ranking. Individual accomplishment is lauded, but it exists within a context that acknowledges the significance of community. It is important to understand these gestures of respect as ways to create community bonds within a dojo. What seems like a hierarchical system is paradoxically democratic in the sense that each individual is valued and respected, no matter the level of his or her learning. Ultimately, this system demonstrates respect for the past by acknowledging that each person was once a beginning student, and every accomplishment is gained through the efforts of a community of teachers and students, past and present. Community bonds extend through time, and an individual contributes back to the community not just in concrete efforts of aiding other students and pursuing an active role in the larger community but by giving thanks for the efforts of others. As the founder of Karate-do, Jishin Funakoshi, stated simply, karate begins and ends with courtesy is not equal to, although seemingly teaching a hierarchical system. The deeper teaching of most martial arts schools is that one is always involved in a network of participation and mutual respect. For example, instructors are respectful of students, and they often thank students for the attention and effort they bring to class in recognition that it is a return gift for the effort of teaching. This interaction parallels the musical style of call and response and the mutual appreciation exchanged between performer and audience in African American expressive culture. In a more general sense, it echoes the idea that individual achievement becomes meaningful within the context of the community, and that individual and community exist in a relationship of interdependence. One martial arts instructor with 10 years of teaching experience encapsulated this idea as mutuality. When he explains the ritual of bowing to his students, he tells them, "We bow to each other because we need each other. Without you, I am not a teacher, without me, you are not students. We exist in a relationship with each other, and our identities depend on one another. Therefore we bow to each other out of respect for this relationship." Herman Kaus, who taught martial arts for 20 years before publishing The Martial Spirit, an introduction to the origin, philosophy, and psychology of the martial arts, while pointing out the variety that exists in different styles of martial arts, also describes a typical class procedure of bowing toward a shrine and a teacher at the beginning of each class, and a system in which senior students are shown respect by junior students and vice versa. A senior student who is not aware of and respectful toward the limits and needs of the junior students may be asked to leave class less than or equal to an ideal senior student has achieved a level of self-composure that enables him or her to continue developing his or her own skill and style while acknowledging and accommodating the limits and needs of others gracefully. Senior students, as well as junior and senior instructors, are expected to serve as role models and elder mentors within a dahang. The ultimate expression of this is the respect they show all members of the school. Although this ethic of mutual respect and participation does not translate easily into African American expressive traditions, the parallel exists in the African American cultural sense of balancing individualism with connection to ancestors, teachers, elders, and the community that deserves respect. As opposed to the mythical mainstream American value of self-sufficiency, African American cultural ethics recognize that no person succeeds alone, and that no person is truly successful until he or she contributes back to the community. As a parallel, Even though Bruce Lee's characters in his LMSGHT for victory using the body alone and in an isolated physical setting, his victories are often within the context of achieving revenge or respect for his community or family. A sense of connection to the community pervades all martial arts schools that strive to convey ARM philosophy of physical and intrinsic strength for one's own enhancement and the benefit of others. One can only hope that the martial artist will deem achievement as an attainment of inner fortitude employed in the service of mutual respect, and the development of an internal strength so neatly tuned that it benefits the larger community without the need for force. Yoshiba claims that the way of the warrior is to establish harmony, greater than or equal to which is perhaps the ultimate product of AO and interaction between the individual and his or her community, and the ultimate expression of cool. The aesthetic of cool, as it appears in Africanist dance and in the styles of jazz musicians and African American expressive culture, reveals one way in which African American expressive culture manifested in the 20th century. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, as African Americans and other minority individuals sought new ways to carve an identity for themselves, the martial arts of Bruce Lee offered them one alternative to mainstream values and stereotypes of masculinity. When Kung Fu LMS inspired individuals to train, the philosophies of self-knowledge, inner strength, development of style, and connection to a community found in the Dahang offered these individuals a chance to develop a sense of empowerment. The similarities between these philosophies and the valued style of cool found in African American expressive arenas may have further popularized martial arts training for these individuals. Although the disciplined, controlled body trained for martial arts embodies conservative values of an idealized community and wisdom passed from generation to generation, the surface appearance of hierarchy and physical skill give way to deeper achievements of style, physical and psychological composure, self-respect, and participation in community that values mutual respect. During the 1960s and 1970s, when black youths sought to develop their own styles and identity apart from mainstream stereotypes, oppression, and values, these philosophies appealed to them. Echoing values held by traditional African American communities in some ways, as well as African American expressive culture, the philosophy taught in martial arts schools prepared African Americans to engage in a process of self-growth and self-respect, but it also prepared them to defend themselves physically and psychologically against a larger world dominated by white aesthetics, attitudes, and policies. By offering an arena in which the primary tools were one's body and one's determination to train, martial arts offered opportunities for self-respect and self-expression even to working-class youth whose options were limited. Controlling one's own body and training mind and body together was liberating. The martial arts as acting art transcended physical skill alone. The trained, disciplined martial arts body, harmonized with the controlled emotions of a warrior, was a weapon for self-defense and for individual and collective empowerment. The American drum set. Black musicians and Chinese opera along the Mississippi River. The drum set is a 20th century American instrument whose historical development has largely been the result of African American creativity. It stands today as one of the most widely played, recognized, and powerful instruments used on the global stage. The trap drum set emerged in the late 1890s, when single percussionists were forced for economic and logistical reasons to operate a multitude of instruments. Snare and bass drums of the concert and marching bands in New Orleans provided a foundation to which, from 1900 to 1930, other accessories or trappings, hence the name traps, were added. This diverse sound palette enabled percussionists to accompany LMS, theater, and other stage shows and dances. Additions included whistles, cowbells, timpani, chimes, marimba, bells, bird calls, and many other instruments. Early drummers, in their search for new sounds, also adopted the instruments they heard. 286 Royal Hartigan. Played by Chinese immigrants in urban areas in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, like the small Chinese cymbal, bow, large gong, daluo, woodblock, ban, varied pitch temple blocks, muyu, and the RST tom-tom, bangu, usually a thick painted pigskin drum head tacked onto a red painted wooden shell and suspended on a folding carriage stand. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, when the use of musical instruments, especially drums, which could be used for communication and revolt as well as for spiritual remembrances and affirmation, were forbidden on the part of enslaved Africans in the United States, African American people use their bodies as instruments. The coordinated interdependence of multiple percussive instrumental voices in a composite statement is found in the pattern juba. Hand clapping and foot stomps of African American peoples throughout the South. Juba is a clapping place similar to the ham bone patting and movements that many Americans learned in the 1950s and 1960s. While the drum set is relatively new, it has a spiritual heritage traceable to the ancient drum orchestras of West Africa, especially in the coastal rainforest region from present-day Côte d'Ivoire through Ghana, Togo, and Benin to Nigeria, where drumming is highly diversified into variously pitched and timbre drums, bells, and rattles. In these areas there is a master drummer who directs the dynamic interplay of song, dance, and drumming with conversational dialogue, calls and responses. An ensemble of distinct personal drum voices, each with its own pitched range, timbre, and rhythm specified by tradition, repertoire, and occasion of performance comes together to make a composite statement. This dynamic living force creates a space for the gods to descend, for people to connect with each other, with nature, with life, and with themselves. The interplay of coordinated independent voices characterizes the function, sound, and feel of the drum set practitioner in the African American jazz tradition and West African drum ensembles. During the post-slavery era, African Americans sought employment and economic self-activity in many areas, including as professional musicians performing in various recreational venues, theaters, traveling shows, and aboard steamships that traversed the Mississippi River and visited port cities from New Orleans to Chicago. It was during the late 19th and early 20th century that the hybrid instrument, the drum set, was created and 287. Shaped into its basic form, still in use today, of bass and snare drums, tom-toms, hi-hat cymbals, and ride and crash cymbals. Since the immigration to the Americas of large numbers of Chinese during the mid to late 1800s, Chinatowns took root primarily in Hawaii, on the west coast, and in cities such as New York. By the beginning of the 20th century, a highly active and extensive Chinese opera touring circuit had been established in Chinese communities extending from Vancouver, Canada, along the west coast, to Central and South America, to the Caribbean, notably Havana, and on into New York City. In Chinese theater, percussion gears prominently with an array of gongs, cymbals, drums, clappers, and woodblocks that accentuate, highlight, and drive the stage drama. In the aesthetics of Chinese opera, a stage performer must be well versed in singing, acting, and movement, with martial arts, like acrobatics and specific physical movements and hand gestures. The repertoire of Chinese opera is a collection of well-known traditional scenes and stories with all too familiar plots, characters and storylines, and verses. Chinese opera audiences know the stories, lines, and lyrics by heart. What makes a particular performance fresh and enjoyable are the virtuosic performances. Typically, a Chinese opera actor-performer never asks, "What is my line?" but rather, "What are my beats?" referring to the percussion rhythms to which they follow and use as a springboard for their particular individual performance. In 1904, the World's Fair took place in New Orleans, where it featured exotic exhibits from around the world, including Asia, Polynesia, and the Philippines. Chinese opera was an especially popular and well-attended exhibition in the 1904 World's Fair. During the late 19th century and the early 20th, a small population of Chinese had resettled to Mississippi and other southern states, where they were brought in as a short-lived experiment to replace African labor after the formal ban on slavery in the United States. The more enterprising and successful of these Chinese laborers began small service and mercantile businesses. Historians have documented the contact between the Chinese and African Americans during this period, with events of both contact and cooperation, including mixed marriages. Less than or equal to it is surmised that African American drummers, fascinated by the sounds and role of drums and percussion in Chinese music, especially in opera and 288 Royal Hartigan theater performances, found a way to incorporate both the instrumentation and setup of the multiple percussion arrangement of the Chinese opera percussion ensemble into the drum set. This effort was seen as a way to broaden the sonic percussion palette as well as to economize and reconfigure an array of percussion played by multiple performers into a single instrument, the drum set, played by one musician. This was especially practical and easy for steamboat musicians who were greatly limited by space. Where once several percussionists played a single percussion instrument, with a drum set one player using all four limbs in coordination could play multiple percussion. Much of the early research in the historical development of the drum set is drawn from Theodore Dennis Brown's exhaustive dissertation A History and Analysis of Jazz Drumming to 1942, as well as from the oral interviews conducted by Royal Hartigan of many drummers greater than or equal to several components of the African American drum set have connections to Chinese percussion. The wood block was an important element in the ragtime and later New Orleans drum sound. This instrument, which is a hollow oblong chamber of wood with slits for sound projection, was widely used by drummers, in many sizes and shapes, well into the 1940s. With its various sizes and tones, it can be seen as a descendant of African slit-log drums, although Theodore Dennis Brown groups the wood block with the Chinese tom-tom and Chinese cymbal as instruments with an Asian heritage. Wei Huazhang, a Chinese ethnomusicologist, has stated that the wood blocks and temple blocks she has seen in this country, the same as those used in the early drum set, are similar and perhaps traceable to hollow wooden blocks played with a stick in China. These blocks are of varying sizes and pitches and are used during prayer in Chinese Buddhist temples. Zhang also relates that the general onomatopoeia name for the sound of Chinese drums is don don, which parallels the sound and name for the tom-tom. The general name for snareless drums, such as tom-toms, obviously has a wide and international derivation. Another Chinese ethnomusicologist, Wu Wenguang, has noted that wood blocks, bang zi, temple blocks, mu, tom-toms, tangu, cymbals, nao bo, and large and small gongs, de luo and xiao luo, respectively, used in the early years of drum sets, are all found in Chinese theater performances and in Buddhist temple prayer rituals. A continuous bass drum. 289. Cymbal pattern in quarter notes is also used as a Chinese folk parade rhythm. Wu has identified a common African American ride cymbal beat a quarter note followed by 2/8 triplets separated by a triple eighth rest as similar to a rhythm found in Chinese drama. He has also described two small handheld cymbals, sounding on alternate beats. The inclusion of wood block, tom-tom, temple block and Chinese cymbals in the early drum set indicates that jazz drummers heard and were attracted to the sounds of Chinese instruments. There are many similarities between not only the physical characteristics of Chinese percussion with aspects of the African American drum set, but also in the manner in which individual components are played. For example, the Chinese double hand cymbals, the nao bo, are played by striking up and down, vertically, as opposed to the Western handheld crash cymbals played striking against each other, crashing, side to side, horizontally. The hi-hat in a drum set is composed of two small cymbals suspended on a pole carriage and played by a foot pedal, clanging vertically. The hi-hat, like the nao bo, can be choked to create a tightened, non-ringing metal accented sound. Brown points out that the 19th century immigration of large numbers of Chinese people to the United States, and the music that in their new home remained a part of their festivities including opera, theater, and parades, influenced American jazz musicians. He also points out that wooden slit drums, Chinese cymbals, and tom-toms are commonly used in Chinese theater productions and are traceable to the Qing dynasty, 1644–1911. The sounds of these instruments were adopted by African American jazz musicians, as well as by their white counterparts. In stage and steamboat shows, dance hall reviews, and cabarets, African American drummers had to utilize a variety of sound effects and percussive techniques in a manner similar to that performed by the Chinese percussionists. Chinese percussion instruments used in Chinese theater functioned as a unit to portray dramatic action, parallel to that of jazz drummer reacting the dramatic action of soloists or dancers. African American drummers studied and borrowed these instruments, the particular instrumental construction and combination, and the narrative role of Chinese theater percussion, which then became incorporated into the hybrid drum set and subsequently expanded the role, scope, and power of American vernacular music across the globe. 290 Royal Hartigan. Ron Wheeler with David Kaufman. Is Kung Fu racist? People used to speak of the United States as a melting pot, as a place where ethnic and cultural differences were rent so that we could all come out as just plain Americans. We now live in an age where this image from the era of heavy industries seems a bit outdated. This is probably just as well, as it was always a bit hard for racial minorities to melt into the general population. We have not found a metaphor for our new multiracial society, but it would have to be one that would describe both our diversity and our ability to draw on other people's cultures. The sad truth is, of course, that we do not have a new image for the identity of the new America because, in part, we have not yet achieved it, although we are on our way. Nonetheless, one example of the possibilities and difficulties of this new understanding is my experience as an African American in the Chinese martial arts. I don't want to indulge in the popular game of comparative swearing. The history of chattel slavery and segregation is well known and doesn't have to be repeated here. The Chinese, too, had a difficult time in the United States. In the late 1800s, many of the Chinese who settled in this country were brought in as a form of cheap labor and were separated from their families. A good number of these workers had a high degree of martial arts skill, and because most came from southern China, near Canton, it is safe to assume that southern systems were primarily taught. As the Chinese population began to grow in the United States, small communities sprang up on the West Coast and the violent nature of the times drove the Chinese to defend themselves. Violence, segregation, and a certain ethnic pride kept the Chinese Americans somewhat insulated, so when African Americans began to get interested in self-defense in the 1960s, influenced in part by urbanization and in part by the galvanizing model of the civil rights and black power movements, they did not end the already welcome in the Chinese martial arts. Many African American men took up the Japanese systems because, unlike most Chinese teachers who wanted to hide their art from the low-fan, foreign devil, many Japanese teachers welcomed outsiders as a way to keep their art alive and growing. Although on the East Coast Zhao Xie Saifu Dean Chin of Washington, D.C., and Fu Zhaopai Saifu and Wei Hong of New York were among the RST Chinese instructors to teach Kung Fu, also spelled Gung Fu, to non-Asians, it is a well-known fact that the few Chinese teachers willing to instruct non-Asians taught a watered-down version of their style while teaching the true art to their fellow countrymen. Matters eventually improved. The 1970s, which brought the movies of Bruce Lee and the show Kung Fu, saw an unsurpassing and important growth in martial arts interest in particular, in Chinese Kung Fu. Instructors like Dean Chin, the late Ark Wong, who was noted for his mastery in both the 5 animal/5 family styles, and others began openly instructing African Americans. Even now blacks seem to make up the majority of the students found in these schools. Many of the early black pioneers, like Dennis Brown, a top student of Tien Shan Pai Saifu Willie Lin, Chuck J.E. Rise, also a student of Willie Lin and a successful martial arts actor, and Paul Atkins, a senior instructor under Dean Chin and one of the few people to be taught Zhao Jie's Iron Palm by Saifu Chin, made it possible for those like myself to study authentic Kung Fu, but it was still much harder than it needed to be. As an African American I am no stranger to racism. But I was surprised to see it both subtly and not so subtly exhibited in the martial arts. I can remember one of my instructors telling me that a lot of the Chinese in Washington's Chinatown did not like blacks and would refer to us as hopgoys, black ghosts. Of course, there are mitigating factors here. In the 1800s few Chinese had ever seen a black person, and in order to describe these strange people of color, they merely amended the term they used for white folk. It was not meant as an insult or as a derogatory name. Even today, there are many people in remote parts of China who have never seen a black person. In 1982, Dennis Brown of the Shaolin Wushu Academy was the only African American to be invited to study contemporary Wushu by the Chinese government. On his return to the United States, he told me that his Chinese instructors constantly referred to him as Ko-yi. This was the only way they could think of to describe what to them was completely new, the color of his black skin. In the United States, however, the novelty of black skin must surely have worn off for the Chinese. African Americans want to study Kung Fu, not some watered-down version of the art. Perhaps it was a deterrent kind of prejudice that made instructors reluctant to teach the real thing to their black students. Perhaps most Chinese masters felt that blacks would never be as good as Asian martial artists. The opposite has turned out to be the case, however. Now, depending on the region, many non-Asian and, in particular, African American artists are rising through the ranks quickly and effectively. What is it that makes African Americans just as good, if not better than, their Asian counterparts? Strange as it may sound, I believe that it is the importance of dance and rhythm in black culture that gives African Americans a predisposition for gung fu. My own master understood this. When I was about to take my test for the small controlling tiger form, Saifu Chin asked me if I could dance. Dance? Saifu repeated the question. I answered yes. I knew how to dance. Was I any good? Yes, I told him, I guessed I was. He was not interested in my guesses, was I good or not. So I had to reply that I was a very good dancer. Good, Saifu said. Then you will have no problem doing gung fu. I must have looked at Saifu Chin as if I thought he was crazy, because he began to explain himself. He told me that all Chinese martial arts are based on rhythm, and that they stress the continuity of movement and are performed in dance-like patterns. Saifu Chin's point explains the success of African American martial artists. But that is not to say that blacks are only good at forms. In 1979 at the RST World Kuo-Shu Tournament in Taipei, Taiwan, Saifu Chin's team comprised entirely of African Americans did remarkably well. The success of African Americans in the Chinese martial arts is bound to continue, and the number of blacks learning gung fu will only increase. This does not mean that the established styles will be adulterated. Gung fu need not pass through the melting pot to become part of a featureless, generic amalgam. My experience shows me that African Americans have earned a place for themselves in the traditional Chinese martial arts community where they are helping to maintain its vitality. They want to and can do well, they only need to be treated with respect and as equal partners in what has become a shared inheritance. Asian Americans and hip-hop. I tease telling that I begin this essay wondering if I have the right to write it. I'm neither a professional journalist nor a distant academic with a degree in ethnomusicology. But then again I'm also not really a hip-hopper because I don't practice one of the four officially acknowledged elements of hip-hop, unless you count hip-hop, Indian's spoken word, in which case I've been holding it down for the past 11 years. I'm not some middle to upper-class suburban Asian kid who loved hip-hop for rebellion's sake, nor am I an Asian who learned to love hip-hop in college because he bought Midnight Marauders and fell in love with it as he danced to electric relaxation while smoking bud. Instead, I am a straight-up ghetto-raised hip-hop fan. I was never a hustler or a street kid or a banger, but rather a ghetto nerd who grew up in hip-hop and I didn't necessarily always like it. Still, what right do I have to write this? An Asian kid who is neither a hip-hopper nor an academic? This very late and probably outdated essay is concerned with Asian Americans and hip-hop, and despite my insecurities I have to explore the intersections of two different social groups that I love dearly. First is Asian America, that fragmented, fluid, beautiful, painful, powerful, and confused/confusing nation that gives my center its gravity, a people whose culture and history are ignored or dismissed by the mainstream as well as progressives and radicals of all colors, even as they covet Asian food and women. Second is hip-hop less than or equal to that complicated, fluid, contradictory, beautiful, and commoditized culture whose music and icons have gone global. It is an art form that voices experiences and concerns from communities held down by police brutality, drug epidemics, class oppression, and other forms of systematic racism, a beautiful, uplifting, complicated culture and music that is identified primarily with African Americans greater than or equal to originated in a country whose race politics are still rigidly black and white and don't get it twisted. The African American community is not to blame for this, but rather a white supremacist power structure that continues to oppress African Americans and does not want to deal with any other issues concerning communities of color, unless they can use us for their own benefit. This essay is not meant to be a definitive academic statement about what is and what is not Asian American hip-hop or Asian American hip-hop. Instead, it is meant to be a conversation starter, an exploration of many difficult issues presented with an alternative perspective not often seen in either mainstream or so-called alternative media, an Asian American perspective that doesn't pander to anyone. Race. Other than white people, African Americans are the most visible race in America, and Asian Americans are the most invisible. Part of this invisibility is rooted in a lack of knowledge and awareness of Asian American history and issues, an ignorance that we, as well as non-Asians, carry. Consequently we, and non-Asians, fail to identify Asian Americans as people of color, or fail to understand the specific ways in which we have and still do so from racism. Everyone constantly talks about the black-white divide in speaking about race. Sometimes people throw in the words Latino or Hispanic for some of or, and if they remember to mention Native Americans at all, most people will concur that they are oppressed racially. However, it is entirely possible that one can be considered by most people in this country to be a progressive or radical without knowing or mentioning a thing about Asian American history or issues. In James Lowen's national bestseller Lies My Teacher Told Me, nowhere does he mention the complete lack of Asian American history in classrooms and education. In his introduction, he states that African American, Native American, and Latino students view history with a special dislike. No disagreement there. But he uses this pronouncement to insinuate that people of color do not like history classes because there is nothing about their history or culture rooted in their education, and he excludes Asian Americans from that racism. In a later chapter, he states, caste minority children, Native Americans, African Americans, and Hispanics do worse in all subjects, compared to white or Asian American children, but the gap is largest in social studies. That is because the way American history is taught particularly alienates students of color and children from impoverished families by lumping Asian Americans in with whites. Lowen insinuates that Asian Americans are learning what they need in American history as opposed to other people of color, and that Asian American children do not suffer disproportionately from class oppression based on race. This is especially problematic because his book does not talk about Japanese American internment, Chinese American workers on the railroad and in gold mines, plantation workers in Hawaii, the extreme poverty and lack of access to education for Southeast Asians, the past and present exploitation of Asian Indian and Filipino workforces, or any other of the many ignored facets of Asian American history. In the book there is a single picture and a short statement about sweatshops in Chinatown. And although Lowen does devote part of one of his chapters to the war in Vietnam, it is presented as a foreign dynamic and not a domestic one, common enough that the most visible issues regarding Asians are the ones that concern us in Asia, not America. This is not a plea to make the case that one group is more oppressed than another. But in the case of Asian Americans, who are often incorrectly lumped in with whites, it can be challenging to even engage in dialogue or action against white supremacy. What do you people have to complain about? Aren't you better than the others? Haven't we whites been good to you? In this sense, hip-hop mirrors mainstream and progressive culture. You don't have to know a thing about Asian American history or issues to be engaged in hip-hop culture or lifestyle. At its heart, hip-hop is an Afrocentric culture. You have to at least have some semblance of knowledge regarding African American history and culture in order to be truly hip-hop. In order to understand and appreciate the vocabulary, references, and music, you must be familiar with the culture. If you drop the names Diallo, Farrakhan, and Mumia in your rhymes, most hip-hoppers will know who and what you're talking about. What if you try to drop Vincent Chin, David Wong, Thong Fei Dakhoun, Tien Min Lee, Richard Aoki, and Bill and Yuri Kochiyama in your lyrics? Who the hell is going to know what you're talking about? Most Asian Americans wouldn't know these names, let alone anyone else. Back when Ice Cube's Black Korea came out, I encountered far more hip-hop fans of various races, including Asians, who understood, sympathized, and defended his diatribe than ones who considered the Korean perspective or even empathized with Koreans. This is especially problematic because the larger mainstream press as well as academics also actively silenced the viewpoints and dynamics of Koreans and Asians in Los Angeles. As states in his essay An Outsider in Koreatown, thousands of Black and Asian American businesses were destroyed by a minority of blacks, whites, and Hispanics, who have been described by some talented 10th intellectuals and academics, safely ensconced on college campuses, as warriors participating in an uprising. The mainstream press was able to distract the national consciousness away from issues of white racism, police brutality, economic devastation, and institutional oppression by hyping the tensions between blacks and Koreans. Racial ignorance is rampant. If Asian Americans had as much access to popular culture and hip-hop, I'm sure we would be saying all kinds of ignorant racist shit about black people and each other. We've all internalized racist stereotypes about different races and ourselves. I'm not arguing that blacks are inherently more racist or powerful than Asians or anyone else. I'm mentioning these things to point out the way that white supremacy, as a system, both encourages and reinforces racial ignorance, hatred, and objectification. We don't need to be oppositional to African Americans and hip-hop culture. Rather, I think the above points illustrate a lack of understanding and knowledge about Asian Americans in American society in general. And if we don't stick up for ourselves, if we don't actively seek to center ourselves and place our own culture and histories at the center, who will? 299. To become hip-hop as it stands today is to move away from having Asian America at our center, which in a way is the antithesis of hip-hop. As Manav Thackeray, a long-time struggling underground hip-hop artist, said to me in a recent conversation, as an Asian American trying to make it in hip-hop, I had to know how to move between worlds in order to be accepted. I could talk about being a young man of color, but some of the things relating specifically to my Asian heritage I had to leave some of that at the door, because heads weren't really feeling it. This is not to insinuate that Asian Americans can't be hip-hop, but if we want to be true participants and proponents of hip-hop, then we must read in it, to respect hip-hop and ourselves. We must revolutionize the way we conceive and practice hip-hop so that Asian America is at the center of it. And again, that doesn't mean that we have to be separate or oppositional or racist toward African Americans, but it does mean that we have to be equal in the exchange. This is easier said than done. Just because you incorporate Asian or Asian American cultural elements into your work doesn't mean that you're automatically going to produce quality work, or even interesting work, or that your own people will appreciate you. You need the skills to prove it. Nobody's gonna care if your rhyme scheme has been influenced by the Lisbat form of Vietnamese lyric poetry if you sound whack. And there is such a thing as self-exotication. If you approach Asian culture in a superficial manner and lose touch with your own Asian American community, you run the risk of performing in front of white audiences drawn by your authenticity. Or, if you're really out of touch, maybe you'll be so slick that the only people who can appreciate the genius of your work are upper-middle-class college-educated white rebels. Signifying. Signifying is a powerful thing. At the time of this writing, Eminem is really big, and whether or not Slim Shady's sexist, homophobic ass wants to claim that his race doesn't matter, the reality is that we don't exist in a vacuum. Eminem may not wish to call attention to his race, but that won't stop the rest of America and the world from seeing him as a white boy, and it won't stop white America from favoring him, as abrasive as he may seem, over African American MCs and other MCs of color. Seeing an Asian American face up on stage, on an album, or in a music video is a very powerful thing, especially since the American consciousness rarely sees Asian American people in the media at all, and especially not together. There are tokens who pop up now and then, but rarely do you see a positive representation of community rather than individuals. Whether or not we have the privilege of having an education that urges the deconstruction of race, class, etc., Asian kids are going to consume and gravitate toward pop culture, or at least they will encounter and interact with it before they are taught not to. It is tremendously important to see Asians on stage, Asians who can be successful and skilled on the mic, who can move a party and rock a body at a show. There is a hunger for representation, a hunger to see a reaction of us on stage, to open up opportunities and become visible in hip-hop. The Philadelphia-based Asian hip-hop crew the Mountain Brothers have acknowledged this dynamic in several interviews and on their website. This is music that makes yellows say Nally. But is simply being an MC or DJ who just happens to be Asian really enough? This kind of essentialist thinking is pretty common among artists of various elves and races, a belief that art and aesthetics are ultimately raceless, cultureless, and apolitical. Asian Americans can't afford to be that naive, and this gets complicated when we talk about hip-hop. On one hand, there is an ideal that hip-hop is a meritocracy. It doesn't matter who you are, what race you are, or your gender, as long as you have skills. On the other hand, hip-hop is a cultural force that is informed, shaped, and dominated primarily by African American men, and mainstream hip-hop has been commodified by largely white record label executives who either don't know how to, or don't want to, market Asian Americans. At least nowadays there is a relatively heightened awareness about the history of white people ripping old black music. How then can we pretend that our culture and race should have or has no impact or impression on hip-hop or ourselves? In a black and white country, one must choose being either black or white or risk being invisible. For me, seeing Asian American faces together at hip-hop events is fairly new, There have been token faces here and there throughout the history of hip-hop, but how will the hip-hop nation, as it is today, react to entire groups of Asian Americans being together and united in hip-hop? This is not to say that African Americans have not been receptive or accepting of Asian Americans in hip-hop, and that they don't have the 301 right to be suspicious of perceived outsiders. African Americans have had their culture swindled, condescended to, debased, and dismissed throughout history. I remember a discussion regarding race that I took part in when I was 17 years old, when a slightly older black guy said that whenever he saw some white kid or Asian kid trying to sag the pants, twist caps, and get down with hip-hop, he asked why did we have to come and steal a culture that his people created? As much as African Americans are suspicious of outsiders and rightly question whether or not Asian Americans appropriate hip-hop, we Asian Americans should also be cautious about all non-Asian people's approach, or lack of it, toward Asian American issues, and we should also ask if hip-hop appropriates Asian culture. And of course we, as Asian Americans, need to ask ourselves whether we dismiss or ignore our own Asian American issues and culture in order to get over Asian American history and issues continue to be ignored or dismissed. Asian culture has historically been ripped, appropriated, objected, condescended to, and manipulated by various cultural forces, and it still is. As Dennis Kim/Denizen Kane of I Was Born with Two Tongues/Typical Cat states, I don't think there's any people on this continent who experience such a unique blend of total commodification and total invisibility. All peoples have their story, and it's not about comparing your oppression. I'm talking about total consumer awareness. Eat what I eat, wear what I wear, get my shit tattooed on you. All kinds of shit. It can get even deeper, to where you can marry my sister, you can order her over the internet. But as opposed to knowing who I am, or who she is, or what we need, or what we want, nobody knows is not equal to mirroring the larger white mainstream culture. Some practitioners of hip-hop have borrowed liberally from Asian culture, or have borrowed from the white mainstream's appropriation of Asian culture. The group 2 Live Crews sampled the Vietnamese woman from Full Metal Jacket saying "Me love you long time." Rappers sport kanji tattoos, sample Asian music, wear Asian clothes, brag about being accepted in Japan, brag about all the Japanese women they've slept with, admit fetishes for Asian women, and put Asian models in their videos. Though martial arts seldom gets credited, you can clearly see how Hong Kong action acts of the 1970s have evinced break dancing. Most of those airs, leg sweeps, and other insane acrobatic maneuvers were done in Shaolin Temple by wushu experts, including a teenage Jet Li. It was his RST movie. Martial arts LMS, especially Bruce Lee movies, were tremendously popular in urban areas. Nelson George, in his book Hip Hop America, explains that Bruce Lee and martial arts provided a non-white, non-Western template for superiority. He goes on to suggest that the in-your-face attitude and aggression found in hip-hop is partially rooted in the index of martial arts LMS in urban communities, which is an exciting view of populist cross-cultural Indians. Everyone from Diggable Planets to Mystical to the Wu-Tang Clan have referenced Kung Fu X in their rhymes less than or equal to the old-school title Grandmaster, as in Grandmaster Flash and Grandmaster Cause, is also taken from martial arts LMS, the title of someone who has mastered a martial arts form or technique or is the ultimate practitioner of it. For well-known women in hip-hop, none of them Asian, got dressed up as Deadly Venoms, a homage to the Kung Fu classic 5 Deadly Venoms, for a Sprite commercial. But are all of these references and appropriations of Asian culture done out of respect or even racial consciousness? Admittedly, the icons, symbols, and references to and of Asian culture in hip-hop have been signers that are easily identifiable and digested by the mainstream. When people talk about how Foxy Brown is half Filipino, it's because of her exotic good looks and not because of any skills she may or may not have. One of her albums is called China Doll. Even though she's half Filipino, not Chinese, greater than or equal to Asian culture and symbols have been used in hip-hop much as the mainstream would use them, to suggest an aura of otherness, fetishism, or mystery. These stereotypes can manifest as racist caricature, from the unknown white rapper Frozen Explosion's faking of an Asian accent in his song Iwo Jima, to the 2 times Wyclef has used skits clowning Asians, to Ice Cube threatening to go down to the corner store and beat the Jap up, horny lil devil, to Cameron, Shanghai, Sela Dwellas, Land of the Lost, and Foxy Brown, I Shot You remix, using the word chink, and I'm not talking about saying chinky-eyed, I'm talking about using the word chink in reference to Asian people. African Americans are not the originators of Neo-Orientalism, and I do not mean to condemn all of hip-hop and African Americans for the actions of a few. We have to understand that these elements have a lot more to do with the way the larger mainstream, white, culture portrays and markets Asian people. That's where the majority of non-Asians get information about us. The rappers mentioned above, and also the numerous main 303 stream rappers who have used the term chinky-eyed, kick racist rhymes about Asians and pretty much got away with it. This illustrates the predominantly white record companies and white listening public's hypocrisy. They are not going to deal with race unless they have to or unless they can get something out of it. While we shouldn't excuse the insensitivity shown by some rappers, it helps to understand the root. It goes both ways in Asia and America. You will encounter Asians whose preconceived notions of African Americans are shaped by racist and/or fantasy representations put forth by the predominantly white mainstream. For example, Asian men who feel they can throw around the word nigga and take on a racist exaggeration of black manhood to replace the demasculinization placed on them by white supremacy. Asian women who sexualize black men and use their relationships with black men to validate their racial consciousness. But I think it's worth noting that, when talking about both mainstream and hip-hop cultures and the many intersections within, we can't just plug in Asian people and assume they have the same power, influence, and exposure as white people. Obviously, various elements of culture are going to melt and fuse, whether we like them to or not. And there is already a long history of Asian American and African American cultural influences and collaborations. There is no inherent harm in learning or appreciating different cultures, as long as it is done respectfully and as long as we can openly and constructively criticize when we feel that our culture is getting played. At the same time, we need to recenter ourselves. Asian Americans have been expected to recenter and learn about other people in order to be down. It's about time we asked people to learn about us in order to get down. We need to signify for, and to, ourselves and our community. I'm not asking for every Asian American hip-hopper to rhyme solely about kung fu, rice, import cars, or when holy. Neither am I suggesting that we aspire to get jiggy in music videos with scantily clad Lucy Liu lookalikes handing out back rubs. Hip-hop contains the opportunity to communicate and convey ideas and ideologies through art. It contains the opportunity to represent ourselves, our stories, and our people. In hip-hop is the power and sensibility to educate and uplift our communities. For example, the Filipino Bay Area /L.A. rapper Kiwi rhymes, I it like a page in Source magazine /to page 13 /ad for an overpriced pair of Gap jeans made by some 12-year-old in the Philippines making 5 cents a day makes no sense to say the least. It may be that some people are going to be feeling us if we do so. But part of the role of the trailblazer is to take risks, to go forward even if that means some people are not going to follow you. Even if people don't recognize the name or reference, drop it and make people curious. I remember reading an interview with Chuck D in which he was talking about one of his rhymes from Rebel Without a Pause, Hard My Calling Card /recorded and ordered supporter of Chisimard Omega. Chuck D said that, at the time, he knew that most people would have no idea that he was referring to Joanne Chisimard, more popularly known as Asadin Shakur, a black nationalist who was accused of killing a cop in New Jersey. Chuck D said he wanted people to hear the name and look her up in the library. Some Asian American hip-hop artists are signifying. The Mountain Brothers have a track called 5 Elements, with VEMCs representing the VE elements of Tao Alchemy. The hip-hop duo Contrast, New York, have a track in which they retell a Filipino myth. The aspiring artist Jamie attempts to combine hip-hop with Korean music. Asian Americans have the opportunity to name drop or make references that may not be readily recognizable to the majority of people, Asian or otherwise. However, Asian Americans have the added challenge of panethnicity. How do we signify to a culture that is already so richly varied and complicated? Especially since there is a lack of education on what, say, a Hmong American has in common with a South Asian American. But this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It is a disadvantage because we are already divided and confused within the definition of what it is to be Asian American. It is an advantage because we have the power to shape it. Language. The various words and slang used to signify in hip-hop are enormous and regional. A lot of slang is localized, transmitted to different parts of the country through hip-hop music and culture. Just because you're hip-hop doesn't mean that you will automatically know what the hezi or brimalo means. Less than or equal to is not equal to. You may be able to derive meaning from context, but the point is that you will often hear vocabulary that is not commonly used in your area until it is popularized by hip-hop. The code number 187 is what police use for homicides in LA, yet everyone in hip-hop has learned what it means even if they are not from the West Coast. 305. Similarly, you can create a very unique form of regional sensibility by using languages that are not English. Latino slashes have had the ability to signify in Spanish while still being able to be seen as hip-hop. Big Pun, the Beat Nuts, Fat Joe, Kid Frost, and the Latin Alliance, and others have combined language, music, and culture to create an undeniable identity in hip-hop. Asian Americans have not. Asians in Asia use their languages to rhyme, but Asian Americans have not heretofore visibly used Asian languages in their rhymes, certainly not to the same extent that Latino slashes have used Spanish. They also have a shared language, whereas Asian American is an umbrella term that incorporates many different languages, most of which are completely different from each other. For example, Vietnamese is completely different from Hmong, which is completely different from Punjabi, which is completely different from Cantonese, which is a dialect that is different from Mandarin. Although different Latino slashes will speak different dialects, it has not stopped them from rhyming in their distinct dialects of Spanish. Some may argue why Asian Americans should rhyme in anything other than English. After all, for many of us English is our primary language. But this is dodging what is at the heart of the matter. Assimilationism and white supremacy has had a history of attempting, with various degrees of success, to wipe out native languages, especially those of people of color and the indigenous. Language is culture, it's a code in which we speak to our own people. If you want to understand, you have to learn it. Hip-hop is its own ever-changing dialect, you have to be born into it or learn it in order to be it, just like any other language. Hip-hop dialects were created out of necessity, a coded language used to signify and communicate culture, with a rich heritage that taps into resistance and signifying against the dominant racist culture. The closest that Asian Americans have to such a dynamic is Pidgin English, usually a mix of English and an Asian language. Hawaiian Pidgin is particularly interesting, given its mix of several Asian and indigenous languages with English less than or equal to. It is also interesting given that it was a language formed out of necessity during the plantation days in Hawaii when Asian workers were being exploited. Less than or equal to. But even then, will mainland Asian Americans understand Hawaiian Pidgin? Maybe one answer is that we use words and phrases and hope everyone else catches up. Like I insinuated above, you have to learn or figure out what for shizi my nizi means. Maybe I don't understand Tagalog, Japanese, Korean, Cantonese, Thai, etc. But if you drop some rhymes using those languages, maybe I'll get curious and try to figure it out. As for musical language, Asian Americans also have what can be seen as a disadvantage. Part of hip-hop's musical language is sampling, whether it be an avant-garde artist tipping his sample at twice the speed and backward, or PUY ripping an entire song. Although hip-hop artists of various colors sample from a wide variety of musical palettes, African Americans have the ability to reach back and sample/reimagine songs from an enormous culture of African American music, everything from jazz to rock to R&B. Outkast's song Rosa Parks incorporates a juke joint breakdown featuring a harmonica, representing for the Dirty South. In Me, Myself and I, De La Soul and Prince Paul sampled Funkadelics, not just knee deep. Although sampling in hip-hop is not without its critics, it's a powerful mode of expression, taking a rhythm or melody from an old tune, maybe not immediately recognizable but striking a chord in you nonetheless. Hip-hop revolutionized the way the world looked at music through sampling, using threads of music to conjure moods or signify, while at the same time reinventing music, paying tribute to past African American music while moving on to something new. And, at its best, making young heads curious about their people's musical past and encouraging them to seek it out. While there have been Asian recording artists in America, we don't have an American musical culture that we are popularly credited with creating. So it's not possible for us to signify for each other and others as Americans of color using sampling in the same way that African Americans have. Of course, we can sample Asian music from Asia, but Asian Americans come from an incredibly diverse set of cultural origins, each with its own unique musical traditions and forms. And since racism toward Asians in America includes the racial stereotype that we are all foreigners, many Asians in America feel the need to disassociate themselves from Asian culture in order to seem more American. The power to signify with musical sampling is not going to be as great for us as it is for African Americans, at least not yet. But the term Asian American is a political and social construct anyway, and maybe in order to create a uniquely Asian American musical form we 307 need to start melding different Asian musical forms together. If we're going to be a pan-Asian people, let's make some pan-Asian music. Gender roles. Let's make something clear: sexism and patriarchy are not unique to hip-hop or men of color. Less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. This doesn't justify or excuse the use of these forms, but we have to realize that gender roles and sexism are social dynamics that pervade all aspects of life all over the globe. Here, I want to explore these issues specifically as they appear in hip-hop. I don't want to imply that Asian Americans or other people of color should strive to tee into the dominant culture's idea of what a man is and what a woman is. But I think it's important to talk about what those racialized roles are, how we sometimes play into them, and how they are forced upon us. A strong and resilient aspect of commercial hip-hop is the expression and exploitation of black hypermasculinity, both the trading and the subversion of the fear and fascination of the taboos associated with black male sexuality that have been heaped upon black men since slavery. We've all heard the stereotype of black men with huge cocks: once she goes black, she never goes back. Though this may seem like a positive stereotype, it makes black men out to be abnormal sexual monsters. The role of black women is often portrayed as either adversarial or complementary to the men: gold diggers, hoes, chicken heads, fellow thug, etc. Asian sexuality is racialized differently in America. Asian men are seen as domineering yet boring sexists with small cocks, and Asian women are seen as exotic sexual trophies who will do anything to get with a non-Asian man. When I asked the various Asian American women and men involved in hip-hop about their perceptions of the gendered ways that they and other Asians were treated in hip-hop by non-Asians, the common sentiments were that Asian women are not taken seriously and are objectified and fetishized, and that Asian men are ignored, dismissed, or treated with suspicion. Both genders also said that they felt underestimated, or were seen as a novelty at best. Asian American men have been demasculinized across the board, states Mana Thackeray. The stereotype of the Asian man contradicts the accepted image of manhood in hip-hop culture. Less than or equal to Teresa Vu, a Bay Area MC who performs in a duo known as Magnetic North, was once mistaken for a sound engineer when she took the stage. This is not surprising. Even if we remove white people from the equation, there are very few honest, constructive, and informed interactions between people of color and the indigenous in this country. We have to receive our information about each other elsewhere. Usually that information is handed down to us from the racist white supremacist mainstream, or from people of all colors who have a superficial or even prejudiced perception of their own people's culture. As this relates to hip-hop, I want to explore gender issues with the knowledge that black masculinity is an element at the hip-hop center. Note, I said an element, not the only element, and how various outside influences work on our notions, understandings, and reactions to gender. The only time that Asian men are even remotely seen as masculine in American culture is through martial arts. Back in the day, martial arts presented Bruce Lee and other Asian males as non-whites superior to white men in combat, much as black men in boxing have become popularly believed to be superior to whites. And with the growing popularity of Jet Li, Jackie Chan, and the GHT choreography of Yuen Woo-ping in the United States, less than or equal to, there seems to be a resurgence of the Asian man as non-white hero image. However, the notion that Asian men are masculine because of martial arts needs to be qualified as different from the masculinity of black men, because the popularly believed sexual prowess and endowments of black men are essentialized. That is, there is the racist belief that black men are just more inherently sexually masculine and driven, a belief rooted in racist propaganda about black rapists that has been used to demonize and fetishize black men throughout history. Less than or equal to Asian men's proficiency in martial arts, while also carrying essentialist elements. How many of us were asked as children if we knew karate? Is seen as a learned skill. Sure, we're good at it, but black men and white dudes can learn how to kick ass too, and in many ways it's seen as an improvement, because not only can they learn martial arts but they are supposedly bigger and stronger than Asian guys. If Americans can make ALM about martial arts or martial arts cultures without any Asians in it, they will. Wesley Snipes, Chuck Norris, Jean-Claude Van Damme and others have had sustained careers in entertainment, knocking the tar out of Asian stuntmen and villains in Action X. 309. Some elements of martial arts, as discussed above, have been readily borrowed by hip-hoppers. In terms of gender, it is one of the few times that Asian men are visible or recognized in mainstream hip-hop. Examples include Jeru the Damaha's Friends and Foes in his music video You Played Yourself that was influenced by Hong Kong Action X, and the various references to Asian male martial artists by many deterrent hip-hoppers, including Ghostface Killah's hyperbolic boast that Bruce Lee was his teacher on Supreme Clientele. In an interview with Craig Smith, the Mountain Brothers revealed that a major label executive wanted to market them by getting them to perform on stage wearing karate outs and wielding gongs. In hip-hop, there is a certain level of invisibility around Asian American men. Of the four elements, the discipline that has the most visible concentration of Asian Americans is DJing or turntablism. In Eric K. Arnold's story about Bay Area hip-hop in the November 2001 issue of The Source, he name-drops Mixmaster Mike and twice mentions turntablists in general, but the majority of the piece is about MCS. Even though the Bay Area has a lot of amazing turntablists, many of them Asian. There is also a difference in the way that MCS and DJs are marketed. You would think that with the incredible number of talented Asian American DJs out there, even mainstream hip-hop magazines and record labels would notice. But the press coverage on Asian American DJs has been relatively minimal, and many of the Asian American DJs are on smaller independent labels. Nothing wrong with that, and it may even be the choice of some of these DJs to be loyal to a smaller label and stay underground to counter mainstream hip-hop's more glossy lifestyle. But we also have to question whether marketability has anything to do with it, and why Asian American MCS get even less attention. As MCS, Asians are not as marketable and don't yet have the kind of credibility they need to get major love, states Kiwi. The record execs, ANRS, or whatever, they are looking for someone who in the end will make them money less than or equal to pi. Part of the reason why we have seen relatively more Asian American DJs than MCS is the fact that DJs are regarded as being behind the scenes and are acknowledged for their musical skills, whereas MCS are given attention not just for lyrical skill but for their image and personality. While a DJ may speak with his or her hands, an MC has the option of actually putting his or her thoughts and issues into concrete words and rhymes. The Houston-based MC and poet Asia Continental concurs. I don't think that, right now, there is any lack of Asian Pacific American MCs out there. The entertainment industry, right now, does not see a market for Asian Pacific American music artists less than or equal to Asian women have opportunities to be visible in hip-hop, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Like in the mainstream culture, Asian women are objectified and fetishized but not expected to speak their minds. You'll see Asian female models and backup dancers, but they are usually voiceless, tokens at best, objectified at worst. Asian and Asian American women are not expected to have skills or have anything to contribute to hip-hop except for their bodies. Back when I used to battle a lot, people would automatically assume that I was gonna lose, Teresa VU states. People will be hesitant to respect you, because Asians aren't believed to have any street cred. The stereotype of Asian women as engineers, middle class, etc. clashed with the hip-hop norm. You have to go up there and earn respect with your skills less than or equal to omega. Some may argue that all races of women are objectified and or not taken seriously in hip-hop. But seen racially, Asian women's gender issues are uniquely shaped by their race. In the 20 Questions section of the December/January 1997 issue of Vibe magazine, a writer asks, considering that Ghostface Killah was checking for a sister who was half Hawaiian with a touch of Chinese, and Rakim's girl almost looked Korean, but European, you think maybe, just maybe, folks are still color-struck. You could add Nelly's line, I got a chick rolling up, half black and Asian and EI, and Icarus claiming I got a Japanese chick with my dick in her hand on Redman's Malpractice album. The writers of Ego Trip note that Dana Dane talked about sexing up a Japanese woman YAI back in 1987's Dana Dane with fame, impersonating her by saying choi yo 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 yoin. And as the writers of Ego Trip suggest, I don't speak Japanese but I'm pretty sure that's not really Japanese. And, of course, there is PUY's infamous lines about Asian women that'll change my linen / after I done blazed and hit em, in 2001's Diddy. I always hated PUY. It's important to re-emphasize here that men of color in hip-hop aren't the only perpetrators of racist sexism toward Asian women. Take P.U. Daddy's song quoted above, when he was called on it, at least he apologized and released a single with the racist, sexist lines removed. While I still hate PUY for it, take his actions and compare them to the Bloodhound Gang's dismissal of Asian Americans protesting their song Yellow Fever, which contained such lyrics as 311. I told her every soon ye needs a little woody / she said for all the tea in China my vagina's not free / but my love will linger longer than the Ming dynasty / I said I needed her to do my laundry / I knew she needed a way to stay illegally within the country / she was made in Taiwan I said I'm okay with that / just promise me you'll never try to eat my cat / chinky chinky bang bang I love you / chinky chinky bang bang I know you love me too. 'Cause I ride my slant-eyed slope like a brand new Kawasaki / oh me chinky she's so kinky got me hot like Nagasaki / burning up like napalm burstin' like an A-bomb / I think I got that jungle fever but I caught it in Nam / she's like an oriental rug 'cause I lay her where I please / then I blindfold her with dental os and get down on her knees / I'm a diving kamikaze eating out Chinese / first I'll have the POO platter then some tuna sushi / she'll be screaming like Godzilla and kickin' like Jackie Chan / I'll get her redder than China wetter than the Sea of Japan / like the Chinese New Year she's gonna see reworks / now be a good chinky and press Jimmy's shirts. Even with such blatantly racist, sexist, not to mention tone deaf, stupid, and whack lyrics, this all-white and one black man band received relatively no negative press, and the protests organized by Asian American women and men against the Bloodhound Gang remained unheard and dismissed. In a Rolling Stone interview, the lead singer Jimmy Pop dismissed the protests by saying the song was okay since they had an Asian American female fan who advised them to say fuck you to the chinks. Greater than or equal to is not equal to. When I and some other Asian Americans invaded Bloodhound Gang's chat rooms to start a discussion, we found many white people and a few Asian women who earnestly defended the group's sense of humor and freedom of speech. In an interview, Jimmy Pop stated, "The whole song is about how I want to bang an Asian chick. In my own way, I'm saying that I like Asian chicks." When asked how he felt about the reactions to the song, the bassist Jared said, "I want to tell them to go fuck themselves." Greater than or equal to in organized protests against these derogations in the Twin Cities, numerous white men and women, and also a few Asian men and women, yelled derogative comments and tried to start GHTS with us protesters. The white male producer of the concert came to one of our organizational meetings and claimed that he was not racist, since his aunt was an Asian woman. The sole man of color in the Bloodhound Gang came out to talk to some fans during the protest, and talked to two women who were part of our protests, one Asian American woman, one African American woman. In the conversation, he said he could see how the song was sexist, but refused to acknowledge that it was racist. I guess racist sexism toward Asian women is okay as long as white people are the ones doing it. Asian women are presented by the mainstream as being closer to the standard of white beauty than are black women, and there is the historically loaded racial stereotype of Asian women being more submissive. Both views represent widespread Orientalist racist gender stereotypes based on the desire of white men. These stereotypes are in turn taught to, and internalized by, the rest of us. It is a racialized standard of beauty that teaches all of us that Asian women are exotic trophies. The growing number of African American men with Asian women has caused some tension between black women and Asian women. Even here in the Twin Cities I've had personal, on-the-down-low conversations with black and Asian women about this topic, and there are some clubs in town where the tensions are thick enough to cut with a knife. I've been told which clubs have patrons that welcome Asian women and don't welcome Asian men, and which clubs that Asian women should avoid attending if they don't want any trouble from black women. There have been GHTS verbal abuse, and misunderstandings on all sides. There have been no reports or academic theses or bandoneering radicals speaking up about this issue. Rather, it is on the everyday personal. In the middle of this often confusing interpersonal maze are the racialized gender roles that white people have forced us into, the roles that we sometimes play ourselves out in, and are forced upon us: supersexualized yet animalistic black man, supersexualized yet disposable black woman, supersexualized yet submissive Asian woman, and non-sexy yet domineering Asian man. All women and men deserve to be met on their own terms. The question is, how do we get there, and how do we get there with our respect for one another intact? Will Asian men feel the need to overcompensate for their demasculinization by adopting played-out chauvinist ideals and sexual boasting, and feel the need to compete with non-Asian men? Are we going to start GHTS in order to counter the stereotype of us being soft? Will Asian women internalize a racial dislike toward Asian males as sexually inferior to non-Asian men, hook up with men who are popularly believed to 313. Be more attractive or superior to Asian men, and feel the need to compete with non-Asian women in order to get over the next level? Some time ago I was in Manhattan's Chinatown in a music shop. A white European lady with a thick accent asked the Chinese American clerk for some suggestions. "I want authentic music," she said, "traditional music, none of the modern stew." The clerk shrugged and said he couldn't help her, he just listened to the pop stew. I myself was looking for Utada Hikaru, Coco Lee, and some other pop music in Asian languages I can't understand. In fact, a lot of Southeast Asians, specifically Hmong kids but even a ghetto Viet like myself, are listening to Korean, Japanese, and Chinese pop and hip-hop, even if we can't understand the words, as well as ethnic-specific music. When I ask some of the Hmong youth I work with why they listen to Asian music in languages they can't understand, the common answer I get is a shrug. They like it, the singer, male or female, is cute, and it's Asian. Life is complicated. Authenticity, if handled a certain way, can be just as alluring to the white mainstream as colorblindness, and just as alienating to our own people. I'm not saying it's hopeless or even preferable that we turn from our own people. On the contrary, we need to see how we can reach our people and be accountable in our own communities. The only way we can do that without playing ourselves and our own people is by centering ourselves, so that Asian America occupies our center. That means that we can't afford to be snooty and diss others for listening to bubblegum pop Asian music or apolitical music, because in doing so we cut a large part of our community. I don't want to downplay how empowering it is to simply see Asian American artists rock the crowd or listen to their art. Personally, I get strength from seeing not just the faces on the stage but the faces in the crowd. I think Asian Americans are still, generally speaking, riddled with self-hate and inferiority complexes toward whites and blacks. Maybe I'm relieved that Asian American faces are at least more welcoming toward each other in these scenes than they used to be, and that there seems to be a sense of family. Not long ago, if I saw another Asian and tried to talk to him or her, I would get the ice grill of a token whose territory is being stepped on. It is a comfort to see Asians rocking for other Asians, and Asians interacting and supporting each other in hip-hop. The PACIFICS have one of the most energetic and engaging live shows I've ever seen, period. Denizen Kane possesses an incredibly intricate, melodic ode that the world at large may not have heard yet but won't be able to ignore. I play the Mountain Brothers community track to my students. I rock mixtapes by Rolly Rowe and listen to cuts by Cut and Kundi and Invisible. Scratch Pickles. I listen to the strange and original O of lyrics born. I see Asian B-girls and B-boys like Asia One and Eternal Illusions and graph writers and visual artists like PHLOE doing their thing. I hear communities buzzing about Kiwi, Bamboo, Himalayan Project, Karmasi, Jupiter Disciples, and Nomi. I see Dou Seiko Lee perform with his grandmother, fusing hip-hop, enacted spoken word with traditional Hmong chanting. I see Robert Karami as a showstopper of hip-hop punk sensibilities with DJ SD Double and Yellowst anchoring his incredibly kinetic performances. I think The Emperor's Main Course in Cantonese by Kid Koala is a work of genius. I listen to the O's, hip-hop poems, singing, and beatboxing of Teo Takeda, Geologic, Vidya Rao, Goldus Sargentu, and Paul Kim, and in all of this I see the future. While I'm writing this and you're reading this, There is probably some Asian in your area on the mic, on the wheels, poppin' and lockin' and bombing, just killing it. Maybe they haven't made the pages of the Source or Vibe yet, and maybe they don't want to, but they are trying to do their thing and make a name for themselves. Find them, support them, argue with them, politic with them. I love being Asian American, and I love hip-hop. Recognize that I talk about a lot of negative elements in this article. It's meant to be critical, not condemning. If you love something, you must criticize it fairly. Though many will try to romanticize hip-hop and what it means, we have to remember that hip-hop began in parks and at parties, with DJs borrowing from the city's power supply through the light posts. Hip-hop emerged not as an overt political statement but because it had to exist. It became a voice and culture for the disenfranchised, and a lot of the disenfranchised wanted to entertain and be entertained, to express themselves, and to party. Hey, even activists got to party, got to enjoy each other's company and dance together after a hard day's work, right? Asian American hip-hop will evolve and emerge naturally, if we do it together. Hopefully Asian Americans in hip-hop will encompass a diverse set of ideologies, expressions, and forms. We can do this. We can create quality. 315. Hip-hop, our ownivore, so we are seen as innovators and everyone else has to catch up with us. One of us should have been able to say that we came up with that beat for Uchi Wally, not the lyrics though, or the beat for Get Your Freak on RST, because it was our innovation and because we were applying the love and knowledge and some of the musical traditions and musical qualities of the language of our culture to create something that is hip-hop yet uniquely our own, without using our culture merely to make a buck because we know of non-Asian people's fascination with us. Signify for us, not for others, and if they follow or catch up, NE. But we occupy the center, we know the avor is ours, we know it couldn't have happened without us. Easier said than done? Yes. Necessary? Absolutely. So what do we need to do? Make sure we keep up the ownership of our expression. We need to center ourselves and start taking some risks and accountability. We have to realize that we can only go forward and innovate if we do it together, support Asian American artists while still being critical, recognize the importance and innovations while asking if we can do more or add our ownivore, respect personal expression while knowing that all we got is ourselves and the only ones who will really do it for us is us, know that we are possible, and that we can always do better. Challenging? Yes. But we're not going to be alone. We're gonna be together on it, on stage and in the audience. We need to have faith that we're gonna get there, that we're gonna grow, and learn, and change ourselves and others. So keep on keeping on. I'll be here listening, thinking, feeling, watching, speaking, and dancing. David Mura and Alex Pate. Secret Colors and the Possibilities of Coalition, an African-American, Asian-American collaboration. I am a Sansei, third-generation Japanese-American, writer. My best friend, Alex Pate, is an African-American writer. Both of us live in the Twin Cities. Around 1989 or so, Alex and I got to know each other on a long car ride to a reading we were giving at Winona State University. I don't recall exactly what we talked about on that trip, but we got along well, and at the reading we gave our writings seemed to complement each other. Both of our bodies of work centered on the issues of race and identity and on the ways our lives and communities were marginalized by mainstream culture. We both wrote out of a sense of trying to retrieve and restore parts of the American experience that had not yet been put into a literature or recognized as essential to an understanding of America. On the drive back home, I'm sure we spoke about the alienation we sometimes felt as writers of color in Minnesota, a place whose self-image is still deemed by Garrison Keillors. Lake Wabigon, the place where all women are strong, the men good-looking, and the children above average and, I always add, everyone's white. We probably also talked about sports, one of the other topics besides literature that always seems to come up in our conversations. Over the next few years the two of us became better friends. When the Miss Saigon controversy hit and I began to have arguments with white friends over the issues of race in new and more antagonistic ways, Alex was a source of comfort and understanding, and he helped guide me through a difficult period when I left a number of white friendships behind. He understood immediately why the casting of the British actor Jonathan Pryce as a Eurasian bothered me, as well as why I objected to the stereotypical portrayals in that musical. And, on a deeper level, he understood the pain and anger I was feeling at my white friends' inability to critique their own thinking about race and their refusal to entertain the idea that their aesthetic views could be tainted by racist assumptions. At the same time, Alex helped me understand that race work is long and arduous, and because of that one needs to guard against burnout and letting the bitterness and rage cut too close and raw. I didn't need to GHT every single battle all at once. I needed to take care of myself and prepare myself for the long haul. As our friendship grew, we began to talk about working together on a collaborative piece. We both had done one-man performance pieces, and a two-man piece seemed a logical next step for us both. And then the Rodney King decision came out and LA erupted in a violence that bewildered and scared many, and, to many others, seemed the logical consequence of a local and national systemic practice of racism. At any rate, beyond the obvious issues about the police and the court system surrounding the events in LA, Alex and I were struck by the images of violence between the African Americans and Korean Americans there. It was as if the only time the media would ever consider the relationship between these two groups was when they were shooting at and ending each other. Alex and I both understood that the conflicts between the Korean Americans and African Americans, while very real, were also being used to mask the more prevalent and more powerful system of white racism. We also saw that the subtleties of the interactions between the two communities were being reduced to the image of the Korean store owners with their guns and the African American looters. We knew that there needed to be alternative images to the ones provided by and repeated over and over by the media, and we knew that we needed to stop talking about working together and actually get down to creating a piece. We reasoned that if we simply presented on stage the two of us, an African American and an Asian American, as friends, that such a statement would be in its own small way revolutionary. So we started with the idea of a piece that would explore the friendship between the two of us, and at the same time examine our lives as men of color and the relationship between the communities we were a part of, African Americans and Asian Americans. In the process, we would look at the various ways the culture and our communities deemed identity, from stereotypes in the media to community-based identities, which are often generalized idealizations or based on essentialist notions, to the actual day-to-day realities of the two main performers and writers. We particularly wanted to contrast the ways African Americans and Asian Americans formed their image of each other with the ongoing dialogue between the two performers. As we began to explore the notion of identity and engage in our dialogue, we also started creating autobiographical sketches of our lives, so that the audience would have to grapple with the particulars of our experience and personalities, particulars that the culture has ignored or kept mute. At the heart of these autobiographical sketches were certain transformative moments when we had to grapple with what it means to be a man of color in American society. These moments often involved a painful self-recognition, the realization of our own internal racism or the ways in which we have harmed others and ourselves, or the knowledge that the rage we hold inside is somehow killing us. Through these moments we wanted to explore the possibilities of change and questioning, of understanding in greater depth the complexities of race and class and sexuality, and of how each of us ties in with the changes going on now in our culture. Given the fact that both Alex and I were used to working in multiple genres, the writing used in the piece tumbled out in various modes: poetry, dialogues, monologues, creative nonfiction, and conversation. We moved back and forth between generalized or fictional characters and our autobiographical selves, exploring connections, discontinuities, and contradictions between the two realms. The writing was to be presented live on stage and on videotape, at times with musical accompaniment. We would also use slides, some from personal or family photographs, some from historical photographs or popular culture. There were also video montages. 324. And LM clips, rap videos, TV shows, clips from the Rodney King video and the Son J.A.Dews/Latasha Harlan's trial, and Hollywood LMS such as Year of the Dragon and Melvin Van Peebles' Sweet Sweetback's Baddest song. Specially created video animation ranged from an image of a huge police boot kicking to an image of a hand unfolding a child. Through switching from various literary modes and through the use of various media, we wanted to provide some sense of the cultural background out of which our work appears, and to attack and question that background. In creating the show we worked in collaboration with a multicultural group of incredibly talented artists, the jazz musician and composer Douglas Ewart, African American, the video artist Mike Ando, Korean American, the animator Allison Morse, European American, the visual artist and set designer Tom Rose, European American, and the director Ralph Remington, African American. We performed the piece in several venues, at the University of Minnesota, at the Southern Theater for the Walker Arts Center in Minneapolis, at a convention of grant makers in San Francisco, and at the Painted Bride Arts Center in Philadelphia. At each of the performances we received standing ovations, and at some of them we had lively discussions afterward. Particularly in Minnesota, we brought together a significant audience of both African Americans and Asian Americans, and in this way I think we helped start a cultural dialogue that has now extended into the next generation of African American and Asian American artists in our area. In our post-performance discussions we were sometimes asked about our intentions in writing the piece. One of the ways we answered this was by saying that we wrote the piece thinking about how an African American and Asian American audience would react to it. In part this meant that we wanted to both accurately portray various aspects of our communities and, at the same time, critique our communities. By implication, we were saying that while we were happy to have whites in the audience, the piece was not intended primarily for them. A colleague who brought a mainly white class from the University of Minnesota said several of the white students were put off or bewildered by the piece, and he surmised that this was in part because it was probably the first one they had seen where whiteness had been placed at the margins rather than the center. As we intended, the piece does include and comment on the events in LA surrounding the Rodney King beating and court decision. In a way, however, this background serves as a springboard to more personal and 325 introspective examinations of the issues of race and identity. Though Alex and I were trying to do justice to the ways that our communities in general tend to view each other, we also wanted to particularize and critique those views. Especially noteworthy is the dialogue between Alex and myself about the course of our friendship. In part, it presents, if the audience is willing to see it, a map of how racial boundaries can be crossed. In the piece, in recalling an initial meeting before we became friends, Alex comments, "I remember being conscious of trying to impress him. David was not an Asian then. I saw a white man. I think his Asian self was unformed. So much of him was still connected to his white strivings. Yes, or to be accepted to give yourself over to the oppressor's education, unabashedly and unapologetically, scares me." It created a distance between us I wasn't sure could be bridged. One way of glossing this passage is, of course, the ways that many Asians take up the role of honorary white person, of refusing to see race as a central issue to their identity or to the ways our society functions. Over the course of the dialogue, I go over how my increasing racial consciousness brought about arguments with white friends about Miss Saigon and other racial issues. In the process, I discovered a growing sense of rage and alienation from white mainstream society, and as a result I broke all my friendships with a number of white friends and began to develop relationships not just with Asian Americans but with other people of color. Alex then notes how something had changed both in me and in his perceptions of me. Alex, it was easy to open myself to him, perhaps not at the beginning but from the moment David showed himself to me, his self-confidence wavering, his knowledge of self in question, and asked how I dealt with the EX of racism. How could I know how to respond? I had met too many young Asian students in high schools through the Midwest who were clearly confused by the difference between what they were told about race and what they felt. 326. There was a young woman in Long Prairie who told me that she was traumatized by the upcoming prom because she was sure the boy who asked her just wanted to go with her because she was exotic. No one around her seemed to understand, but I did. The outlaw understood. We must end the way those of us who feel marginal to love each other, not some bullshit we are the world sing-along, but really come to see the way we are taught to hate who we are. Alex goes on to discuss the possibilities of friendship between the races. I am always surprised when I hear a black man talk about his friend so-and-so who is white. I immediately wonder about the nature of that relationship. I can't help it. How does a black man born in these United States learn to love a white man? How is this possible? I'm not talking about that getting over bullshit, but really, every time I start feeling buddy-buddy with a white guy I end myself saying to him, you know, I've never had a white man as a friend. I don't think it's possible for me right now. I'm too goddamn angry. Most white motherfuckers back right the fuck on. Oh. But one dude actually said, well, I want to be the RST dot, and you know what, he was bullshitting me. Yeah, they do that shit too. We all be kind of bullshitting each other, don't we? Anyway, he didn't mean it. I don't think I ever saw that motherfucker again. Many white audience members interpreted this last statement by Alex as proclaiming racial separatism. Even some of Alex's white female friends failed to notice that he says that he hasn't had a white man as a friend. But Alex and I knew this wasn't a statement of separatism. Indeed, taken in the context of our dialogue, it's clear he's talking about something more or other than skin color. After all, he states that when he met me he saw a white man, despite my outward appearance as an Asian American. Somewhere in the process of our getting to know each other and in my own transformations, I changed enough so that he no longer saw a white man. 327. The implication is that if I could make these changes and alter my own sense of identity, a friendship between us was possible, and, further, that white men could also make these changes. But, as Alex points out, white men don't want to make these changes. They don't want to give up their privileges. The burden of the failed friendships is not with Alex, as those including a local critic who charged racial separatism maintained, but with whites who want to uphold the racial status quo. At the end of our dialogue, Alex talks about how our friendship has taught him both how to make connections beyond his own community and how there's a need, within race work, to heal on the inside rather than simply directing one's focus on the very real injustices in the society around us. So much of our discussions on race come out of the intellectual and extroverted and self-righteous sides of ourselves. We wanted to make a space for feeling, for introspection, for private conversation, for doubt, and questioning and uncertainty. I'd like to feel that with our performance piece, which we titled Secret Colors, we were able to do a little of that. Alex has since said that one result of our friendship is that he began to realize that retiring some of his anger was better for him and for the people close to him. Part of the reason for this was that I developed anger. The development of my anger allowed him to give some of it to me or to let some of his go, because there were now two people dealing on the same issue. He could thus feel more comfortable and relaxed. He could sit back and watch me GHT for a while. And you're a much better ter in some ways because you're coming from the left side, he added. Like a southpaw. They are looking at me and you can cold cock them. Conversely, when I am in Alex's presence I don't feel like the irrational angry Asian American who is too dick-called to consider hiring for a faculty position or inviting to a writer's conference. I'm simply myself, accepted for who I am. Safe, calm. What I hope both African Americans and Asian Americans come away with after viewing our work is the possibilities of coalition, of how much stronger we can be if we can end the ways of communicating and working together. Secret Colors was not the end of my collaboration with Alex. A few years later we were in New York making ALM, Slowly, this, which started out focusing on our performance piece and eventually came to focus more on 328. Our friendship and the conversations between us. The LM aired as part of the PBS series Alive TV. Each day Alex and I would travel from our hotel to the apartment of our director, Arthur J.A., and discuss what we were going to do in the LM. Inevitably our conversations centered not just on race but on the differences and similarities in our perspectives. For instance, on one particular afternoon Alex mentioned how earlier in the day he and I were trying to hail a cab outside our hotel. No cab came by for a few minutes. So you said, "Let's go up the street and get a cab," Alex said, looking at me. And it's like, well, okay. But I stand here. Because if I'm in front of a hotel, I'm gonna get a cab. Right then, I was feeling like an outlaw. And you know, I've dressed, but you start to say, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Yes, I'll look just like that brother over there who is going to take you down. And it's your job to figure out that I'm not an outlaw and he might be. I pointed out that that's something I've had to learn about and keep on learning. I recall the time I was in a bar with Alex and 3 other black artists, a director, a performance artist, and a writer, and all of them were talking and joking about being picked up by the police, most often because of DWB driving while black. These were all college-educated, award-winning artists, one of whom had written for The Cosby Show, and yet they spoke of their experiences with the police as something they expected, as almost a rite of passage. And they joked about these experiences. That, I said, is something as a middle-class Asian American man I've never had to go through. You sweared suburban alienation, said Alex, being the odd person out in your school. But you didn't swear the way I sweared. Which is what Black AJ, our director, spoke up. I think we as black people often are saying that we want to take the victimization. I interrupted him, but you know, my transition has led me to a point that when a black person says something like that, I don't go, yes, but. Alex murmured right and nodded. I went on. And then the conversation can go on. It's when you go, yes, but, that you get into an argument. When a person does that yes, but. It's part of their resistance to really seeing what life is like for black people in this country. All the while they think they are being rational or intellectually precise, and they do not see it as part of their denial. And they 329. Do not see that's the point at which the conversation shuts down, precisely because their remark says, I'm not really interested in listening to you, I'm not willing to entertain as a real possibility my own ignorance and blindness, in the end there's nothing you can say to me I haven't considered. In order for the conversation to go onward, all you have to do is just go, yeah. And it's so hard for people to do that right there that yes, but, is the wall that a lot of white people can't get over. They think, oh, I'm really on your side, I'm just making this intellectual quibble when in fact it's really this huge denial of your experience as a black person. During this conversation I asked Alex if in our friendship and in our working together it made a difference that I was Asian American and not black or white. You couldn't be white, Alex replied, because I wouldn't be this close to you if you were white. It makes a difference because you're still engaged in a struggle. If you were black and doing this, I don't think it would be all that more significant. I think ending anyone who is at once an oppositional force and who is trying to be healthy and who is trying also to tell the truth, that's a pretty powerful potent mixture that you don't see much of. The key accent is on the word healthy. It's about me also learning to trust someone who's not black. Again, it's about realizing that part of the shame and part of the struggle of black people is our inability to empathize and our inability to understand other people's struggles. Now black people naturally have that quality to empathize and understand, but it is always snowed by the conditions of our society. So for me to make that step across that line and for you to be willing and appropriately matched in a way that we can actually do this, that's why I keep saying, to me that's drama. We don't need to go very far to end it. It's right there. Because we both represent people who are nationalistic in their hearts, and who both believe they are better. You see, I think black people believe they are better than everyone else, just like the Japanese do. We are the saviors, that's what black people say in the hood. We will save white people. We are their humanity. And it could be true, but the way things are now, we can never do that, because we are either ding ourselves or ding them or being too angry to lead, and then when we are confronted with people who are struggling, who are trying to end their own identity, we don't know how to make connections with them. 330. And we end up hating them. We wind up looking at them as different from us even though it's the same thing. But it's easier for us to connect, you and I. We live in a more abstract world. You don't own a grocery store, and I don't live down the block in a neighborhood. I'm not going to your house and place of business and constantly feeling, why isn't this mine, why aren't I giving my money to a black person? I pointed out that Alex could feel that way because of my literary successes or because my parents lived in an upper-middle-class neighborhood and I grew up in a white suburb. That's true, Alex said. However, metaphorically, it is about my journey, not about yours. And for you, it's about your journey, and not about mine. It's about developing levels of support in a relationship. You see, metaphorically, if black people spent more time dealing with themselves, dealing with their shame and pain, then we'd be in a different place. And the fact that there are other people of color who may have a better time in the society doesn't necessarily mean that they are your enemy or that you can't empathize with them. That coalition and relationship is one way to subvert a system that is naturally and systematically aligned against you. The only way to work against that systemic aberration turning everything against you is to make a coalition with others in the process. I pointed out that you have to work at the process. You can't look at it as static. You can't say, they are there, and I'm here, and neither of us is ever going to move. Of course each of us may be who we are today because of the ways society has formed and acted us. But we all have a choice, and that other person also has a choice to move. You have to recognize that. And you have to see your stake in motivating choice, said Alex. You have to see that movement, that coalition, as part of having a stake in your own survival. I finished his sentence, that it's in your own self-interest to help that person move, for both of you to move that movement across the lines of color, across the lines of identity, across the barriers within and without is what our collaborative work, our secret colors, is all about. It's work we continue to do, through the performances and talks we give together, through our writings, and through our friendship whose possibilities America has yet to recognize but must and will. 331. Secret Colors. A performance piece by. This performance piece was created in January 1994 by in collaboration with the musician-composer Douglas Ewart, the video artist Mike Ando, the animator Alison Morse, the set designer Tom Rose, and the director Ralph Remington. Mura and Pate perform the piece, and each wrote the sections in which they speak. Start with video I segregation/camps. David plays piano at end of video, lights up on Alex. One outlaw had a father Alex. My father drove a truck, was not an outlaw, believed he belonged but didn't know where, carved his comfort into the couch in the living room. From there he saw the silent struggle of that invisible army of men who always tried to do right. He wanted to do right. He was responsible, a hard, cracked hand worker who died for me so that I may speak what he never did, and he never did not to me. Never once did he curse you or anyone, never one was it against. He never complained about Jews or niggers or Japs or anybody, and he loved my mother as if she had been made. 332. Of rice paper. But when a black face appeared on Ed Sullivan or scored a touchdown, he would make sure we all stopped what we were doing. When he'd say, "Come in here and see this. There's a colored man on Lawrence." Well, and this was how I learned to love black people. This and the Dunbar and Hughes my mother plied me with, and from my father's slow love, a love hardly spoken, was how I learned of tragedy, how he could die so unmeasured, so unknown. There are no black men who are heroes if my father isn't, and if there are no heroes it isn't so bad being an outlaw. Live piano fades to music. Cassette 1 on the Midwestern Front. To Long Kong Radio, David. On the Midwestern Front fades when David is set up as DJ, lights up on David. Long, whispers. You out there? Are you listening? You with me, love? Screams. Well, welcome to Kong Kong Radio. KONG. As in Hong Kong or Viet Cong or King Kong or Long Kong. That's me, Long Kong, and I've got it for you. And for you and for you. Tonight I'm as Long Duke Dong or Long John Silver or our own Supreme Court Justice, Mr. Arya, Clarence Thomas. Southern accent. Oh, I ain't gonna play the coolie no more. Asian accent. Honey, I'm the new Jason Scott Ree, I'm your rice paddy lover. Okay, this is Uncle Kong, without his bong. 333. Holding on to his schlong, waiting for the gong. I said waiting for the gong. Thank you, Marvin. What do you expect with a white engineer? He can't tell time, can't work the dial, it's all made by Orientals. I'll get you a Seiko for Christmas, Marvin. Maybe then you can be on time. Well, it's the witching hour, just turned 12, and in the deep blue of midnight, when the sensors are out of sight, when I'm feeling hot and tight, and everything's alright, I'm ready to roll, and I don't mean egg roll, baby, I mean, to get down, go down, rock and roll, lose control, do the bump and grind, the nasty, so let me blast you with my love juice, and my instruments of Oriental delight, all through the night. In other words, I get to the talk about sex, dirty sex, clean sex, hexed sex, Tex-Mex sex, and my favorite of all, gook-to-gook sex, something you don't see enough of these days, if you ask Uncle Kong. Anyway, you know I was thinking the other day about how, despite all the Kung Fu Fooey and the Chop Socky movies, despite all the screaming yellow monkeys storming G.I.S. out in the Pacific or the jungles of Vietnam, Asians are not frightening. Oh, we can be funny. All you have to do is speak with an Asian accent. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do somewhere over the rainbow. Jordan Day lives into Ronat, fakes light, fakes reft, Dale behind his back, reaps, and it's a lol. What a prey, what a prey, what a prey, but can we be frightening? I mean, think about an Asian you know having sex. Mao, Charlie Chan, Mrs. Rivingstone, you remember her, but Mr. Eddie's father, Eddie's sheets have funny stain on them. 334. I mean, take any Asian, Pat Morita, Tojo, Bruce Lee, Tina Carrere, and try to imagine them having sex? Is it frightening? No, it's funny. It's a simple equation, white's frightening, Asian's funny. Okay, Tina Carrere, it's something else. But Tojo or Ho or Mao slitting in the old egg roll. Hilarious. But take a white person like that. I mean, imagine Margaret Thatcher having an orgasm? As Count Dracula would say, oh, that's scary, kids. Or imagine Ross Perot coming toward you with an erection. I mean, I would rather face a horde of wild dogs or swim in the Hudson or become Manuel Noriega's dermatologist than have to watch Dan Quayle and Marilyn doing it doggy style. It's like the advertisement for The Fly. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Of course, if we begin to stray from heterosexual displays, well, who knows how to read that? S.A.B. Shimano and James Shigeta? Joan Chen and Nancy Kwan? The Golden Girls as dykes? Howard Cosell and Tony Randall? Okay, the last one's still scary. Of course, not as scary as homosexuality in the Asian American community, is it? So scary it doesn't exist. Of course, I could be gay as the Frisco Bay, couldn't I? You wouldn't know. This is radio, you can't even see me, I could be playing the crying game on you, and you, and you. 'Cause I'm the shaman without shame, shape-shifting's my game, and Kong is my name, so don't go running, baby, just keep guessing maybe. And anyway, I see it's time for the quarter after news of color update. Ahem. Women and people of color compose 65% of the workforce, white males 35%. White males, though, hold 95% of the top management jobs. Ow. 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 Ow, what's that? Oh, I just keep smacking my head against the glass ceiling. Oh, do I detect a conspiracy here? Oh, say it ain't so, Toto. Say it ain't so. Oh, I do believe in America. I do believe in America. I do believe in America. What, Marvin? The decision was what? What? Oh man. Oh man. Cassette 2 in Los Angeles, followed by Cassette 3 Ice Cube. Videotape 2 Allison video of Rodney King. 335. 3 blues for Rodney King and forgive us how we show our love, for Rodney King, David and Alex. They kicked his ass good, hauled him out of his car, stunned his inhuman mass, juiced him, lit him up like a black light in a room full of marijuana smoke, and they danced their batons all over his body, and every time he inched he gained more control, he willed them forth. My head hurts. It's LLED with sirens and red ashes. Gashes. Slashes. Ashes. My head burns. Flakes settle on my eyelids. I lash. And lash. And lash. Look at back of hands. What's this stew? Skin? The most important thing in your life. It keeps the outside out. The inside in. It tells you where the world ends and you begin. Whether the air is cool or hot. Whether you're clothed or not. It's not like a jacket you can take. Oh. It's not the wrong size. And if it is, you can't return it. My skull lies inside my skin. My skull is a muzzle. I nuzzle. I sin. Move to Alex who wants a share of this skin. To stroke, to rub, to lick, to suck. Who's got the prize? Whose eyes? Whose halcyon days do we walk besides? Swing harder he must have pleaded, put more into it, you can do better than that, what are you anyway? Some weak-kneed lackey, some underpaid soldier, where is your outrage / they will want my blood, don't hold back, I can take it, I am not a man like you. 336. I am wild, unspecies, a demon, and you can prove that with your kindness and your just love which expresses itself sweetly in the muted thuds which leave the marks of passion on my skin from prone position. I felt a buttery land on my skin. I slapped it and slapped it. Whacked and whacked it. It uttered. Rose. Huge, immense. It glowed. Rising like an apparition out of my skin. Huge wings. Beady eyes. Or was it huge claws? Or paws? A face like an ape. King Kong. Yes, that's it, it was King Kong. And I was beating him. And I thought he was dead. But he kept on rising. I jolted him with 5,000 volts. He slumped. He rose. I kept on beating him. I was itching in my skin. My skin was damp from sweat. My muscles ached. I leapt in. It was wonderful. It felt like sex. Like sin. I had to have it. He must have wooed them in this way, made them powerless to his will, to his ruby whispers which beckoned, for they gave in and embraced him. Shit, it was only a buttery. Only an ape. Only a man. I was just doing a job, doing a job. So sue me, sue me. I've got the power, I've got the hour. Get up, stand still. Stop speeding on me, stop getting to your knees, stop bleeding my dreams with your buzzin' bees. The city's on re, and you've got these tires. Light them with gas and have a blast. Burn it to ash. I've got the burn it baby, blues. The re next time in Baldwin's line. Over the line. Gotta get mine. We're doing time, things ain't any. Here, it comes. Here it comes, here it comes. The end of this rhyme. Allison video ends, music fades. Video 3 Son J.A. Do. 4 Monologue, My Mother and the L.A. Riots David. I'm sitting in this Japanese restaurant with my parents, in Chicago, and instead of talking about shopping or golf or tennis, my mother for once is talking about something serious. 337. She can't understand why there's people in LA tearing things down. Now you must understand, as much as I am intellectual, a writer, an artist, as much as I have all the politically correct far-left wacko socialist leanings, I really don't want to talk about this with my mother. Because I know what will happen. I will talk, I will explain things, and then, she'll repeat her question as if she hasn't heard a word. Turn to right. Why did they burn down their own neighborhood? David, they don't have any grocery stores now, they can't buy food nearby. I know you say they are angry. But what good does that do? And look at those men who pulled the white truck driver from his truck and threw bricks at him. Isn't that the same thing as Rodney King? And I begin to explain again, and again she interrupts, and so I ask, look at her, do you really want to know my answer, Ma, or is this a rhetorical question? Only I try to phrase it so bitterly ironical, because I don't want to get into it with my mother. I mean really, I should just shut up and eat my dinner, which my father, of course, is paying for. Stand up, and so I just gave up. Start up video for Rodney King. Now I know. I could have told her 2 black men and 2 black women who drove down to Compton and saved that white truck driver. Or I could have told about Son J.A. Do and Latasha Harlins, how the judge's sentence said to the black community, fuck you. A black life ain't worth shit. We've got to protect the Koreans and their property. Course, once the riots went down, you know where the police made their stand? Not at the Korean stores. No way. The cops were down at the malls of Alexander Hagen, a white political patron. Back to table, or I could have said to her, Mom, do you think only black people riot? Do you think Japanese Americans don't do things like that? But what about the riots at Heart Mountain, Ma? What about Tule Lake? What about the time 2,000 Japanese Americans went on a rampage in Manzanar, wanted to tear the whole place down, and the guards opened up at them with machine guns? 338. Kill this East Say man. That man, he was just Rodney King. And the good Japanese Americans? They were burning down their prison, they had nowhere else to go either. And that's what happened in LA, Mom. That's what happens when you keep people in cages. Only you don't see it. Just like you didn't see how miserable I was all through high school, how depressed, how I hated myself, how I hated being Japanese American, how I hated feeling this pressure all the time to get his and be a good model citizen, and all the time inside I felt like a gook, a fucking gook, Ma, and you don't want to see it. You don't want to see anybody else's pain. It's all that goddamn me say see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, let's be monkeys bullshit. Ma, when are you going to wake up? When are you going to wake up? Cut video 4. Rodney King turned to audience. Oh, sorry. I guess I'm straying a bit, aren't I? Anyway, what does it matter? What does it matter? My mother doesn't know this. And even if she did, she'd still vote Republican. And every time a homie sees a Japanese woman driving by in her Lincoln or Prelude, it won't mean jack shit that she's Jap not Korean. All he'll see is someone who got theirs before him. Someone living on his back. Who just came yesterday. Get up, and if one of those homies sees me, well, he'll think the same thing. What the fuck does he care? I'm telling you this story. Look at Alex. Blow out candle. Lights up on Alex, music cassette to A. James Brown. 5. History Alex. Nah, this is the point. See, here we are, poor motherfucking black folks. Ain't got a goddamn thing. No square business, we ain't got shit. Seems like we never had shit. And what shit we had, somebody was always trying to take it from us. Back in the day, the Jewish people owned the stores around here. Some black folks too, but mostly they was Jewish. I came up going down to Ben's to get bread and shit like that. Didn't have to take no money neither. Only had to sign in a book. Ben knew my ass too. He'd see me coming in the door and he'd wave his hand at me, his big fucking head would stretch wide when he smiled. I remember that motherfucker. Just like yesterday. 339. See, that's what I don't understand. I mean, what the fuck happened? One day Ben was behind his counter smiling and adding up the numbers in a black and white composition book, and the next day we was watching that store go up in M's. Same kind of shit as now. One day the Jews was friends to black people, the next day we was running them out of our motherfucking neighborhoods. Everybody was saying shit like, yeah, now we can have our own shit. Everybody was so tired of giving their money to the white man. So they said they was gonna own their own businesses in the inner city and shit. Okay, that sounds hype, and I thought, damn right. This is our motherfucking neighborhood. And since we never had shit, no way, maybe this was the way we could get a piece of the action. Damn right. But shit, home, you know what happened. You know the story. Drugs and crime. The malls, the 80s and all that me shit. Buppies. Black folks that got a little taste of the life out there never came the fuck back. No shit. Something out there drags black folks out and they never come back. If you got a friend or somebody in your family, say, and they tell you they going somewhere like to college or some shit like that, forget it. If you stand back here waiting for them, you be a stupid motherfucker, because, shit, they ain't coming back. Then you look up and the stores in the hood got these Koreans in them. Damn. What the fuck happened? RST there was one or two. Then, suddenly everywhere you look there was stores owned by those people. How did that shit happen? That's what the fuck I want to know. They don't know shit about us. about our struggles. You go in there and they act like you a goddamn criminal, following you all around the goddamn place. Then you get this crazy boy driving like a bat out of hell running from the man, pissing them in the process. Course just being black is enough to piss the man you know, anyway, so they're pissed and he's just driving, and you know what happened then. They caught his black ass and whipped him like a mad hog. I know what I'm talking about too. When I was a boy I saw a bunch of men do the same thing to a hog that buzzed out of the hog pen. On my grandfather's farm they ate crazy animals like that. That's what they did to Rodney King. Ate his ass alive. Then they got the nerve to say that just because he was twitching from those licks they was giving him, they got the nerve to say he was still din them. He wasn't din no more than that hog was. He was just still breathing. They ate his ass anyway. And wouldn't you know that there would be some nosy ass white man with a 340 television camera nearby. If that don't beat all. Caught the whole fucking thing on tape. When I saw that shit, I said, okay, so they got these motherfuckers dead to the rights. They shit was wide open, clear as day, those motherfuckers kicked high ass. So when the jury said not guilty, and shit, man, what the fuck does that mean? What does that say? We ain't never had shit. Look like never gonna have shit and they don't even recognize that we ain't mad hogs. Shit. Who wouldn't be pissed Then you go to the fucking store to get six-pack and you look in the face of another xenophobic who act like you got some kind of fucking disease or something and you want to kick his ass. Course you know it ain't right. It ain't right. But fuck it. Shit. We never had shit no way. 6. My father David. There were times my father sat at the dinner table and shouted he was going to take me out to the garage and smack me with a 2x4. To his credit he never actually did this. Which is not to say he never hit me. But with his ST, only his ST. I used to dream of hitting him back, only I knew that was impossible. I'd start hitting him and then he would hit back, it would hurt, I'd become afraid and I would stop and he would keep hitting me and I'd hurt even more, I'd become even more afraid. It was better just to take it. To not GHT back. After all he only did this on special occasions. Perhaps once, twice a year. And I still keep wondering, is it really that important? Only when I got to therapy did my therapist ask, where was your mother? My mother was in the Heart Mountain internment camp. Which she never spoke about. Which she claims she was too young to remember. You think too much of yourself, David, she used to say. Did she mean I had a swelled head? Or that I was too preoccupied with my sorrows? 341. The sorrows of young Mura? It rhymes with the sorrows of young Werther. Only, of course, I'm not Goethe. I'm not some dead white fucking European male. Even though all my life I wanted to be one. Did my father want me to be one? I never wanted you to have this chip on your shoulder, he says. To always be on the lookout for racism. Jesus. Fuck this whining. Fuck this bitching and moaning. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. What the fuck do I have to complain about? After all, would I rather be black? Still, there are times, I'm sitting on some committee for diversity, or some board of an arts organization or at some dinner party, or talking with a white friend, and they'll say something that makes me want to scream, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Only I don't. Because then they wouldn't let me on the committee, they wouldn't let me on the board, they wouldn't let me eat their dinner, they wouldn't let me be their friend, because if I screamed, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, whitey. Or even simply said, that's just racist bullshit or that's your racism talking, they would strike back, they would say I hate them, say I'm LLED with bile full of resentment and scorn, I'm uncontrolled, radical, politically correct, and I would stop hitting back, and they would keep hitting me, and I'd hurt even more, I'd be even more afraid, I'd be even more alone. I'd be the shitty little victim I've always felt myself to be. I get back at my father by writing about him in books. By talking about him on stage. He never talks about it. It's a game of pretend we play. No harm done. No foul. 342. It's the way we maintain our relationship. It's the way he puts the past in the past, so that nothing can change. I simply couldn't bear it if our relationship changed. If we actually became intimate. It would be too embarrassing. I get back at white people by writing about them. They pretend not to notice. Just another friendly game. Where was my father? He was in a Jerome, Arkansas internment camp. Why didn't he say GHT back? They were afraid. Very afraid. 7. The outlaw comes to know himself. Alex. Music cassette 4 Heartbeat. Have you ever in an instant been jolted by an intense fear? Have you been somewhere, maybe in your car on the freeway I-94 maybe, and been electrified by an instant trembling of dread? I have, and it has brought me here. Actually, I was on 94 mindless, speeding through Trossi, eyes focused on the road just ahead, disappearing under the hood of my car, and suddenly I was full of terror, sweating. Shaking. Suddenly I realized that I was not going anywhere. I was eating. I was a fugitive. I was running from you. I understand you've been looking for me, and that haunted me at RST. I didn't know why. 343. And that haunted me too, but it nearly came to me on that day in the car. I killed someone, murdered someone in this life or the last, a conscious crime or dream, but I did it, and now I understand why I always freeze when the doorbell rings, why I stare police in the eye, a practiced deception, why I reveal as little as possible, why I can't watch Richard Kimball search for the one-armed man anymore, why it just makes me mad that he won't simply turn around and tell those motherfuckers I did not kill my wife. Is there no justice? But Kimball knew there was no justice, and I think he was afraid he'd confess just like me. Kill a man. I could confess to you right now the bombing at the World Trade Center, all of the slain police, all the robberies, all the abductions, all the rapes, all the murders. I did it. I mean, I'm a black man. 344. I am an outlaw by law. I could have done it when that policeman died, was shot like a paper target pinned on a bale of hay. My life became tenuous, less solid, more abstract. My picture rode in squad cars and was distributed from memory everywhere. I was everywhere, and the police wanted me for questioning, or because I knew someone, or because my jacket's blue, or because my brake lights weren't working or something, but they were looking for me, and you know I couldn't wait until they found me. I knew they would. I would have gladly surrendered just to relieve the pressure. I'm here now, aren't I? But I waited. Often in darkness at night. Video 5 Melvin Van Peebles. As the Mississippi mud falls from my face, I have to still my shudders, remind myself that no one is after me, no one wants me, and in the moon's black I cower. 345. Try to remember what I've done, who I've hurt, to make them pursue me so relentlessly. I am the murderer, I am the rapist, I must be. Why else would I feel their sour breath on my neck? But I am growing tired of the run, want my picture to instead be enshrined, celebrated, known for its brilliance and strength, so you might know the lines given to me by my mother as they did from those given to me by my father. But we are so far from that. I am the outlaw always, even to myself. I frighten myself because I will help you demonize me like Marion Barry or Iron Mike Tyson or Michael Jackson or Clarence Thomas. I will take that toke, I will touch you, torture you, I will, because it doesn't matter what I do. I am not Luke Perry on the cover of Vanity Fair with a gun in his sexy hand posing. I am not the Duke teaching boys the details of cowboy styling, the subtle relationship between being white and being right. 346. Even if you are Jesse James, people will march down small town streets, high school band horns blowing a canopy over a celebration of murder and robbery. Jesse was the ultimate outlaw and they celebrate him, but me, I can't breathe wrong or poof. I'm the demon. I'm just an extension of my lineage. Nat Turner, Jack Johnson, and Richard Pryor, or just that brother sitting over there. Outlaws, but not the celebration kind, no Zaire, the Hanjin kind. Oh yes, I had to learn the distinctions between outlaws. Turner to be hung, Bush to be President, Tyson to be prisoner, Stallone to be star. I had to learn to feel like an outlaw, which is not done overnight. 8 out of whiteness. I, David and Alex. Video 6 Rambo. David, what was it like for me growing up in an all-white suburb? Raised by parents who wished to escape the internment camps? Well, I used to think it was a compliment when a white friend said to me, "I think of you, David, just like a white person." As for blacks, well, I was all for civil rights, all for the black students at my college who took over the library, all for Martin Luther King Jr., But in the end, my thinking wasn't very different from most white liberals. Somehow blacks were vaguely other, a bit scary, angry, somehow they made me feel I don't know guilty, self-conscious. 347. So, up until about 6 years ago, almost all of my friends were white. And then, well, things began to change. I became someone I never expected myself to be. Oh Jesus, you mean I'm not white? What the fuck? Oh Jesus. My God. My God. Oh Jesus. Okay, it wasn't quite like that. I mean, I wasn't having an orgasm or anything. It's more like my friend Garrett Hongo says, for 30-some years, David thought he was white. Now he's become more Asian American than now. How did my white friends react to my change? Oh Jesus, you mean you're not white? What the fuck? Oh Jesus. My God. My God. Oh Jesus. Well, actually, it was a little more restrained. Sit. Alex, David and I met at this restaurant, Cafe Latte. I remember being conscious of trying to impress him. David was not an Asian then. I saw a white man. I think his Asian self was unformed. He was already an intellectual. I could tell that. He was not like me, who had learned and forgotten everything I'd ever learned, had lost my will to develop scholarly anything. Wanted only to make my own ideas. And he was into Marx at the time. I could tell. So much of him was still connected to his white strivings. Yes, to be accepted to give yourself over to the oppressor's education, unabashedly and unapologetically scares me. It created a distance between us I wasn't sure could be bridged. Video 7-line animation. David, do you see that? That line? You don't see it? You don't? Really? To tell you the truth, I don't see it either. But I know it's there. It's the line that separates us Asian Americans from other people of color. The line that tells us we're special, we're not like them, we can make it, we don't get angry, we got brains, culture, we're quiet, hard-working, good upstanding citizens. To Alex, we are not outlaws. No Zaire, we are not outlaws. Of course, if you pass that line, or if they change that line, as they did for the Japanese Americans during World War II, well, who knows what can happen. It's a funny thing about race. Everything thinks it's just about skin color. 348. But I had lots of white friends who loved me, and read my work and supported my work, and the whole issue of race never came up. Never came up. They probably thought they could look at me and not even think about color. Of course, I didn't want them to think about color either. And then came Miss Saigon, and the whole controversy about casting a white guy, Jonathan Pryce, as a Eurasian. And when I found out all the Asian American actors in New York were protesting this, I found myself saying, I am sick and tired of white guys playing Asians, of Peter Sellers and Warner Allen as Charlie Chan. You can't do it with blacks anymore, but you can still do it with Asians only. My best friend, Mark, who was white, didn't agree. David, isn't colorblind casting what we're striving for? Isn't art trying to get into other people's skin? Isn't that what we have imagination for? Mark, why is it everyone gets so upset when a white actor may be denied a role? What about every time an Asian American actor tries out for a part that says lawyer or doctor and is turned down or doesn't even get to try out for the part? Folded arms. But David, reverse discrimination isn't the answer. And then I could hear this whisper, from my friend, from my past, from all my education: quality, excellence, quality, excellence, the best and the brightest always make it to the top, which meant there were no Asian Americans who could cut it. And the more I thought about that, the more pissed I got. That old gook in white face routine, that's not art, that's not imagination, that's not democracy, man, that's humiliating, fucking humiliating. Alex, David is moving closer to his community. I think I am moving farther away from mine, but I came from the bowels of a culture so thick with beauty and pain and power that only government-paid white people have the privilege of even passing through it, a place where you could go miles, pass hundreds of people. 349. On the streets and never see a white face. He is still learning. His struggle involves creating distance between him and white people, and I'm trying to stretch out. I feel like I've been where he's going. David, after months and months of arguing with my best friend Mark, over race, over whiteness, over Miss Saigon, I nearly said, I need to know that you see I know more about race than you, that we don't start here on an equal ground. He couldn't accept that. And that was the end of our friendship. A little later, I write an article about losing white friends in Mother Jones. And I describe my breakup with my white friend Mark, and a lot of his friends whom I thought were my friends are really pissed, and they start wondering if I've become a separatist, if I can't have white friends any longer, and they accuse me of violating Mark's privacy, of grandiosity, and pettiness, and I began feeling crazy, and paranoid, and I wonder if they're right. Did I betray them? How? Why? Why was I throwing away a friendship of 10 years? I mean, what the fuck happened here? All I wanted was for my best friend to understand why I hated Miss Saigon. What did I do wrong? Was my mother right? Do I really think too much of myself? Have I suddenly acquired that chip on my shoulder my father didn't want me to possess? I've got it, don't I? That chip? That too eager readiness to take offense? And shouldn't I be at least a bit more ironical here, wave anger about this sob story of crossing the color line? All this hand-wringing? Act out, I mean. I can imagine other people of color going, well, welcome to the club, asshole. Where have you been? What you got to complain about? Some of us never, ever get to be honorary witty boys. Video 8 best friend clip again besides, as everyone knows from my portrait interview, when my wife saw that, she said, "Did you have to look so guilty?" Anyway, the only people I felt comfortable talking to about all this were people of color. Like this black writer I knew, Alex Pate. I feel like I'm going crazy, Alex. Look at audience as if Alex. 350. I mean, it's not like I'm having this conversation just with Mark. Everyone NDS out Mark and I are having this GHT, and then one of my other white friends asks me what it's all about, and when I tell that friend, and he or she doesn't get it, I end up dealing with them, and even if they do get it, even if they agree with me on Miss Saigon, they can't see why Mark and I can't be friends any longer. They think it's all about personality, and then I begin thinking I can't be friends with them either. I mean, each of them only has to have this argument with me, and I've got to have the argument with almost every single white friend I've got. Alex, it was easy to open myself to him, perhaps not at the beginning, but from the moment David showed himself to me, his self-confidence wavering, his knowledge of self in question, and asked how I dealt with the EX of racism, how could I know how to respond? I had met too many young Asian students in high schools through the Midwest who were clearly confused by the difference between what they were told about race and what they felt. There was a young woman in Long Prairie who told me that she was traumatized by the upcoming prom because she was sure the boy who asked her just wanted to go with her because she was exotic. No one around her seemed to understand, but I did. The outlaw understood. We must end away those of us who feel marginal to love each other, not some bullshit we are the world sing-along, but really come to see the way we are taught to hate who we are. Look at Alex. 351. David, but Alex, what I wanted to know was something else. That it wasn't my fault. That it wasn't my fault I was losing all my white friends. God, it seemed as if you could be on more cordial terms with them than me. I was becoming the angry man of color, not you. So where did that leave me? I didn't know you that well, I didn't know how good friends we were, and if you ended up thinking I was an asshole or that my troubles with my white friends were because of my personality and not race, stand. Look at audience, then what the fuck was I doing? Alex, in my book, a friend, real friendship, overrides nearly everything. A person can't be your friend unless they know and accept who you are. You know the way black people bullshit. We say shit all the time that we don't mean. Seriously. We're trained to be that way. I mean really. Nearly every black person I know who has a job or who belongs to some kind of organization or something has been over to some white person's house for dinner or with him for drinks and thought, what the fuck am I doing here? These people don't really want to know me, but we go anyway because we wouldn't get anywhere. No job promotions, no raises, grants, nothing if we couldn't every now and then be sociable with white people, and when we're there we're liable to say anything like a motherfucker. I know I've done it. We'll say shit that makes it sound like we're friends, but really, you know, it's the old okey doke, it's bullshit. I was out of town once, up in Bemidji, Minnesota, over this one dude's house for Sunday brunch, and he was tripping over this golf match that was on TV. Like, what was I supposed to say? Oh yeah, I guess I can see how this is exciting. That's bullshit. Michael Jordan and the Bulls were on CBS. What the fuck are you doing? There's basketball on, but I stayed and ate their food and made small talk as we watched white men play golf. Cool, I like the guy well enough, but friends, I've come to believe that it takes a special kind of white man to be my friend. Haven't met one yet. I'm talking about a motherfucker who is willing to let all his privileged shit go because I can't deal with that. I don't want to be in a relationship where I have to prove shit about me. I just am. I am always surprised when I hear a black man talk about his friend so-and-so who is white. I immediately wonder about the nature of that relationship. I can't help it. How does a black man born in these United States learn to love a white man? How is this possible? I'm not talking about that getting over bullshit, but really, every time I start feeling buddy-buddy with a white guy, I end myself saying to him, you know, I've never had a white man as a friend. I don't think it's possible for me right now. I'm too goddamn angry. 352. Most white motherfuckers back right the fuck on. Oh. But one dude actually said, well, I want to be the RST. And you know what? He was bullshitting me. Yeah, they do that shit too. We all be kind of bullshitting each other, don't we? Anyway, he didn't mean it. I don't think I ever saw that motherfucker again. David, but Alex, turned to audience. What I wanted to know was something else. Intermission. 19 out of whiteness, 2, David and Alex. No music. David sits. David, I remember this dinner Alex and I had together at Chez Bananas. I was going over and over the end of my friendship with Mark and my white friends, and I suddenly realized Alex understood more about what I was going through than Susie. I think that was when I thought we might become friends. And it wasn't just the advice he was giving me. I suddenly understood that what I had seen as this barely controlled anger in him was actually restraint, a great human effort of self-control and spiritual survival and grace, and I saw that given his life and the life of African Americans, the fact that he wasn't going around putting a gun to white people's heads was in itself a minor miracle. That the way I'd been looking at him, my surprise at how psychologically astute he was, well, it was simply racist. I'd been looking at him through racist eyes. I'd been looking at all blacks with racist eyes. And if I was doing that, and I'm a person of color, well, everything I'd ever believed about race had to change. Alex, that's when you became an outlaw. That was when you had to let go of the people who stood between you and yourself. David moved toward Alex. But how can I be an outlaw? I'm an Asian American. I studied hard in school. I haven't been in jail, well, once for an unpaid parking NE. I mean, some part of me's still going. I'm respectable, aren't I? Aren't I? Aren't I? Alex, it's too late, man. It's already happened. I've heard the whispers. You've already crossed the line. You've betrayed them. Nothing angers white men more than betrayal. 353. David, yeah, maybe I'm no longer the sexless Charlie Chan eunuch. Now I'm the devious sex-crazed Fu Manchu. Or some brand new stereotype, like the gook who wouldn't shut up. A beat. Or maybe they think I'm just your sidekick. Alex, but you know it's not like that. I think watching you deal with your white friends, and the fact you didn't deceive them, and you discovered your need to express your identity as some sort of whole thing is something that I never valued for myself. It seemed way too painful to hold any value for me. You see, for me it's been about crash and burn. That's the only way I know black men to be. Anybody that was like that was buying into the system. But as time passes I'm beginning to see some value in that, an integrated piece. David, so you actually learned something from me? Alex, Yeah, I guess I have. We don't stand a Chinaman's chance. Unless we create a revolution. There's a new world coming. To and all others in the world who are not afraid of the future. Chance, like the lottery, is dependent on the universe, what the conditions of the competition are, how many of us competing and who's pulling the numbers. Look at the world, my people, where we draw our borders determines who we are, deans our social status as a people. If we stop at the Atlantic and Pacific, we could just dumbly call all ourselves Americans. If we start at Canada, then for certain we are deep in the South, down below the real Mason-Dixon line. If we start at Mexico and work our way north, then most of us are just non-Spanish speaking, dark-skinned gringos. But if we go back into ourselves, into our souls, our history and the reality of our befores, then there is something greater than geography that deans us. We don't stand a Chinaman's chance. 355. I am a political creature. Praxis. Ideology put into practice. Deans a major part of me. I am also an individual particle of my people, my roots, blood, and genealogy. Deans another part of me, but more than politics and biology combined. I am a human being, a creature deaned by the character and quality of my social relationships. Who I am, is very much the way I relate to people, both my race and others, is whether I lie about my realities or struggle to tell the truth, is whether I want to get over by bullshitting or want to develop by facing and changing my reality. So what is a lie versus what is the truth? A lie is when we knowingly say the opposite of what we are, were, and strive to become. The truth is simply what is. Our problem is not just telling lies, but also being able to recognize lies. We've been lied to for so long, believed lies for so long in the past, that today we don't know the truth. How can we honestly know who we are if we don't truthfully know who we were? Truth looks strange to us, sounds weird, even corny or square, is a foreign language, certainly painful and discomforting. The truth is a hard lesson to swallow when we've been filled up with lies, our bowels blocked by government cheese and our arteries hardened by imbibing consumer-prescribed drugs. You don't know it, but you don't really know anything. 356. If all you know is what you have been taught in school combined with a limited education you get from media distortions of world realities, if you think dope in our lives is bad now, that crack houses exemplify moral decay, that we need to get back to the past, then what do you think of opium dens and Native Americans besotted by alcohol? Chemical warfare is nothing new, especially in this nation of junkies where the twin drugs of tobacco and alcohol rule the roost. Consider this a gentle wake-up call. We don't stand a Chinaman's chance of creating a better and more beautiful future. If we don't make a revolution, you don't stand a Chinaman's chance, is what people used to say to dean hopelessness. You don't stand a Chinaman's chance used to be a definition of a loser, but after Mao and crew did their do, a Chinaman's chance got so good that nobody played that number anymore. Regardless of the problems and perplexities of China's current state, at least they got a chance, a future, and the whole world recognizes that. What about us, my people? Do we stand a Chinaman's chance? We, the underdogs in a horse race, the ice cubes trying to stand the heat of hell, the FTH wheel on a tricycle buying bus tickets to cross the ocean, worshippers without a god. We who can stand the rain will continue to sue. Er, 1,000,000 to 1 odds of redemption unless we create. We don't stand a Chinaman's chance. 357. A revolution. Plant the seed, raise the tree. Dig. We made America into a democracy. Now we must recreate this whole country into a multicultural community where all peoples can live and be their natural selves, can live their traditions and carve out a future, can call on their ancestors and give birth to healthy children, can learn what they don't know and teach everything they do, can honor the earth and respect the sacredness of all living beings. There will be no bright future for us unless we create and seize control of our lives, consume no more than we produce, and produce all we need to consume unless we deem progress in terms of the quality of relationships and measure wealth by the status of the poor. No future until we consciously empower women and proudly display a healthy respect for diversity. No tomorrows unless we shut down the hegemony of cave culture and reinstitute social circles, bring back the vision of the teepee, the hut, and other architectural and social structures that avoid the dominance of the box and straight line. Nothing will grow unless we merge with the other rather than thinking separate is equal. We can only greet the dawn with smiles by doing for self and sharing with all, by building marketplaces at the crossroads rather than forts on the frontiers, by learning the literature of the world rather than imposing a canon of monoculture. A true revolution motivated by the force of love, sustained by the Generosity of spirit is ultimately victorious not because it conquers. 358. But rather because it endures. Outlasts exploitation and overcomes oppression. A revolution, a revolution. A revolution of the human body and soul, mind and consciousness. A decisive change, after which nothing can ever be the same. Change is the external truth. Everything that exists becomes something other than what it now is. Some people think that ugly gone last forever. That whites will always rise to the top and revolution is impossible, i.e. that is the flat earth school of foolish thought. Those same people think we don't stand a Chinaman's chance to create a revolution. You wanna bet. Whether through evolution or revolution, things have got to change. We, like all humans, will evolve or die. Regardless of what we think and do, we will either renew ourselves or become extinct. There is a new world coming. There will be a revolution in our lifetime. The only question is where we gon' be standing, what we gon' be doing, who we gon' be loving when it comes. Lisa Yoon. El Chino. El Chino. You dance alone in a maelstrom of well-heeled couples, the tango, danzon, salsa, merengue, mambo, cumbia, cha-cha-cha, guaracha on a midsummer night at Lincoln Center Plaza. The singer shouts and you raise your hands. El mundo se va a acabar, el mundo se va a acabar, aprovechd y ponte a guarachar. Dance, old man, dance. Your chest shines with the sweat of memory, running rivers down your brown skin, down your moving waist and swiveling hips, down the strength of your sex. Still alive, you say it. You dance the unpolished dance of the soil. 360 Lisa Yoon. Of making love on leaves and burning sugar ells, Chino man, your song is long, descendant of proud men from farmlands brought in chains to Cuba in 1847 to break bones on cane, only to die under the harsh gaze of a new world sun. Your songs of rebellion, imprisonment, and suicide cheated the Spaniard who paid 500 pesos for a live Chinaman, estimated lifespan 8 years. Chino, know that your son boarded a boat and crossed the Pasig with the savings of a village to ND your bones and bring them back, only to ND nothing. Unable to return, the son repeats the deaths of fathers, uncles, brothers, distant and unremembered. You, shouting Spanish and Chinese, chanting the names Li, Lao, Lu, Yi, Yang, Chu, Chen, Wang, Feng. Chino, you so old, so strange, we barely know you. You, singing your son in a strange uptown place of ballet, opera, symphony, and summer dancing, disturbing the peace with your story, shouting your name. Hoy represento el pasado. You are alive, the center of the world, sweating oceans of the Atlantic and Pacific, stomping your feet, jerking your hips, lifting your face to the sky. Tangled gray hairs escape your straw hat, your faded shirt and raggy pants are dignified, your mouth open, lined and dent. El Chino 361. Aproveche y ponte a guarachar. A proud ritual under bright Lincoln Center lights and a $10 ticket to dance in the plaza. Sing Chino, sing. Of your ancestors long ago, packed on ships coolie and slave, African, Chinese, Indian, brown-skinned pobres to Cuba, Peru, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Las Americas. Your language labored under another tongue, you cut cane under the overseer's eyes, and loaded guano, bird-dropping fertilizer? Its poisonous fumes killed you within a year, while men waited for loads in the harbor dining under umbrellas held aloft by silent boys. Old man, clench your hands and praise Chango and San Fan Khan. Let us remember the leaves and shells as they were, let us remember how you chanted run, run from the overseer, run, run from the overseer. I huitanal al mayral. How you worked the land in faith and despair, how you swept the leaves aside, making love with Joanica in the sugar ells and in the sand, hearing the peasant music of criollos and drums of Africans, how you carried the gold ring of your mother, her last advice, carry your name. El carino que tengo yo no lo puedo negar. Dance, dance old man at 63rd Street under the stars, sing your son, sing your sex, sing your family name. El Chino. 362 Lisa Yoon. Still alive, sing it. Note: the italicized lyrics are from the Cuban Sons and other music about dancing, love, peasant guajiro life, folktales, and the plantation legacy. Songs include El Mundo by Johnny Almendro y Los Jóvenes del Barrio from Evolucionando, 1996, performed outdoors at Lincoln Center Plaza July 9, 1998, Veinte Años by Maria Teresa Vera, De Camino a la Vereda by Ibrahim Ferrer, and Chan Chan by Francisco Repillador, Compi Segundo, of Buena Vista Social Club, 1997. References to Midsummer Lincoln Center refer to the annual outdoor summer festival of Latin dancing held at the center's plaza, where people are admitted inside the velvet ropes if they pay the fee. Thousands cannot pay the fee but, nevertheless, exuberantly dance outside the main arena. You, singing your son refers to two meanings, in Spanish and in English. In Spanish, the term refers to the Cuban son, the popular dance music that arose from 19th century Afro-Cuban rhythms. The story of the son who journeyed to Cuba to claim his father's bones is about my great-uncle. He searched unsuccessfully for my great-great-grandfather's burial site in Cuba, which remains hidden to this day. The history of the poem is based on the saga of the Chinese coolies and my great-great-grandfather from Guangdong, China. They were abducted, tricked, and taken by force onto European and American ships and sold in the Americas from the 1840s to the 1870s. In Cuba and Peru 250,000 Chinese coolies were sold, with the majority dying within 8 years of arrival. Chango and San Fancon refer to African and Chinese gods, both gods of war and protection present in Cuban rituals today. Ishal Park. Samhun in the grocery store. Last night, I slipped over ice and wet black snow into the quiet mouth of a grocery on East 3rd and Ave B, shocked by the pockmarked face of my uncle behind the counter. Egud, Isola, he said, with broad sweep of arm, take anything, in this store that wasn't his. Eyes scanning Ant-Man's crumb cakes, cereal boxes, I wander a labyrinth of stacked aisles, smell of orange yam meat roasting dark and sweet at the sight of my Samhun, dirty blue cap, chipped front tooth, crescent moon eyes spilling light over his rough beach of brown skin. This Samhun, who taught me to crack warm walnuts open with teeth, back cracked from hauling store crate and fruit carton, spine held steady with a thick leather safety belt, my Samhun, hands exploding knife into St. Telling my dad, if you ever hit her mother again. 364, Ishal Park. I chop both your hands, like this. My Samhun after 26 years just recently blessed with a fat-cheeked granddaughter whose ye family earlobes turn up like little buttons as I reminisce. A customer enters, grabs a Hershey bar, a Heineken, pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes, asks how much is this? What? How much? Speak English. 1.19. 1.19. 1.19 Dick, I hiss from behind the stack of potato chips. Lemonade chills my palms as I watch a bruised mask eclipse Samhun's face as he swallows the spit insults, the perennial chink, the speak English bullshit, click trigger and bullet. I imagine him falling, snap neck under cigarette shelves. I imagine him fallen, crushed over at the altar of jagged Korean store windows after SAIGU, white picket signs, white armbands of 1992, Latasha Harlan's, soon J.A.Do., thick innocent blood pooling. On both sides of the counter. Somewhere, La India streams out an open car window and Samhun rubs his temples. The customer slaps silver change on the counter and leaves. Solitude freezes the bodega mobile on this corner trimmed with icicles and wet black snow. Suddenly I know why my love is a clenched St, why I can only love like this. Scent of burnt yams thicken the air. Samhun bags my country time lemonade, tells me to watch it. We, in here, hug over the dividing counter, we hug as if our lives depend on it. Maya Almachar Santos. Self-Rebologian, April 1998. Glass cases preserving agent elements from the contamination of human touch. We, the diseased, are eliminated from our own attempt to control the evolution of time, the decreasing value of life in relation to duration of breath. Ironically, we return to the challenge of notoriety / an opportunity / a threshold broken at an exponentially increasing rate, alarming satisfaction for the greatest number / utopia equivalent to recognition of singular symbol of self-destruction, survival, destruction, survival. Destruction, self-destruct, moth eaten within my ribcage / a holy membrane / a vestibule in molecular opposites. 366 Maya al-Machar Santos. A niche of balance in a social construct. I leave, a heathen heals, brethren deals another deck. Sisterin takes a step only to kneel once again down from the egotistical throne with humility, transcend the imperial manipulated evolution of time, survival of self-interest, to put the phenomenal mind to rest in pieces as we release this air between our lips which don't mean shit these days. The stars I gaze for something esoteric / searching for another atmospherical dimension like cauldrons, ascension, easing tension, not to mention reaction and action, pedagogy of oppression, word life be friars. Middle passage to liberation like love beyond mere relation. You see, you gotta break it up in sections, create your own rendition with love, faith, humility, and hope, sons and daughters. Can I get it on the one? Akalat Mona. Peace, pass it on. Akalat Mona. Like Gil Scott Heron, we gotta work for peace, cause peace ain't common this way. The paradox of stray bullets aimed at our people and you mental if you pull at the disparity of solidarity, the popularity of false charity, the rarity of sincerity, and the cause our people cannot hung around. Poor you, stagnant, static instability, walking around in a daze as if more bounce will set us free our pine bodies. Cause you know we got ability and then some to move the masses with agility like our rising sun, rotate in 360 degrees at an hour, act to unknown seasons like our kindred spirits, be the epitome of all reasons to resist we must persist. Self-free Bologian 367. Like my Lolo death march in the Batan. His soul the denition of Nazahan. Nayan san ang rebologian. Andun sa para or sa sariling kataban. Kong sabi naya, sino ka. Anakan bayan. Sijen a. Kalayan. Kasi mamabati ang katipunan. Democraticong Filipino movement. Raise up your st and Laban. Cause this be the continuation. Our breath the duration. Like the incessant path to liberation. To escape existential situations. Bob Marley called it redemption song. Kinda like, ang bayan kong Pilipinas. I press pause and ask the annihilating question, what happened to our World War II veterans? Survival, destruction, survival, destruction, survival, destruction, self-rebologian. Nayan san ang rebologian? Andun sa para or sa sariling kataban. Kong sabi naya, sino ka. Anakan bayan. Sijen a. Kalayan. Kasi mamabati ang katipunan. Democraticong Filipino movement. Now, where is the revolution? Is it in the money or in your own body? 368 Maya al-Machar Santos. If they ask you, who are you? Child of the people. Let's go freedom, because the Atipunan Democraticong Filipino movement will live on. Asterisk translations in Tagalog, Akalat Mona, pass it around now Nazahan, trustworthy Laban, GHT ang bayan kong Pilipinas, my country / people the Philippines. Rebologian, revolution. Joyan si she. China and me. Mr. Ziegler, my third grade teacher, had just ordered me to stand in front of the class along with Lillian. I stumbled up the aisle toward the front of the room, exposed and framed by the green chalkboard. Turning on my heel, I faced the rest of the class, all 38 kids sitting in their rows, shades of skin varied like a box of mixed white to dark chocolates. Go on, Mr. Z encouraged, talk in your language so that the rest of the class can hear a bit of culture. I stared at his sincere request, trying to pick out meanness akin to the all-too-familiar peer taunting Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. But there was none. The Ziggy doll that Mr. Z kept on his desk smiled its dumb "I am a nice guy, you gotta love me. Or at least feel sorry for me" smile, as I bit my lip, wanting to be a good student, and Lillian, who was a good student, hung her head. Our similar long, black hair hung at our faces like limp curtains pulled back for a sorry show. I heard Lillian's breath heave in and stutter up into a high-pitched sob. "Oh no you don't," I remember thinking, "don't you dare cry, you little ninny." But, of course, the breathing quickened into jets of snot and tears and I exed my gaze on our elder accusingly. "Mr. Ziegler," I was ashamed at the waver in my own voice, "Lillian is Korean and I'm Chinese. And besides, she's adopted." The teacher cleared his throat and quickly ushered us back to our seats with a hurting gesture of his arms. Well, why don't you write a report about what it's like to be Chinese over recess time?" I produced 2 sentences. "Chinese is hard work. I eat rice and play the piano every day and kids think I am weird." On the bus ride home from school, Gree, my spelling bee rival, advised me, "You ought to tell your parents on Z. If he ever asked anyone in class to stand up and tell I'm what it's like to be black, my daddy D raise hell at D be the talk of the PTA, for sure," his little sister agreed. That evening, though, my mother shrugged her shoulders. "He didn't mean any harm. He isn't racist," she emphasized the word as if it were too terrible to assign anyone, let alone my teacher. "They just don't understand. Besides, you should be ashamed that you can speak more Chinese." I tucked away the blame into my own pocket. The rights and reasons of anger jostled and messed. It began a collection of frustration and misled feelings of discrimination. 4 or 5 times a year, my father would drive my mother, older brother, and me to visit his sister, Gugu, in New York City. On the playgrounds of West 125th St., I befriended a black girl with shiny cheeks and hair twisted into fun sculptures tipped on the ends with plastic, candy-colored barrettes. Her mother called her China, like any China, her precious baby girl. Ironically, China had a toughness she had done from having 3 older brothers and 2 pit bulls at home. When a kid on the playground teased that her mother had shaped her hair like alien antennae, she spat back, "At least my mama does more and wails on me, you silly nigger," and a deft, afro-inked wad of gum hurtled from her mouth with more precision than any 10-year-old I knew had, including my much idolized older brother. The antagonist, pissed and a bit shamed for the jab, started cussing up a slew of insults, but I was still struck by China's casual, "You silly nigger," the latter word being what plowed me down. Nigger. It was a no-no word from where I was living in Maryland, among the mixed black and white who consciously and carefully dwelt on the NE line of the progressive North and the ignorant South. It was worse than saying any of the 4-letter curse words that I only dared to spell out when I was really mad. The early lyrics of rap hadn't reached my ears yet and reclamation was only a word in the spelling bee. This girl has balls, I thought, or the equivalent of what a 9-year-old me would think. I tried to punch the same line a few days later on my brother during a squabble, "You silly chink," to which my father bawled and slapped out of me any rebellious inclination to try that line again. I got a lengthy lecture about how unfair he was treated in the workplace, that his hard work and high education would still be passed over when promotions came around. Even now, I can't say the word chink without wincing. It just doesn't sound empowering or provoke the same admiration that I felt for China's words. My teenage years were spent in a mall-centered town of northern New Jersey, where the high school was attended by only a handful of minorities. I permed my jet black hair and then sprayed gallons of sun and bleach onto it, while living through a vogue in which Iman and Naomi Campbell were the only tokens. I didn't yet know there was such a thing as Asian fever, an exclusive desire for Asian women, and, to be quite honest, when the idea was introduced to me I welcomed it as pretty NE praise and affirmation until my later college years taught me to examine the twisted undercurrents. I didn't have a single Asian friend during high school, and when my public speaking/debate team visited with schools that were populated with East and South Asian students, I eyed the cliques with uncertainty and unease. I had bought into believing the stereotypes of my background. Academic success meant nerd. Playing the piano was discipline and good in a bad, uncool way. Quiet and polite was socially inept and passive. The unease also came from the development that much of my identity was dependent on being different. I had internalized the defenses so much that it worried me to be racially similar. I looked at the photos of streets in Beijing, crammed with bicycle tracé, black eyes, and black hair, and I was secretly scared that I would get lost in the multitudes if I were to be transported there, To people of my own kind, even when I had attended Saturday Chinese school in Maryland, I felt like an imposter. Grace is already on the FTH level in her piano studies, and Jenny is at the top of her math class and won the science award. Mothers would compare us like prize pigs at a farm auction. I clung to my mother and hung my head at her approving nods toward the other specimens of blue-ribbon children. With my piano skills fur-released stuttered out like a mangled music box, and my school grades were high, but unremarkably so. It made me angry that such competitiveness was laced in the Chinese community, but that heads turned with tight lips from social injustice. I remember hearing the women speak of the Ivy League colleges that their children applied to. Some universities were limiting the number of Asian students that could be accepted, almost a reverse affirmative action. It was strange to me that the issue was spoken of as though this were a great compliment to how many good students there were with yellow skin. I didn't want to be part of a community that could wag its head with a modest smile at such discrimination. It was the outsider complex that drove my adolescent experience toward the punk rock and goth scenes, arenas that were not only Eurocentric but to the degree that plaster white complexions and British accents were the desired ideal. It must have been at a hardcore club when I encountered my RST Nazi skinhead. He was a big, rangy fellow, whose pants still hung to his ass despite the stringy suspenders. The skinhead, whom I'll call Nick, toted a thick and slightly crooked swastika on his forearm. Throughout the RST 2 sets of identically angry bands I noticed that Nick kept jutting his chin my way, and whenever he leapt into the mosh pit, he always jostled his way out a bit closer to the corner I was standing in. Wary of his lumbering advancement, I checked around to be sure of my own troop of vampiric comrades backing me. I cupped my hand to Mosh, my Mohawk friend who insisted on the nickname Mosh. There might be trouble, I remarked, being seriously 16 and thinking of the pepper spray that I had in my purse, which was left on the bar across the crowd of ruckus. Mosh chuckled, "Nah, that's Big Nick. I went to grade school with him. He's not really into it being Nazi, being for this New Jersey kid like any other club that you might join and outgrow the Mousekeeters, for example." I don't mean to imply with this one example that all Nazi skinheads are so imsy in their beliefs, but the ones I have met in the Northeast have more often than not turned out to be middle-class kids who haven't had the same beaten-in, outright racism that is passed on like a bad gene from generation to generation as it is in more rural parts of the country, where white sheets are not a Jerry Springer joke. After one bellowed-out lyric, Nick gives a hearty kick in the center of the pit and jumps out next to me. He grunts, wipes his red forehead, razor burn, and grins down at me with a set of steel-aligned teeth. "What's your name?" he hollers down through the guitar solo blare. "Joyen." "What?" It's not just the noise level, I'm used to spelling out my name and saying it at least 3 times slow, as if leading my listener through a RST reader's book. "Joyn." Big Nick shakes his head. "I'll just call you Joy, okay? Can I get you a drink, Joy?" For once, the name isn't the issue that annoys me. It's that this jackass with the most offensive hate message scrawled into his esh is hitting on me. I'm fuming, and I know that in this club, with the amps spewing out repetitive lyrics about a blind society, there was no way that I could administer my neatly tuned debate club tactics and try to make sense of what was going on in Big Nick's cerebellum. So I just yelled and pointed at the swastika, "Nazi." "Yeah." Big Nick smiled back and saluted as if I were praising his Popeye muscles. I pointed to myself, "Chinese." "Me, Jane." "You, fuckhead." I like Chinese. I think he meant food, because I doubt that he mingled in the Chinese Cultural Center much. I pointed to myself again, almost out of sheer mockery. "Minority." He got the point and quickly blinked his eyes at me and shook his head. "But you're a model minority." Those 2 words stunned me more than the time China ranted out the word nigger, but it was an altogether deterrent shock. It took something that sounded like praise and invoked the shame in me, while China had taken a word that had a history of shame and invoked the connection, a proud one, albeit teasing. I felt like a scandal, like someone passing into a social privilege that I did not want yet could not deny. It was just a couple of years later when I packed my bags, found an apartment in Harlem, and grabbed out desperately at the words to tee my anger in college. The RST movements of identification were not clearly pursued. At a quick and skeptical glance, the Asian clubs at the university still seemed academic, social, or Christian. They seemed to lack the intensity and anger that the African American groups had. Again, I bought the STE real type. Everywhere I turned I felt boxed in, even by the boys and men who pursued me because of my Asianness. I felt that they were looking at my black hair and almond-shaped eyes for something exotic, something far beyond the New Jersey home that I really came from. I remember that a Caucasian hallmate once explained to me the subsets of Asian women. You've got your dowdy girls who shrink away from you in the elevator, and will blush all the while they help you with a lab report. There are the Gucci girls, usually Korean or Japanese, who are a real expensive date. They have 20 pairs of black shoes and usually stick with their own, anyhow. Then there's the Joy Luck Club, who are the best bets for dates because they are sick of their domineering Chinese fathers. I've recently heard that this person moved to Korea and is a rather popular television celebrity there. I don't mean to say that I assimilated into the Black Harlem community. I couldn't and wasn't quite pretentious enough to believe that I could. I was attending Columbia University, one of the best and most privileged colleges in the nation, but out of some illusion of self-preservation I had decided to live on campus, a few blocks higher into Harlem yet still at the safe edge of its perimeters. Black culture meant strength to me. I made my way down the street from the bodegas and African cafes to the literature classes of Baldwin and Achebe. At the university I envied the hip, independent black women whom I befriended on campus. Through my eyes they were soulful, strong, and spoke their minds, like my childhood friend China. I saw African American students wearing colorful garb, growing their dreads, beating their drums, and saying "this is who I am." My feet itched to the sounds of hip-hop and the lyrics seemed to match my own heated sentiments. But when I looked around for my Asian brothers and sisters, I saw them donning khakis and polos, assimilating for good jobs. Asian Americans are known for their success in business, education, and emphasis on family values. What is there to be angry about? It's a compliment my mother still tries to convince me. I resented it, though, as many kids, not just minorities, with privileges resent their handed-down sweaters of ease that blanket personal struggles and hardships. I yearned for the ferocity of black anger, the right to that obvious and unifying spirit. The ability to protest was far more appealing and righteous to me than the polite assimilation of the Asian American community. Coming to terms with my ethnicity relied heavily on breaching the gap that I had set up between myself and other Asians. On campus, I now became close friends with other Asian women. The RST comforts were simple. Isn't it nice to eat together? We grinned at each other, gnawing on our cold soy chicken feet. No one to make faces at us at our dinner table, though. Our familiar issues came forth with the platters of familiar food. We compared notes on childhoods. We all winced at the echoes of the teasing Dirty Knees song, adolescence, how many of us permed and bleached our hair, and the present. I found myself with symptoms of my own sort of yellow fever, seeking out black-haired, sleek-eyed comrades to claim as my sisters. After years of shifting layers of identity I embrace my Chinese heritage. Yet I still question the issues of discomfort and discrimination and acknowledge the ever-changing relations in the cultures around me. From the African American community I gained a sense of right to empower and to protest. From the Asian American community I gained a sense of affirmation and sharing of experiences. Living among and as part of the urban collage, I enjoy the motley group of cultures and recognize the struggles of each group and individual, but, most importantly, I am able to look in the mirror and recognize my own. Everett Hoagland. All that. For and for us all. Shuttles in the rocking loom of history. Robert Hayden. Here you are just as surely as all Arabian Barbary Spanish Native American Mustangs are of Asian origin. You are here in karmic world music with bass clef lapels large as plain wings. Your trademark red silk zoot suit spun as much from Anand's Akan trickster webs of sonic yarn as from mandarin moth larvae. Is all that. Just as surely as ancient giant Chinese merchant ships with 4 square sails big and red as sunset plied the Indian Ocean. Just as surely as Indians traded with East Africans who traded with Arabs who traded in African slaves in the name of the one the merciful. Just as surely as hulled Middle Passage loading hells with holds full of iron-collared captives branded black. Devils were named Mercy and everything between Angel and Zone Oceanic weaves log cross-stickings map the pattern can't warp and woof of moan American music just as surely as communal rum brown Afro-Cuban hands. Lifeline like cured tobacco leaves freely drum whatever Ogun and Shango congas mambos sambas they damn well please Africans Indians Chinese mix it up in Trinidad steel pan bands that play paisley raindrops pinging corrugated tin balafone rooftops on plum-muted trade winds swishing hushes in palm trees. From beached coconuts washed up by measureless water refrains of singing seas deep-sounding whale songs that buoyed net numbers of hopeful Chinese laborers who overcame the chokeholds of quiet money's dead Compassic migrant ships their hands cradling stern urns of ancestors' dust and empty heirloom blue willow ginger jars full of silent music just 378 Everett Hoagland. As your own old new borrowed blue strong suit baritones liberation suites based on the red bordered story quilt international and out of 12-bar blood-dyed fabric cut from history's misogynist sweatshops. Whole 9 yards of child labor magic oriental rugs woven with all the overtones undertones of pan people music hued variously as a multimedia. Home Aljonaru and crewman Urdel. Frock made into today's big red me now. You wear with a clef sign clasp pin fashioned from a Browning photo moments clipper shipped west/east/west gold trans. Continental Railroad tie spike, of woven straight black hair from scourged coolies cut pigtails in burned down Chinatowns of America's white lies and yellowing declaration yet here you are dust. Jacketed with whale lapels being zoot winged victory brass aim saxophone dragon suits you pressed as you want to be in your all-American ever new pres era ever hip as all that ongoing junket in a jazz junk. Art that has gone around and comes out here. Contributors. Elizabeth Ashe, Assistant Professor of History at Barnard, specializes in 20th century U.S. History and American Studies. She received her Ph.D. from New York University in 2004 with a dissertation entitled Ford Town, Managing Race and Nation in the American Empire, 1925-45. She joined the Barnard faculty in 2007. Diane C. Fugino is an Associate Professor of Asian American Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara. She is the author of Heartbeat of Struggle, The Revolutionary Life of Yuri Kochiyama. Royal Hartigan began tap dancing at the age of 3 and then added piano, drums, and world music to his art. He is an artist who is committed to radical change on plantation earth toward justice for all the world's peoples. Kim Hewitt is an Assistant Professor of American Studies at Empire State College, New York. She is the author of Mutilating the Body, Identity in Blood and Ink, which explores the meaning of body modification. Her interest in the body in popular culture leads her to investigate issues of race and expressive culture, while her interest in the mind-body connection has led her to research mental health and altered states of consciousness. Cheryl Higginshita is an Assistant Professor of English at the University of Colorado, Boulder, where she works on Mull. 380 contributors to cultural literature of the left from the 1930s through the Cold War, focusing on African American and Asian American writers. She is a member of the Los Angeles-based Labor/Community Strategy Center, a multiracial, anti-imperialist think tank/act tank. Fred Ho is a Chinese-American baritone saxophonist, composer, writer, producer, veteran revolutionary socialist activist, and leader of the Afro-Asian Music Ensemble. Everett Hoagland came of age as a poet and had the RST national publications of his poetry during the Black Arts Movement. He is Professor Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. From 1994 to 1998 he was the Poet Laureate of historic New Bedford, where he has lived and been an activist for 32 years. Robin D. G. Kelly is a Professor of American Studies and Ethnicity at the University of Southern California. He is the author of several books, including Hammer and Hoe, Alabama Communists During the Great Depression, 1990, Race Rebels, Culture, Politics, and the Black Working Class, 1994, and most recently, Freedom Dreams, The Black Radical Imagination, 2002. He is currently completing a biography of the pianist/composer Thelonious Monk. Mao Zedong was chairman of the Communist Party of China, a poet and revolutionary theoretician, organizer, and one of the giants of contemporary world history. Bill V. Mullen is a professor of English and the director of American Studies at Purdue University. He is author of Afro-Orientalism, 2004, and Popular Fronts, Chicago and African American Cultural Politics, 1935, 1946, 1999. He is co-editor, with Jim Smethurst, of Left of the Color Line, Race, Radicalism, and Modern Literature of the United States, 2003, and, with Catherine Watson, of W.E.B. Du Bois on Asia, Crossing the World Color Line, 2005. David Mura has written 2 memoirs, Where the Body Meets Memory, An Odyssey of Race, Sexuality, and Identity, 1996, and Turning Japanese, Memoirs of a Sansei, which won a 1991 Josephine Miles Book Award from the Oakland Pen and was listed in the New York Times Notable Books of the Year. Mura's third and most recent book of poetry is Angels for the Burning, 2004. His second book of poetry, The Colors of Desire, 1995, won the Carl Sandburg Literary Award from the Friends of the Chicago Public Library, and his R.S.T., After We Lost Our Way. Contributors 381. Won the 1989 National Poetry Series Contest. His book of critical essays, Song for Uncle Tom, Tonto and Mr. Moto, Poetry and Identity, was published by the University of Michigan Press in its Poets on Poetry series in 2002. The performance piece Secret Colors premiered at the Walker Arts Center in Minneapolis in 1994 and has been presented at various other venues throughout the country. ALM adaptation of this piece, Slowly, This, was broadcast in the PBS series Alive TV in July/August 1995. Mura has also been featured on the Bill Moyers PBS series The Language of Life. Ishal Park is a writer. Alex Pate's FTH and most recent novel, West of Rehoboth, was published in 2001. His debut novel, Losing Absalom, was awarded Best RST Novel by the Black Caucus of the American Library Association and a 1994 Minnesota Book Award for Bestchen. Finding Makeba, his second novel, tells the story of a father and daughter who overcame the struggles of a disintegrating family to end each other. It was listed as a family classic and one of the VE novels every black woman should have on her bookshelf in the December 1999 issue of Essence magazine. In 1997 Pate wrote and published the novel Amistad, commissioned by Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks/SKG and based on the screenplay by David Franzoni, which became a New York Times bestseller. Pate's fourth novel, Multiculti Bo Sideshow, was published in 1999. Tien Bao Tuc Phi is a Vietnamese-American spoken word artist based in the Twin Cities. Born in Saigon, he is the youngest son of 2 mixed-blood Chinese and Vietnamese parents who raised him in the Phillips neighborhood of South Minneapolis as a Vietnamese boy in the hood. A graduate of Macalester College and a retired pizza delivery boy, Bao has performed at numerous venues and schools locally and nationally, from the New Era Icon Poets Cafe to the University of California, Berkeley. He has twice won the Minnesota Grand Poetry Slam, and he also won 2 poetry slams at the New Era Icon Poets Cafe in New York. He remains the only Vietnamese-American man to have appeared on HBO's Russell Simmons Presents Deaf Poetry, and the National Poetry Slam individual finalist stage, where he placed 6th overall out of over 250 National Slam poets. Ishmael Reed is the author of numerous novels, including Mumbo Jumbo, Japanese by Spring, and The Terrible Twos, and the editor of numerous anthologies. He is also one of the editors of the Inutial Yardbird anthology. He resides in Oakland, California. 382 contributors. Kalamoya Salam was born in 1947 in New Orleans. He is a professional editor, writer, movie maker, educator, producer, and arts administrator, and is co-founder, with Kai Shaw Brown, of Runegate Multimedia Publishing Company. He is the founder and director of the Neo Griot Workshop, a New Orleans-based black writers' workshop, and is the moderator of eDrum, an electronic mailing list of over 1,600 black writers and diverse supporters of literature. He is co-director of Students at the Center, a writing program in the New Orleans public schools. His latest books are the anthologies From a Bend in the River, 100 New Orleans Poets, 1998, and 360 / A Revolution of Black Poets, 1998. Salam's latest spoken word CD is My Story, My Song. He is the recipient of a 1999 Senior Literature Fellowship from the Fine Arts Works Center in Provincetown, Massachusetts. His latest movies include He's on His Way, a documentary about jazz funerals. The Magic of Juju, a book-length appreciation of the Black arts movement, is forthcoming. Maya Almachar Santos is a Filipino-American poet/artist born and raised in the South End of Seattle, Washington. She began writing in 1995 and went on to organize open mics in school. In 1997, she became a founding member of Isang Mahal Arts Collective, Artists in Residence of the Northwest Asian American Theater. Isang Mahal, meaning One Love in Tagalog, is a collective of Filipino poets, artists, dancers, and musicians who aim to subvert cultural genocide through their art and, more importantly, one love. Santos graduated in 1999 from Washington State University with a bachelor's degree in architecture. She is currently living in New York City. Her previous works of fiction and non-fiction have appeared in the San Francisco Bay Guardian and Mixer magazine, as well as in numerous online zines. In her continuing essays, she continues to examine the fetish of race as a personal study. Ron Wheeler is a veteran African-American martial arts champion. He was a member of the touring cast of martial arts/music/theater show Voice of the Dragon. Daniel Widener is an assistant professor of history at the University of California, San Diego. Lisa Yoon is an associate professor of history at the State University of New York, Binghamton.